Hello, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Whatever that was. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get to the actual stream. Yeah, that was a great way. Great introduction, Brandon. This is great. Brandon, you owe me a new pair of ears. Okay, I love how as soon as the music stops, that's when people start joining again. It's like, oh god, finally, it's over. Okay. Okay, let's get to the actual stream now. I'm going to start looking up. There we go. It's working. Brandon, why did you end the content? It was to weed out the weak people. Okay, sorry guys, my voice is a little bit hoarse today, but yeah, I'm just gonna do it anyways because I want to. Are you a robot posing as a human making YouTube videos? I don't know, maybe. But I feel like a robot would be able to make videos faster and more efficiently. Oh, what? Nope. Oh, this is just lovely. Okay. Nah, so it was him singing. Nah, I could never sing as well as that. It's too glorious. Please give me your channel. Okay. Hello. Have you watched Arcane yet? Yes, I have watched Arcane. I love it. I loved it. It's a masterpiece. I not gonna lie, part of me kind of wanted to make a video on it, but like I didn't really know what to talk about because I feel like everyone's already talked about it. And so it's like, and there's nothing. Do you have a toaster? Yeah, there's nothing else to like really talk about because everyone kind of already knows, and I feel like I'd just be stating the obvious if I did. Okay, you guys can just keep asking questions or whatever. What is the mass of a proton? Have you watched DHMIS? Sorry, I don't think I have. Okay. I'm still new to streaming. Like I still gotta set all this stuff up. I was like, oh, what am I doing? Okay. Video. Okay. Can you do a video on Death Parade? I haven't seen Death Parade, so I cannot. Video idea: Darling in Franxx, the almost masterpiece. Yeah, I still haven't actually seen Darling in the Franxx yet. To be honest, I'm not sure if I wanna. Like, is it gonna be worth it? Like, if I had this much of a reaction over the ending of Erase, like, Darling of the Franxx is just like, Do you believe that Rebecca is best girl from Cyberpunk? I haven't seen Cyberpunk yet, but I gotta watch it. I bet she is though. She probably is. Video and video over here. No. Hunter x Hunter? Brandon, when are you doing the 10 War One Piece? And oh my god, too many questions. Okay, no, I'm not doing a One Piece analysis. I have seen Mob Psycho 100, and I might do a video about it. Like, I'll watch season 3 first, and if I really like it and I feel like I have a lot to say about it, then I'll do a video on it, probably. It's possible. And no, I'm not doing a 10-hour One Piece analysis. Brandon, guys, Brandon doesn't watch anime. He fakes his knowledge. Yep. Guys, just stop. Yeah, Darkness Over Megumin is right. Stop asking if I've seen a certain anime. If just assume that I haven't, because it's probably likely that I haven't seen it. Brandon, have you heard of the best harem series ever, The 100 Girlfriends Who Really Really Love You? I've heard of it, but I don't think I want to see it. Hey, thank you, man. Enormous apple pie. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah. How about Soul Eater though? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet either. See, I haven't seen anything. But if I have enough time to watch Cyberpunk during field training, you have enough time to watch it. Yeah, that's true. I'll probably be watching that next, or like something close to it. Anyways, make video on anything in less than a month. Okay. I'll try to make. I'm planning to make like some shorter videos from now on. Oh, thank you, Ducks. I appreciate it. Have you seen the actual best anime, Winnie the Pooh? Yes, truly is the best anime. Yeah, from now on I'll probably try and make shorter videos just so I can upload a bit more frequently and stuff. Like, I really went all out for an hour-long video because I wanted to do that at least once. I might do another hour-long video on something, maybe Kaguya-sama, but like, that'll be like in the future, and I'll probably have to work on it in the background so I don't just disappear for 4 months again. Oh no. Everyone's like, a 4-hour breakdown of this. Oh no. Yeah, thank you. The thing is, I love making I love watching like long content and stuff, and I think that's kind of what I wanted to make as well. But the problem is that like, if I do, then I'll just end up disappearing for like ages, and that like, even though I'm still on Twitter and on my Discord and stuff, and you guys can talk to me there, so like, definitely like check that out in the description if you want to and stuff. But like, to the majority of my YouTube subscribers and stuff like that, they're still not gonna know. So Cory in the House is the best anime. Brandon, remember, has to be at least an hour and a half for the Kaguya video. Oh no. Yes, I have read the final chapters of Kaguya. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything just yet, since I'd rather save my thoughts for the video. Maybe I'll probably have a section for the manga or something like that. But yeah, having a constant upload schedule would be the best. Yeah, if I were to have a constant upload schedule, it'd probably mean that I have to make like shorter videos and stuff. But like, most of my ideas are the sort of thing where it's just like, oh yeah, this is a long form video, this needs to be a long video. So like, but yeah, I can always make shorter videos. I just gotta actually like think of ideas and stuff like that, which isn't really that hard. Please spoil it. Brandon, do you have ants in your laptop, or is it just me? What does that mean? Constant for you is like twice a year. Excuse me. I wasn't doing things constantly at all. But anyways, okay, I'll probably start reading the actual comments now. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the finale. Yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit more about that, since I don't feel like it was like perfect and stuff like that. It did have its fair share of flaws as well, which many of the people in the comments were happy to point out. But yeah, I still am mostly satisfied with it at the very least. Yes, a 10-episode anime needs an hour-long video. Hey, it's not about how long it is or how strong my feelings are towards it. Like, it has completely to do with how much I have to say about it, and that's it. So, and the topic and the subject matter and stuff. Okay. I'm gonna start reading these now. Okay. Dear God, Brandon. Yeah, for one of the first yeah, here we go. Can't wait for the video. Finally talk about arrays. Orange just and Notaku's like, dear God, Brandon, what have you done? Oh yeah, I got a heart stuff, so I'm gonna start heart. Okay, wait. Oh, why is my computer slow? Okay. Oh yeah, people responded to my pinned comments as well. Just raid Shadow Legends. Black Clover's time skip is like the first arc. First you got the first. Yeah, okay, that's cool. First you got the first arc, which is the elf, then demons, and then the end. For the story to move, you need the time skip in between the end and yeah, okay. As I mentioned before, there are like exceptions and stuff like that. But yeah, I was just talking about why in this particular situation, erased. I thought it didn't really work. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Ducks, once again. Another $2. Video idea. Philosophy of the great Metapod battle. Oh, no. That one, yeah, I know what you're talking about with Pokemon and stuff like that. Oh, that brings back memories of my childhood and stuff like that. Just like, oh yes, it was clearly, just makes it, just does an entire hour-long thing where it's like, oh yes, it was clearly a psychological thing with a lot of deep meanings to it. Yeah, hi, the Epic Boy, thank you. Okay, the most hilarious Raid sponsorship ad I've ever seen. Genuinely laugh. Thanks for that. Yay! They like the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. I had fun with that. I feel like Clannad has the same kind of momentum problem. The anime has different character arcs at the same time. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil myself with this since I haven't seen Clannad, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'll just say, yeah, cool. Good to hear your opinion on that. I might come back to it later after I've seen it. Why is your donation gif Aqua dancing? That's just gross. Why? Aqua's not that bad. Okay. I like your new ending. Would be really cool if they'd done that with the ending. Thank you. Talk about the manga ending. I still haven't read the manga. I'm not even sure if like I really want to and stuff like that. Like, I've heard like mixed stuff on it. Like I've heard like good people saying it's a lot better and stuff, but like a lot of, and it's less rushed and stuff. But I don't know. I kind of moved on from Erased like a long time ago, especially after making this video. I'm just like, okay, now I want to move on to other stuff now. Okay, read the most like. No, I'm gonna read all of them. I'm gonna have to like don't worry, I'm going to get to those ones as well. Can't wait for this channel to get. Thank you. That would happen if I uploaded more. Oh, holy 1 hour, my guy! I can finally pass the time. Yep, that's right. Brandon moving up in the world of editing. The 1 hour long vid raid sponsor. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention. This will come up later as well. So like, I'll just wait until then. Yeah, Aqua's fine when she doesn't speak or do anything. So. I really don't want. Yeah. I really don't want to watch this, but I gotta. I don't even know who you are. You just appeared in my recommendations like a train crash about to happen. Oh my god. I don't know why. I just find that funny. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Yeah, I don't have 100k subs because I don't upload. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, the manga has a different ending. Like it from what I've heard, it's more expanded upon. Like this bread eating stream went, oh no. Finally a video address. Yeah, that's the main reason I made this video actually, because like I felt like there just weren't any actual videos explaining really why it mattered. Like there were some, but it explained it very minimally. I wanted like a deep dive, like a proper like analysis, full on. Like, so that's what I did. Okay. I can't believe this is happening. A Brandon upload. Oh my god, Dux, you're crazy. Thank you. The length of the Metapod battle actually foreshadowed the long and hard journey Ash would go through. It is actually quite brilliant. That is a good point. Yeah, it is a long and hard journey. For sure. Big up to you, Matt, and you making videos because you really love making it. We need the bread, Brandon. Big up. Yeah, thank you. I make videos because I like it, but hopefully, but I also I'm trying to make it like my job as well. So it's like I really gotta try my best to like okay, I gotta make videos that I want to make, but also videos that like are like that I know would be financially like doable, that I'd be able to like, yeah, just without disappearing for another several months. Oh no, I feel like as soon as Brandon starts making videos on more than 20 episode anime, he's gonna disappear for a year. Oh no, I told you again, it has nothing to do with the length of the anime. It has everything to do with how much I have to say on it. You could get like a 50 episode anime and I'll just go, yeah, it's cool. And it'll be like a 2-minute video. And then it'll be like just and like just one episode of High Guardian Spice. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna break this down for the next 20 minutes. Okay, so yeah, he finally uploaded. Oh yep, after he saved her life, he was rewarded with a coma. Sad. The problem is that Brandon is a so-called slow thinker. Yeah, that's true. I already explained. Everyone on the Discord server already knows this, but I'm very slow with my thinking. It's no wonder it takes me so long to make just write the script and stuff. Most of it is just writing the script. I spend so much time on that. Bold of you to assume he thinks. Naruto Shippuden 4-hour analysis when? Nah, that'd be way longer than that. Nah. Okay, Jameson made a comment here. I didn't know the ending was hated until way later after I watched it, and his comment section just turned into a war. No problem with the original ending. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Just your opinion and stuff. And then this guy, I think he deleted it actually. No, I don't. It'd take me way too long if I just went through all the replies. I'm just gonna go through the main comments. Yes, oh yeah. Holy shit, a new video. I thought it was impossible. Impossible. It wasn't as upset about the ending as I was with the insanely predictable plot. The killer reveal had to be a joke by the author because he made that shit so obvious. I didn't really care about that. Like, a lot of people actually commented that like it was actually a huge surprise to them, and it was more so that they didn't want him to be the killer and stuff. But at the very least, I still feel like they could have done a better job of like introducing different like red herrings and stuff like that, or like, oh, it could possibly be this other person or something like that. Show us your skin routine. Oh my god, no, I don't have any. Hey, is it me, or does nearly all the anime analysis videos have like high quality editing like yours? Yeah, I mean, like I have a bunch of friends and stuff who also make like anime analysis videos and stuff. In my opinion, I feel like their editing is like way better than mine and like more solid and stuff because they spend like a lot of time on it. For me, I spend like just as much time on my script as I do with my editing. With my editing, I like do a lot of like shortcuts and stuff like that, and like just simplifying things when I could polish it up to make it more fancy, but I'm just like, I just want to get the video out. Yeah, after the stream, I'm going to go watch more of the video since I really like your perspective. A question I do have though is, what do you think your next upload is going to be about? Okay. My next upload actually isn't going to be on this channel. It's going to be a commissioned thing for a different channel, and it's going to be on Demon Slayer. It's going to be really quick, so don't worry. I'm not going to disappear for ages again just to make an upload on a different channel. But yeah, like these other people, they're like hiring talent and stuff, and I'll just take it up once. I'm fine with that. Like, and like when I come back here, I'm probably going to do a video on some other anime that you probably haven't heard of. Yeah, but like it could possibly be on Bakuman, but also on Oshinoko, which is a new manga that the author for Kaguya-sama is making with a different artist and stuff like that. It's a collaborative thing, and I'm really liking it so far. I think it's really good. I'm still reading it, but that could possibly be what I make my next video on. NTR ending on Raise makes me up. Oh god, this is gonna take me forever. Yeah, just my opinion. You think ReZero don't deserve the hype because I don't get what they try to convey. Unlike Konosuba and Mushoku Tensei, the message is clear and they just need a little sensitiveness. I'm not gonna go too much into this, but I think ReZero kind of deserves the hype for the most part. Like, there are still a few things I could nitpick about it, but the most part is still really solid, in my opinion. I think it's really good. There are just a few things that are like a little bit like nitpicky I could be about it, but overall it's still really good. In my opinion, is one of the worst things. But I still have one anime that makes me more angry ending wise than it, just because of it being one of my first anime. Oh yeah, that would sting to be your first anime ever. I thought your Razor ending had a really good climax point. Thanks. Oh my god. Now you just need more Among Us meme of the too much. I'm not gonna disappear again. Disappears for 2 years. Oh wow, thank you. $10. Oh my god, you guys, you're so kind. Bro, your shortcut still high tier videos. Thank you. Okay. Of course, Brandon gives up on his main channel. Hey, no, it's just once, okay? It's just once. I'm not doing it like as a regular thing. I'm just like, that was just when I thought, oh, you know, it's good to meet new people and stuff, expand a little bit. Brandon doing a Netto on my own channel. Hey, wanted to say I love your content and your Toradora video made me cry, lol. Anyways, paying for the critical comment I made on this video, although still loved the vid even though I was critical. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the Toradora video. That was probably one of my favorites. I swear, like, the ending of Toradora still makes me, like, just hits you in the heart. Even today, it's just, yeah. It's still probably one of my favorite anime. Especially, yeah. Okay, have you heard of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous? Nope. Sorry, never watched it. Okay. Have you watched JoJo fully? I am almost up to date with it. I'm watching the newest Stone Ocean Part 2, and I'm still catching up with that. I could also be potentially doing a video series on JoJo, but not a serious one, not really an analysis one, more so just a fun one, kind of like the Monster Musume video I did, where it's just kind of like being stupid. Yeah. Have you watched the Toro series? You mean like Railgun and stuff like that? I must give you a lolly warning before. I think I know. Okay, are you excited for the Konosuba spin-off and season 3? Hell yeah, I am. You know. Oh my god, Darkness over me. Darkness is best girl. Megumin is trash. Oh my god, you're really making me read all this out. God, Aqua should have been eaten by the frog. No one better insult Rem or else. Brandon, do your push-ups. Peace, I'm out. Oh my god. Darkness over Megumin literally every day just remind me, it's like I'm not even a supporter of you. I'm just paying you money so that you can't kick me out. Like, so you physically are not able to just like he's savage. Girlfriend video 1. Nope. Thanks for the great content. Congrats on 50k subs. Yeah, we hit 50k subs. Thank you. This is a huge milestone. Next one is 100k. We're going for that. It'll happen when I start uploading more. Do you know Violet Evergarden? Yeah, I know Violet Evergarden. It's great. It's so emotional. My favorite episode is still the one with the girl and her mom. That one was the most emotional one, in my opinion. Darkness fans are messed up. Yeah. Are you interested in making analysis videos on video games? Possibly in the future. It's not really in my plan for now, but it could potentially happen. Like, we'll see how it goes. Right now, I'm pretty flexible with what I'm doing and my plans and stuff like that. So yeah, make a random 2-minute video where you consistently talk about random anime you haven't watched yet. Just predicting what it's like. 1 out of 10. What do you rate Mushoku Tensei? I think I rated it a 9 or even a 10. Like, it's really good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it on a 9 for now. But like, yeah, it's super solid anime still, in my opinion. Best manga and anime of all time is Rent a Girlfriend, hands down. Best thing ever made by human creation. Every night I reread the entire story back and forth and tear up at its beautiful storytelling. Oh man, nah, that's something I'm definitely gonna do. I haven't seen or read Rent a Girlfriend yet, but I just know that as soon as I do, I'm gonna tear it to shreds. I'm just gonna roast the heck out of it. It's gonna be so. Today your payday, my boy. Yeah, I'm glad. Did you find JoJo Part 5 final boss confrontation reveal underwhelming? Is that the one with? Oh, what's JoJo Part 5? I gotta check now. Which one was that again? Golden Wind? Okay, it was a little confusing for me, but I didn't find it necessarily underwhelming. But I did find it a little bit, it's like, I think I need to rewatch this again to understand what the heck just happened. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a huge fan of JoJo's in the first place. I'm mostly just watching it because, like, my brother is a huge JoJo's fan, and he's, like, kind of just making me watch it. And yeah, okay, I'll watch it with you and stuff like that. Because, like, you know, but, like, I still enjoy it and stuff. I'm just not like crazy about it. Like, oh my god, it's the best, greatest thing ever and stuff. So a lot of it's kind of the same to me. Megumin over Darkness because Darkness would enjoy taking that out. Yeah, Megumin over Darkness any day. Yeah. Stats, congrats on 50k, woohoo! Yep, bread eating stream 1. I'll get to that eventually. Shut up. Quintessential quintuplets movie video. Yeah, I actually started watching quintessential quintuplets. Quintuplets. Pathfinder. I still gotta finish watching it though. Pathfinder. Yeah. Okay, I gotta. Have you? God, there's too many things here. I think I gotta. At this rate, I'm not gonna get through everything, so actually gotta start reading comments soon. Okay, if you can make it past like episode 3 of Rental Girlfriend. Okay. I actually gotta read these comments now. Also, I'm gonna literally be here forever. Hey, have you ever read Beginning After the End? No, I have not, but I might. But like to be maybe if it got like an anime adaptation or something to like, but yeah, I got so much on my watch list that I've actually got to watch, so it's not really a huge priority right now. Are you saying this isn't the bread eating stream? No, it is not. Are you gay? Are you gay? Part of me wonders if I didn't answer that question, would it like it'd be funnier because everyone would just be speculating. Oh my god, is he? No, I'm just gonna say no. I can't lie. I just say no. Yeah, I'm not in it. I never watched JoJo as well. I don't know, the art style just made me not watch it. They all look buff and it scares me. Yeah, I mean, I've never been into the entire like super buff dudes beating the crap out of each other and all that stuff. I've never really been into that. It was never really my thing. I much prefer like, I don't know, more personal stories, I guess, or more like drama, or like something that does something like really weird or different. I like those types of things. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm in VC alone so that my avatar pops up here. So like it just bounces up and down. There. That's it. Okay, bro, yeah, okay. I'm gonna read this now. They did explain why he had revival. The Grim Reaper mistakenly took the life of someone too. Oh yeah. Okay, I read through all this. At least that's what I inferred from the story Sadly told. Of course, I could be misremembering the story, and I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that wasn't the explanation. That was just a manga that he made quite some time ago. So it wasn't a full explanation, or like it was just kind of a metaphor thing. Oh my god. Bro, where's the mod when you need them? Yeah. No, Taku, he's a mod. Are you gonna do anything about it? Oh, Taku, I need your help. I'm texting him on Discord. The bots are invading the stream. Now I can just pray that he's going to be able to moderate things for me, because this is too much for me to do just as one person. Yeah, flat is where is that? Medium is true freedom. Large is what? Okay, I can respect that. This is the new mantra motto. Should have given us the. Yeah, but honestly, I'm more into stuff where it's like the action is a secondary thing, where it's like it's not the main thing, but like to have like a more psychological thriller or something, or to have more of a like, I don't know, some kind of different genre anime. And then it would have action sequences here and there or something. I like that. Just like not as the entire genre, where it's just like, oh, this is a shonen fighting anime and stuff like that. I'm not as interested in that anymore. Yeah, I'm on that streaming grind. I'm gonna start streaming more, hopefully, because like, or I want to let people know it's like, hey, I'm actually doing this now. Like, this is a thing I'm doing. Yeah, I'm finally successful to have bots in the chat. That's the thing, though. I had, like, even when it was just a small amount of people, I still got bots. And my friends got bots, even though he like, only had a small amount of people. So I don't know how the bots work. Yeah. Did you watch Edge Runners? Yeah. Again, I already answered that. No, I have not, but I'm going to soon. Okay. This must be some sort of miracle. I could have sworn Brandon would never upload again in my lifetime. Yep. There we go. The ending was fine. I didn't even know if people had a problem with it. I can respect that. That's fine. Each to your own. Brandon, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched Erased, but I trust your videos a lot to know what to watch. Okay, we got something here. So for the sake of a better experience, I come back Monday to see the full video after I watch the whole series. I'll see you in 2 days. Well, that was definitely one of the best anime I've watched, but I do see why the ending might have been disappointing. The first 9 chapters were awesome. Every move Satoru made was carefully thought and the pace was excellent. The way the anime expressed how much he missed out for not believing in his friends and mother was impressive. One of my favorite moments was when he realized he also had great moments with, yeah. I'm going to... Okay. One of my favorite moments was when he, great moments with his mother while eating. I love when the appreciation for everything our family has done is shown on screen. I love that too. I value my mother and father a lot for everything they have given to me, and that scene reminded me to be grateful about it. The plot of trying to save Kaio was super interesting. Not knowing how every decision is going to turn out really stresses you and fills you with hope. And the moments they shared together are also fantastic. The 9th episode really feels like an ending to the whole arc. The problem is that they made it a little longer. Yep. The final 3 episodes feel super rushed, like they had to cram it as much as they could. The days stopped meaning something, and out of nowhere the villains revealed. Some of the friends didn't have the development they could have, and like that girl from the other school or the girl that was isolated because of the money incident. But there's a lot less to blame. The real problem is the villain. Yeah, the professor didn't do anything suspicious until episode 10. All of a sudden starts showing a lot of strange things, and like, so in your face is not even funny. I mean, a case full of candy, really? I mean, I think that's the moment where it's just like, bro, really, if he's not the villain, then it's like, who is? Like, this would be like, I'm not completely sure what they were going for there. Maybe it was a red herring or something, but yeah. It's literally screaming, please look at me. I'm suspicious. I thought it was so obvious that it wasn't him, but I guess I was wrong. I didn't need a motivation for a child killer, but the way it's treated, it's really not satisfying. Satoru lost 15 years of his life because of him, and it's not resolved great. There's not enough anger in him, or sadness that the one that replaced the father he didn't have betrayed him. It wasn't given enough time to be thought out. But the rest is so good though. The music, the themes, the characters, the messages, everything. I see why he said that even if the ending is kind of bad and rushed, it's worth looking at the series. I always like the message of doing whatever you can to help, probably because of growing up with Spider-Man as my favorite hero. It's an important message I think would make the world better if they tried to follow it. And the other friends were also great. The way Kenya tried his best to be like Satoru now that he started acting was really wholesome and inspiring. People always seem to be looking at what is happening, but very rarely. There's... Okay, sorry guys. Like, I know a bunch of yous are like messaging and stuff like that, but I don't think I'll be able to keep up with everyone. Just, like, I also look at the super chats though, since like I kind of like they're literally paying for it. It's the least I could do. Anyone who enjoyed Torador is secretly a masochist who wants to be abused by a flat forever lolly. And if that's the case, join the club. Hey, I thought Darkness Over Megumin didn't like lollies. Like, he's just like, he's a masochist, but like, yeah. And that's yeah. That's such a weird thing to say. I mean, I liked it because of the actual romance. I didn't even like Taiga as much at the beginning. I thought she was annoying, but I think she was supposed to be and stuff. I liked her by the end. I liked her enough by the end though. Suffering from success. Hey Brandon, what do you rate Erased from 1 out of 100? Probably a 75. But I feel like I would have rated it like a 90 at the very least if like the rest of the series was as good as the majority of it was. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go back to this now. People always seem to be but very rarely anyone does anything to stop the things that are going bad. I think that's why I kind of saw myself a little in him. Being aware of things that seem out of your reach to solve is painful, and it happens more than I would like to admit. Even though I always try to do something about it, it sometimes seems I just can't help them at all. I think that pretty much covers my thoughts on the anime. I will now look at this review to see how many things I agree with. See you in like an hour. Okay, now we're getting to the actual... Okay, so pretty much what I said, but explained way better. Yay, thank you. I didn't mention the shipping stuff in my original comment because I did feel the romance was just a side dish to the story, but I felt so betrayed when I saw she had a baby with one of his friends that I actually said, oh wow, I see why anyone would say this is bad. The self-sacrifice stuff, The self-sacrifice stuff is also something I originally tried to address but couldn't because I didn't manage to express my thoughts in the correct way. But Brandon pretty much said everything I wanted to say about that. I do feel a happy ending would have been a much better ending to the anime instead of the bittersweet one we got, because it did appear to go in that direction at the start. But yeah, Brandon already explained everything amazingly, so I may say much about it. Thank you. My takeaway from this vid is that it made me watch a show that has an amazing story. Once again, Brandon's recommendations are fantastic, and I truly believe his analysis should get more views. I love your videos, and I'm really impressed by the quality every time you upload. I will eagerly wait. Next one, as I listen to the fantastic ending this series has. Yay, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah. Oh, this video is blowing up like big time right now. Like even now, like within the last hour, I'm pretty sure it would have gotten at least 1,000 views. Like it is like, it is. I think this could potentially be like my most viewed video ever if it continues at this rate, since I don't think I've had a video blow up this fast before. Okay. Water drinking stream one. The bread eating stream comes first, obviously. Being abused does not excuse you abusing a child when you're an adult. That is a simple fact. We can understand what brought you to that point, but it still means you're not fit to be a parent because it was way easy for you to relapse. I've seen it often enough that the best the abuser should hope for is visitation days and maybe reluctant forgiveness 20 years later, but still having to stay somewhat out of their child's life for the most part. I mean, yeah, I don't usually like talking about controversial or sensitive topics like this because I know it's like, I feel like I'm not really qualified to talk about it properly, but yeah, I can agree with that. The sponsor segment is so goofy, I watched the whole thing. I'm glad. I wanted to do something dumb. Because I knew if I'm doing Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, I was gonna just screw around with it, have fun and stuff. Like that's the only way it was gonna be worth it and stuff. Because Raid is basically turned into a meme and all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, I'll just play into that. Yep, cool. I literally just finished. Yep, cool. Honestly, the ending you made was like a whole other show. I enjoyed the fort a lot, and I'd actually be interested in seeing that animated. Yay, thank you. I'm actually glad that this many people enjoyed the ending because like I'm still very much an amateur writer. I'm just like some kid who just like who wants to be a writer director someday, but I don't really have that much experience still. I'm just kind of obsessed with analyzing stuff or like breaking stuff down. And like learning about the theory and stuff, but actually learning the theory and actually like writing a story, two totally different skills. It's like it's actually pretty difficult when you actually try and do it. So yeah, bread eating stream when bread. What kind of breads? That's a secret. Nice. You done it, boys. Giga 2.0 has posted a new interesting video. Yeah, Gigok's probably one of my biggest like inspirations whenever I like started making videos and stuff. There's a couple other videos too, but yeah, it's pretty obvious that I was mimicking his style a lot. Oh wow, thank you man, $10 Psycho Sky. After studying psychology, the scene with the abusive mom getting arrested is so weird now. She also doesn't act like an abuser and more of a villain. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It just seemed a bit inconsistent with her character, which like I also kind of felt like I kind of like made that same mistake with Yashiro and stuff like that. But yeah, it just seemed a bit weird with its portrayal and stuff like that. Like throughout the entire story, she was portrayed like as a very one-dimensional villain. Like, oh, she's just evil and that's it. Like you don't feel any sympathy for her. She's just evil, and it's like the entire show is pushing towards that. And then at the end, it suddenly goes, oh, actually no, she has a backstory now, so feel sorry for her. Yeah. Experience is just time, effort, and you just gain some. Yeah, exactly. I just gotta keep practicing. That's all. Okay, bread eating stream 1. I think a good analogy for the end is, if you play D&D, is when the Dungeon Master railroads the party to a specific ending after a month-long campaign. They think they're being clever, but they're so blinded by their vision that at the end becomes far worse than improvising a proper ending. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played D&D, but that seems about right. You should try to make a manga. You could make a good story. Ah, yeah, thanks. I could. I mean, I don't really have any like ideas for a manga and stuff like that just yet, but it's a possibility. honestly, I'm more interested in making like actual shows and stuff like that. That's what I want to be in the future, but that's gonna take some time. Like that's like I'd need to like actually find new connections and stuff like that, like get an entire studio and all that. I'd get the funding. And I'd actually need to feel qualified enough to do that. So I'd need more practice as well. Okay, Brandon posted, holy shit, I thought you were gone. Yep, another, oh wow, another huge argument. I'm not going to go through that. Honestly, Erase should have been a straight up slice of life about abuse with the story of Kaya in the center and how her developing romance with a young Satoru leads to her rescue of her abusive environment. None of the time travel stuff that caused all the problems. I mean, I can respect that. Honestly, I still like the entire time travel aspect. Like that's kind of a different show. I still feel like Erased, as it was with the entire time travel story thing, was really good. I like the ending just fine, but I can definitely see why people didn't. I'm glad people can be respectful about it. Yeah, nearly an hour-long video. Well, time to pull out the popcorn. You know, it's an anime original ending about hospital. But overall, manga have same problems. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the hospital scene was like all like just completely original, and the manga went in a different direction. Yeah, I actually enjoyed the ending. Yep, sure. W rewrite. I got chills just from the explanation of what could have happened. Yeah, I'm so glad. I really liked the part with the music that I found and stuff, like where he did the revival again. It's ridiculous and stuff, I know. Like, but I just wanted to do it anyways because I thought it was a really cool idea. It's literally the best rated Shadow Legends ad I've ever seen, and it half convinced me to give it a try. Good job, Brandon. Oh, okay. Hey, Brandon, I know you've been playing with Danganronpa for a bit. I don't know if you passed it or not, but what do you specifically think about the first case? More specifically, 11037. I haven't gotten up to that part yet. All that I've played of Danganronpa is in the stream, and I'm not gonna make, and I don't think I'm gonna make any progress on that off stream. So like, you'll be able to see my entire progress on all the streams with all of the Danganronpa streams that I do. Brandon, pay attention to us. We're dying over here. Okay. I just this part made me laugh harder than I should have. What part's this? I don't want to let the chat die.
His teacher, Yashiro Gaku. Gaku?
Goku! Oh, yeah. Goku. And like, that's straight up the first thing I thought of when I heard his name. Just Goku! After watching this entire video, I thought it was great. It does a very good job of explaining... After watching this entire video, I thought it was great. It does a very good job of explaining why people were disappointed by the ending. As for me, Erased is among my favorite anime ever made. Yeah, it's ranked. That's like it still kind of would be like the first 8 episodes still would be like, yeah, for me. That even after the story fell off, I was still able to enjoy it. This isn't to say the ending is good because it isn't. Even the manga has to handle the story a lot worse near the end, and as even though it's handled significantly better than the anime, it still can't hold a single candle to the rest of the story. The only thing the manga truly fixes then is giving us more about Kenya and Yashiro's characters, or making Yashiro's plan far less dumb. Yeah, I think that Yashiro's plan in the anime was completely made up, and the manga version was like actually like solid from what I've heard. But yeah, this is all to say that your ending is easily the best out of these 3, and I truly wish that we got to see that version instead of wait for the anime adaptation. Again, this video was great. Thank you. Betting in stream when oh yeah, you just literally just finished Ghetto Knight just finished watching the video, and now he's coming in here to see the stream. Well, that's good timing. Yeah, the video is literally blowing up the most right now. Like, wow, this is the biggest amount of views that it's gotten. Wow, your channel is over 50k subs now. Congrats, man. Your content is great, and I feel the honor of labor you put into making vid. I especially love your Konosuba vid, which made you a sub to your channel at once. Thank you. Like, I really love the Konosuba video too. That was definitely a labor of love. As you could probably tell, it's still probably one of my favorite videos to this day, even though like I feel like I've improved with my editing and stuff like that, but I'm still definitely proud of that video. Out of all my videos, I feel like that's one of the hardest that I've worked on. I've genuinely thought I was watching Gigak at first with the Erase video for like first 5 minutes. I mean, I don't blame you. I'm glad though, like, because that just means my content is professional enough to actually be on that level. Okay, here's the big one. The only problem with your ending that I have is that the bomb threat feels like it comes out of nowhere. I think there should be some scenes where the teacher shows some skills in chemistry or something similar. Yeah, 100% agreed. Like, I've gotten plenty of comments like this, and I'm honestly really glad that this is one of the top comments about it, because it'd honestly get really annoying with the amount of people who notice that and just go straight to the comments to type about it. So the fact that this comment is right there is like, oh, they already noticed. Okay, yeah, I know, I've noticed it. The bomb threat does very much come out of nowhere. Like, I feel a lot of people went, what? when I revealed the entire bomb thing. And like, I guess it was just one of those things that I didn't really think about when I was writing it, because I was so focused on making sure that everything else worked. And I just wanted something that had a lot of tension and stuff like that and would make the entire thing like, but yeah, like, a lot of people talked about how you could improve this as well, which I agree with, which is where you could possibly have Yashiro instead like using a gun or something, because it's like, how on earth did he get access to a bomb? And for me, I was just like, oh, he's a killer, he's a mass murderer. I thought it'd be obvious and stuff like that. He just naturally have access to that sort of thing. But since it was such a common criticism that a lot of people thought, then yeah, I'd actually agree. Like, that's completely valid and stuff like that. What's good, Brandon? Hello. Yeah. Okay, I came in knowing that, and the one other thing is that, like, people also talked about a potential solution to this is where instead you could have him, like, holding a gun or something, or, like, basically dangling her over the edge and stuff, so that, like, basically threatening her life, make it something a bit more grounded, and, I'd still need to think of how on earth the kids would be able to, like, save them from that. Because I honestly have no idea how, but like, it's still like, I'm sure I could think of something if I spent a lot more time thinking about it. But yeah, a part of me kind of wishes that I could go back and like do it again, which is ironic considering what Erased is all about and stuff and what the video is all about. But yeah, that's just how it is now. I'm just gonna have to live with it. Yeah, the bomb that makes good tension, but it really does come out of nowhere. Okay, I gotta hit the hay. It's almost 3 a.m. See ya, Dr. Nefarious. Okay. I came in knowing that its ending was disappointing, but at some point I was like, I love this. The ending can be awful, but I'm enjoying this right now, and nothing will change that. Yeah, I'm glad you can. I'm glad you could enjoy it despite like knowing, because like honestly, I still really loved most of Erased, and I still 100. I don't think the ending like necessarily ruined it for me, contrary to the title of the video and stuff. More so that it made the entire thing as a whole and how I viewed it less good. Like, I still think it's a good anime though. All right, I gotta leave the stream, but before I leave, I just want to remind the chat that Brandon is a fake anime fan who loves useless lollies and killed Sayori and needs to do better. Peace out. Dr. Seven making me this so savage. Oh my god, man. Oh yeah, Cooper Bros. Hello, it's me, the guy that commented some when you had like 300 subs. I'm honestly impressed by how fast you grew. Seriously, congrats. Yeah, I remember you. You were here since like the very beginning and stuff. Thanks for sticking with me all this time. And yeah, it is. I'm so grateful for how many people have subscribed to me so far and stuff like that. It really is like a huge blessing and stuff like that. Okay, next review, Sword Art Online, where he rewrites the entire story, only keeping its concept. Ooh, that could actually be interesting. I haven't seen Sword Art Online yet, but I know that a lot of people but I know that has a really, really good concept, and a lot of people were kind of, and like, it's not exactly the most like well-respected anime on earth. Like, there are a lot of people who think that it has a lot of like, it's like just in regards to execution and stuff like that, but that could be interesting. Like, I don't know how I do it since I obviously haven't seen it yet, but like, just guessing based on what I've heard about the show. Actually, no, I'm not gonna say anything yet. That's gonna take me too long. I'm just gonna go on a huge tangent that will spiral out of control. I'd just rather do it as a video. Was wondering, what retention did your Erased video get? I think it was around 20 to 25%. It's really good. It would like, considering how long the video is, it is a miracle that so many people watch through the entire thing, because like that is an insane amount of audience retention for an hour-long video to me. Like, yeah, the concept for SAO is good, but executed poorly. Yeah, I'd have to see it to judge, but like, I still definitely would. Well, I'd still have to watch it in order to understand it and like how to critique it properly. Brandon really doesn't have to worry about his upload schedule because there's a guy that didn't release a video for 6 years. Yeah, but that's not an excuse for me. I still gotta make a living. He probably didn't need to make a living from it. He could probably just do whatever he wanted. I actually gotta like go, okay, I gotta pay the bills with this. I gotta eat food with this money. So yeah. Oh yeah, SAO Abridged. I've heard a lot about how it fixes a lot of the problems, but yeah, again, I haven't seen it, so I can't judge. Okay, bro, that raid ad sent me. Even if the ending here isn't canon, it gives me a lot of closure to hear it. I definitely would have loved this show so much more were this the ending. Thank you. Pretty alright video, but yeah, okay. Okay, that was a great review. I probably would change my 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. Okay, cool, I can respect that. Okay, Brandon, but what about Irie? Okay, I mentioned this at the end of the video. Okay, I didn't mention it out loud, but it was still there in the text form and stuff. I ran out of time. I really needed to get this video out because the sponsor was getting impatient and stuff, and I'd already delayed the video twice by that point. So I really need, it's like, okay, this is really the final date that you can post the video. So I'm like, okay, I'm fine. I really got to just speed run the editing here and get that done. So I kind of unfortunately had to cut out my idea for Irie, but I did put that on the Patreon. So like, it's all there in the most latest post and stuff like that, and you can just read it for anyone who goes there. Yeah, just finished a raised, and Brandon's video was the first to pop after searching for and ending for raised. Lol. That's good timing. Yeah. Ending is already perfect as it is. Why would you want it to be some generic boring crap that we saw so many times already? Yeah, but he didn't watch the video. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore the hate comments there. Brandon, remember that almost every anime follows this concept. Short hair girls always gets rejected or chosen by a different man. Okay. Oh, he's talking about the childhood friend trope. The MC always chooses the long-haired no matter what the other girl does or what he has in mind. There are a lot of shows that the short-haired girl's more interesting in anyway, but the majority of Japan's writers always find a way on pinpointing that the long-haired girl is supreme. I mean, usually I find the long-haired girl supreme anyway, so I'm not complaining. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel maybe some people, when it comes to SAO, a lot of people are just bandwagoning. Again, I don't know. I'd have to see it. Honestly, if I watched it, I'd probably just go, yeah, it's alright. I can see why it blew up and was so popular in the first place, but I can see why a lot of people, like, thought it was overhyped or just didn't deserve it and stuff. So, I'd probably just think it was, like, yeah, it's pretty fun watching stuff like that, but I wouldn't say it's, like, a masterpiece or anything. That's just my guess for what I'd think. Okay, yeah, lies. Okay, short girls, like, okay, lies. Tomboys, short hair, god tier. Okay, I can agree with that. With the tomboys thing, I'm just tomboy supremacy. Hell yeah, just like that is an exception to the rule. Wait, you haven't watched SAO? No, I haven't. It's one of those. For some reason, I'm just not as interested in all the super mainstream stuff. I much prefer watching I much prefer watching like the more like obscure and niche stuff. Like, ooh, this kaiji anime seems super interesting. I'm probably gonna watch that soon. Where it's like, because like apparently Squid Game took a lot of stuff from that, and like the show itself seems super interesting. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna like that. I'll watch it. Yeah. Brandon becomes me. Oh yeah. At this rate, I'm just gonna become Jameson. I'm just gonna watch all the completely obscure like shoujo anime or something that came out 15 years ago. Okay. Yeah, or is this just me complaining that other girls are like always get rejected and I'm just mad? I can respect that. This analysis and that alternative ending was amazing. Thank you. Also, bread eating stream went. Bread eating stream went. Oh no. I'll announce it eventually. It sure did. They ruined one of the best ships. Oh wait, I think that's one of it. And this is the first time I watched the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. And it was great. Oh, I would actually really want to watch your ending animated. God, please. Dude, you should write your own light. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I see a link. I click. I'm a very simple man. Just do the bread eating stream now. I can't. I don't have any bread on me. How am I supposed to? And I don't even have the camera set up and all that stuff. I'll have to set it up eventually. I wonder how much hype there will be about it. It's like, oh my god, the bread eating stream, finally it's here. No, I don't know. Okay, you should read the manga. I think the manga has a similar ending as you just said. Yeah, from what I've heard, the manga is better, but it doesn't seem to change a whole bunch. It's just that it expands upon things and properly explains stuff, so it's not as rushed. I guess this is worth waiting. Great video. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah. I think it was worth it in the end. Like, I'm probably not going to do this again for quite some time, making an hour-long video, since that took so much out of me. But in the end, I still think it was worth it. At least doing that sort of thing once. NordVPN be real quiet since that seamless sponsor transition. Hey yo, bread eating stream 1. The killer is revealed in the opening. He showed in a reflection glass at the end. Yeah, that's a nice little detail. It felt so rushed. Bro, I completely forgot how it ended until halfway through, and I got pissed off all over again. Oh, if you want niche good stuff, you should read Omniscient Read. Yeah, I'm just constantly switching between reading chat and reading the comments and stuff. At least the chat has slowed down now. It's more manageable. If you want niche, yeah, you should read Omniscient Reader and Isekai Apocalypse and stuff like that. Okay, I've never heard of that before, but I might check that out later. Probably leave a comment below on the stream so I don't forget. Why are people so mad about the damn baby scene? Because it sucks! Sure, it's disappointing, but it's a mature subversion of what people would expect. They were kids, man, 15 years ago, let it go. Okay, I already explained all of this. But I'm sure since she cares about him, is an eternally grateful. But shit, man, I'm not going to start a relationship with my childhood crush after he was in a coma for 15 years. The coma was what I was criticizing! Oh, man, I can't scream properly because my voice is hoarse again. But, like, it's like this guy just missed my entire explanation. Like, it's not necessarily about the fact that they didn't get together. It's about the fact that they had such a huge setup to it, only to just turn around and spit in its face unnecessarily. Like, what was the point of that? You could easily have had her not have a baby in the end, and it wouldn't have changed anything. They went out of a way to insult the audience, or anyone who was emotionally invested in that, for seemingly no reason. And it was unnecessary. Like, you didn't need to do that. You could have easily just made it so that wasn't a part of it, but they insisted on it, and that really took away from the experience. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be other comments like this. So I'll probably have other chances to explain. Personally enjoyed all your changes. Thank you. Erased was just one of those videos where you can find online where it's setting up to be super satisfying and you feel good about it, only for everything to just miss by a little bit. And all honestly, the ending completely ruined the show for me, and I kind of lost any ability to appreciate what happened before. Your ending is now what actually happened. I don't care what's canon. I can now enjoy the show much more, pretending what you described was actually the case. I think you adding the draw and in elements actually really helped the narrative you were telling as well. Yeah, okay. I actually got quite a bit of help with this video. Oh, wait, 1 sec. Yeah, also the fact that the only thing they chose to be really realistic was the part everyone would dislike. Exactly. Okay, yeah. Okay, what I was gonna say before is that I actually got quite a bit of help with this video. Audi. He's linked in the description, and I do give credit to him. But like, he basically animated the entire first 30 seconds of this video, and I'm so grateful for that because he did such a great job. Like, I just kind of described how I wanted it to be and stuff like that, and like I gave him the voiceover and like the audio part of it, and he just animated the visuals for it, and like, it is super professional and clean. It is so good looking. I love that. And the second thing is also like some of the art near the end. Like, obviously with the storyboards and stuff like that, I hired someone on Fiverr to do that because I suck at drawing. And also like I don't know how many people would have but this part in the video, it stays from learn a lot this time. He loves it. That drawing, I really love this art. I commissioned someone on Fiverr as well to do that, and they did such a great job as well with it. They were very cooperative. But yeah, I think I'm really glad I went out of my way to do that though. So you guys know that anything that you donate or anything is gonna go towards something like that or something good, hopefully. Yeah, the real issue of the baby scene is that time didn't feel like it actually passed, so her moving on, which is totally reasonable, definitely kicks out expectations in the balls. Just wasn't handled well. Yeah, exactly. It just kind of felt like they just forgot about everything. Like, wait, what happened to that entire thing? It's like, oh no, that never happened. It's like, what do you mean that never happened? That was like the entire last 8 episodes. What do you mean? It's like, are we really just going to forget about it now? It's like, I remember a comment saying something like, she had a baby and moved on because that's realistic. My brother in Christ, this story is about a guy who time travels. Realism ain't the focus here. He has Notaku's like, he's only watched Konosuba. You're still not gonna let me live that one down, bro. Just, Brandon hasn't watched anything except Konosuba. That's the only thing he watches now. Okay. Definite. Are you sick, Brandon? No, I'm not sick. My voice is just very hoarse. I was like, it just so happened that with the last stream I did, which was the Danganronpa one, my voice was kind of tired, and I insisted on doing it anyways, and my voice just went, bleh, and it just died, and it stayed that way up until today. And it's probably going to take another couple days to recover. I mean, I was thinking of postponing this stream, but I honestly didn't want to. I just wanted to do it because or else the amount of comments are just going to get even worse and even more so. So I just want to go, I'll just do it now. Who cares? Shaking my head. Definite improvement, but I'd still have the Kaya's mom scene before the culprit is revealed scene, since it helped establish trust with the protagonist. Also, I'm not going to judge the Coma Part 2 seriously when the show already has a lot of time travels back and forth. Yeah, but like, that was different though. I already explained why. It had to do with the momentum. Whenever he went back in time, it was always a continuation of what was happening before, rather than a total reset of like everything the story was building towards the entire time. It's not necessarily the time skip. It's more so what the time skip did and what it meant for the story. But yeah, and also with this, I kind of also disagree because like, I'm not sure what you mean by like helps establish trust with the protagonist. Like, did we not already trust him from the beginning? Like, I'm pretty sure we already trusted him from the start. And I'd much rather end things on a more grounded note rather than ending things with the killer and stuff, because I didn't really feel like he was the main focus of the show. I'd much rather end things on the thing that was the most important last. And to me, that was mostly having to do with the characters and the relationships and the more personal and grounded stuff. So yeah. To me, to do Erase properly would have required at least 25 episodes. I believe this was I'm not sure what that word is, a series. So they were given 12, A series, so they were given 12, which is already one more than the usual 11. Yeah, I feel like this could have very easily been an adaptation problem as well. Like, they were just forced to because they didn't plan it properly and they didn't know how the manga was going to end or something like that, which really sucks. I was more so talking about like just the end result. Even though I don't necessarily blame the writers, since I'm sure there was a good reason, which I mentioned in a video. Erase the momentum. You've been enjoying Chainsaw Man. Okay, I haven't actually. Okay, I don't usually keep up with a seasonal anime week by week. I usually wait for the season to be over, and then I go and binge watch the shows that seem most interesting to me. But I usually don't like go with the entire week by week thing. I usually only do that with manga now, actually. But yeah, I so far I've only read part of the Chainsaw manga, which is the first part, and it's really good so far. I'm enjoying it, but I feel like it's the sort of thing I'd enjoy more if it's animated and stuff, with like similar to like AOT and stuff and Attack on Titan. Like I feel like that would really bring it to another level. Man, I just watched one video and YouTube just recommends your live stream. I'm glad. That means YouTube's actually recommending my live streams. That way people actually know. Okay. Oh, no Tamina is animation backward. Okay, I see. Hey man, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, see ya, man. It's all good. It's all good. You can just. I really enjoyed the stream and a bit. I'll be sticking around for the future. See how far this journey takes you to have a good one. Your new subscriber, epic. Thank you. Did the chat freeze? Oh man, it seems to do that on the stream for some reason. It's like hurry up and boot up, load up. Up, it just disappeared. Nope. What if Chainsaw Man finishes in 12 episodes and we don't get the full experience? Nah, there's no way that they cram everything into 12 episodes. They're definitely going to have multiple seasons. It'd be an actually stupid decision if they did that. How about a vid like about Hunter x Hunter? Like your short vid about Leorio. He's my favorite character because he has a simple... Yeah. Okay. I really loved Hunter x Hunter, but at the same time, I don't really have much to... It's one of those things where I don't really... think I'd have anything to say as part of a video on it. It's just a solid series like that I really loved watching, and I rated it a 10 out of 10, and I watched the entire thing. But like at the same time, it's like, what am I gonna make a video on? I don't know. I might eventually, but like I don't know how long it would be or something like that, and it's not really at the top of my list right now. Hey, I haven't watched a Raise your video on it. Is it worth a shot? Absolutely. I still think it's worth it. I even mentioned it in the video, but it's still definitely worth watching, even despite me complaining about the ending. Okay. It was never going to pan out well, and I think most contemporary... Oops. Wait, what did I just do? Did I just delete that comment by accident? Wow, what just happened? Okay, never mind that. Okay. Oh, wait, no. What happened? The computer's just loading weird for some reason. Okay. Yeah. Bread eating stream went. It was my favorite anime. Yep. Yeah. Honestly, if the rest of the show was just as good as the first 8 episodes, it'd probably be in my top 5 at the very least. Maybe even top 3. Thank you. Pretty stream. Cool. He's talking about the parts where I'm just ranting on about the baby. Well, it's been a while since I thought about race. Thank you. No, Taki, are you deleting people's comments? They better not be just you removing comments just because they're like said something you didn't like. Brendan suppresses subscribers. Okay, he said it. Said what? What was it that I said?
Is better than her.
Ah, he's talking about the... Yeah, everyone at the end got me to just like, hey, read out these dumb comments and stuff like that. But they're paying me, so I can't exactly say no. I feel like the main character of the show has a Natsuki Subaru complex. But unlike Subaru, he doesn't learn to let others take part of his burden. He just goes into a coma, I guess. Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, I feel like a lot of people who say that it's just like, oh, it was a self-sacrifice thing. And I'm just sitting here like, No, it wasn't. He didn't choose to go into a coma. He didn't choose to do anything. It just happened to him. And like his friends didn't really do anything in the end either. They didn't like learn to help and stuff like that. They just kind of grew up by themselves, and then Satoru got them to help out catching him and stuff, and that was about it. So it was just like, okay, so much for all that like build up and character development and setup with all these other characters. I don't feel like he ever sacrificed himself at all. It was never a choice. It was just him going. It was just, oops, the killer discovered me, and now I'm going to be going to a coma. And that was it. It sucked. In my opinion, it sucked. Erase kind of sounds like ReZero. Okay, yeah, it's not quite. He gets sent back randomly. He's not the one who has control over it. That's a very big difference. Can you do Violet Evergarden? Yeah, well, I've been getting a lot of requests for Violet Evergarden. I might actually now. I don't know what I'd say though. Who needs No Talk is like, who needs character development anyways? Okay, what's your opinion on the Chimera arc? I heard some people say it's the best arc, but honestly the pacing was almost mind-numbing for me. Honestly, am I wrong? Okay, in my opinion, the Chimera Ant arc in Hunter x Hunter was pretty slow. But that was only around the beginning. And after things started to really like get interesting, and like especially near the end and stuff, it tied things together in like the most perfect way, and it made the entire thing feel worth it. And and whenever you think back on it, you just gotta think, oh wow, that was a masterpiece. Like that was just, I totally understand why it's like one of the best, most well respected arcs in Hunter x Hunter. Glad to see the video is doing well now. I thought I'd see. I thought that my intro ruined it. What do you mean, Audi? Your intro didn't ruin it. It made it. It made it so great. I freaking loved it, man. Like you don't have anything to worry about. You did a great job. Everyone applaud Audi right now. Okay. Okay, my favorite. The coma was supposed to justify the time travel and skim the ending, because honestly, no one really cared about the villain in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I still think the coma was dumb for like a million different reasons, which are all already explained in the video. But yeah, like you could have gone without the coma. You could have just made it so that Revival brought him back. Like they literally did that in the middle of the show. There's no reason they couldn't have done that again. But he just had to go through the entire coma thing. No, Mima, your poor voice. Okay. Okay, I gotta drink some water. Surprisingly, my voice doesn't actually hurt that much. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just sounds weird. It's like someone put a pillow in front of my mouth or something. Okay, here's my only problem with this analysis. You're forgetting these characters are being portrayed as realistic human beings. The villain, he is a psychopath. The thing about spiders over people's heads and all that trying to make him sound philosophical. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it, Mr. Obi Image. This is what you were talking about. Okay. Let's actually read this. I'm going to be respectful about this, though. Okay, it's not the writers trying to explain to the readers that he is super deep. It's him trying to justify it to himself. We're keenly aware he is a psychopath, and I think they did a really good job showing he does have these tendencies. Him waiting 15 years and stop murdering just to see Satoru wake up and talk to him, that right there shows this guy is a freaking psychopath. Who the fuck would stop murdering just because his previous victim is in a coma? Probably someone who does things on whims, like a psychopath. But at the end of the day, he's still an adult that was allowed to teach children, so yeah, he has learned, so being able to bait Satoru into a car actually made quite a bit of sense in my opinion. But to be fair, I do like what you said more and have it be the plotline you thought of with Masato and stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm going to talk about this bit. If it was simply portraying him as crazy, then I would have agreed. Because, like, it does, like, my problem with the entire last scene, it not necessarily has to do with the villain being crazy, but more so with the portrayal Like, I understand why you'd say that and stuff. A lot of people did. But to me, it's because of the way the show portrayed it and stuff. Because, like, Satoru was actually engaging in the conversation, and the show didn't seem to be framing it as if he was doing, like, as if he was completely out of his mind or something. Because with the entire way the music was building up and stuff, and the shot compositions and with the angles and stuff, it made it seem as if, like, oh wow, this guy is such a huge threat and stuff. And like the fact that Satoru was actually, like, basically listening to everything that he was saying and actually responding back in similar kind of ways and stuff made it seem kind of more like a psychological discussion or something. So, like, if it was just that he was blabbering on and Satoru just kind of saw that but didn't engage with it and was just kind of scared, it's like, what on earth is this guy talking about? I feel like I would have responded differently, but with the way it was portrayed made it sound as if it's like, oh, we're supposed to think this guy is smart. That's just how I interpreted it. Then the ending with Kaio. Okay, listen. Have you ever had your crush induced in a coma you thought he'd never get out of? Moving on in those instances is natural. Yeah, it's realistic. I wouldn't blame Kaio herself in that situation. I just don't think the coma should have happened. They had no idea Satoru would wake up exactly in 15 years, and even if they did, waiting 15 years is really hard for any human being. But Kaio and Hiromi ending up together makes a lot of sense. They probably had trauma bonding from the experiences elementary, grieving at the loss of Satoru. Why couldn't it be me instead? I love Satoru. They mostly likely found comfort in one another. And even if that is all pure headcanon and the writers just paired these up for no reason, life moves on with or without you after your pass. And for all intents and purposes, Satoru might as well have been dead to them. I get it in terms of the narrative they were telling in the first 8 episodes. They should have ended up together, and it's all the time skip's fault they didn't end up. But in reality, they showed how people cope with this kind of situation better than how they did with the abuse stuff in episode 9. It felt way more realistic when you look through the eyes of them being humans and not characters. Yeah, 100%. It's a realistic ending, and it makes sense from a logical point of view. Like, if that was happened in real life, like, yeah, that makes sense and stuff. But, like, my entire argument basically was just that it didn't make sense from a structural and a story point of view. It's like, what were you trying to go for here? Because it's not enough for me for a show to basically, because, like, this kind of moral, it was never really something that Erased was about beforehand. Like, people, moving on because that's just what happens in real life and stuff like that. It was never really about that until it just suddenly dropped that on us. It's more so about, like, what the entire show was trying to do and stuff like that, and if this really had a point. Yeah, but I do love the video overall. I'm glad you talked about the series, and yes, I don't think the ending holds up to the earlier parts of the show either. I think it was incredibly rushed and needed probably an extra episode to make it feel overall more well-paced, but I do think parts 4 and 5 of this video are hard to say anything about because they're just showing how these characters are extreme opposites. One waited 15 years because he's messed up in the head and grew to admire Satoru. One already loved and admired Satoru greatly, but after years of him never waking up, had to move on and probably had shared experiences with her second closest best friend. Yeah, I can respect that, but I'll just have to disagree. I'll respectfully disagree. Okay, I've probably missed out on a bunch of chats. Okay. Yeah, even if Kaio having a family is realistic, I still feel cheap out that when the anime just pair him up with some random side character we did not care about. Yeah, that's basically it. It basically sums it up. Even, like, I gotta say, like, because I moved on from this, like, more than a year ago. Like, this, I don't really have any emotional attachment to it anymore, but I still, looking back, I still think it was kind of an objectively, like, not great decision, because, like, even just looking at how the entire story was structured, it didn't really serve that much of a purpose. Like, it could have, it just didn't really work for me. And I think the fact that there's this much backlash against it, like, even if it was just a couple people, yeah, if there was just a couple people being like complaining about the ending, then it probably wouldn't be as big of a deal. But the fact that there is this many people who were disappointed by the ending, I think goes to show that, hey, maybe there's something that about this that could be improved. Maybe it didn't quite achieve what it was going for at the time. And just because there were some people who didn't mind that, it doesn't mean that you can't really improve it and in a way where both parties would enjoy it. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Dude, this alternative and direction and ending for the anime is just perfect. Thank you. This anime would have been a masterpiece if they did something like this. I mean, like Steins Gate Metal. That is a huge compliment, man. Like, that is... Steins Gate is one of the biggest masterpieces ever, in my opinion. That's like one of my favorite... That's literally my favorite show. So, like, that is a huge compliment to me. This kind of makes me feel even more sad with the way anime ended. So I'll just do what I could do with Tokyo Ghoul Season 2 and ignore the original while keeping in mind this alternative, better version of it in my memories for future use and for preservation of my happiness. That's funny. By the way, Tokyo Ghoul never had a second season. It was just a Mandela effect or collective delusion. They skipped it for some reason. Trust me, I have sources. Yeah, that's why I'm just, whenever I get around to Tokyo Ghoul, I'm just gonna read the manga because I know that that's how it's supposed to go. I don't know how to feel after you said you were going to review Darling in the Franxx. I'm not going to. All I said, that was just a joke. That was just a joke. All I was intending to do was just like, and I can't wait to watch Darling in the Franxx kind of thing where it's just like, oh my god, if this guy complained this much over a raise, he's gonna throw a total, he's gonna it's gonna be a total storm when he watches Darling in the Franxx and stuff. But yeah, I still haven't seen it yet. I don't know if I'll review it or not yet, if I do watch it. But yeah, like, I know the video will be good, but since the anime did something similar to Erased in the sense of throwing away its whole potential in the end, assuming you will do something similar, trying to give an alternative direction for story, you can already anticipate that will be sad with an alternative version. Will be way better, but will never happen. Okay, I gotta clarify. I don't know. Okay, what editing software do you use? Yeah, thanks, Mr. Orvumage. I do want to try my best to be respectful for other people's opinions, because that's how I'd want people to view mine and stuff, rather than just trashing all over it. Because at the end of the day, these are all just different interpretations of the same thing, and just, like, and everyone has their own preferences, so yeah. Well, what editing software do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve. It is very good. I used to use Premiere for a long time, but I switched because I like the fact that DaVinci Resolve has a one-time payment and you don't need to pay a monthly or annual subscription fee, which I don't like. So yeah, and also I ended up liking the software a lot better as well. So yeah, I'm not sponsored by DaVinci Resolve or anything, but yeah, I really like it. Have you watched the Steins Gate movie and or Zero? Yes, I'm pretty sure I've consumed all the Steins Gate media out there, except for the visual novels, which I want to do at some point. But in my opinion, the original Steins Gate is still the best one. That's all I'm going to say for now. Oh my god, Ghetto Knight, why would you say that? Okay, let's move on. Since when do insane killers need rational motives? He doesn't. I literally said that I literally said that you could have just made it so that he's a killer. You didn't need to explain anything. That's all I needed to know. But instead, they did this entire complex thing and was really unnecessary and stuff. And it kind of ruined it for me because he didn't really need a motive. He could have just been a killer. That's all he needed to be. It's just kind of adding things that were a bit unnecessary. Okay, I don't necessarily think its ending was ruined. I've watched the anime before reading the manga. When I watched the anime, the endings seemed to perfectly slide into place. The adaptation did well. The manga just carries its own route, which is better, but I don't think it results in the anime ruining its ending. Okay, whatever. I can respect that. I think the fact that he read the manga and knew how it was going to end as well kind of helped temper expectations a little bit, because I'm pretty sure from what I've heard in the manga, it does a better job of setting up Satoru and Airi and doesn't necessarily push as hard the thing with Kaio and stuff like that. So the entire thing is a bit more cohesive with how it goes. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. The live action version has the opposite problem of this anime. It lengthened out the ending to make it better and more impactful by stretching it out to the needed 3 episodes long, but it had the same runtime, so they had to rush the entire beginning of the show. Moral of the story, watch both. Yeah, I've actually heard stuff about the live action version, and like, yeah, it seemed, from what I've heard, I haven't seen it, but from a lot of what I've heard, it's mostly having to do with, like, yeah, they fleshed out the ending a bit more, and it was more satisfying, but at the same time, like, they just kind of rushed over a lot of the beginning stuff, because and it just doesn't have the same level of impact that the anime did with its direction and stuff like that. Like, it just kind of flies right through it, like, oh, okay, that's already over, and just kind of rushes through it all. The problem with Erase is that the killer was so obvious. The teacher was the only culprit. What could have been interesting if it was one of the children or Satoru himself? I don't think that would have made any sense, though. How could it be Satoru himself? Like, I just think all they needed to do, really, was introduce a few different characters who it could possibly be. Like, make it so that it's like, oh, it could be this person, or it could be that person. And that would have been enough for me. That's like, it wasn't a huge deal for me. The villain, I didn't particularly, like, care that much about the villain in the first place. So it wasn't a huge deal to me. Why are you in light mode? Because I'm on the computer. I only use YouTube dark mode on my phone and stuff like that. So Erase problem is that it needs more episodes. Yeah, probably. What's your opinion on Psyche K? Oh, I really love it. I really like funny stuff and stuff like that. Like, as you could probably tell. But like, yeah, I really enjoyed Psyche. It was really funny. It was great. I left a comment about the live action, but it's a novel, so I don't blame you if you ignore it. Oh. I don't know, man. It depends on how much time I have. If this is going to take too long to get me through all of this, I'll just have to see when the time comes. If they want to make it Satoru himself, it would have been a writing nightmare for it to make sense. Exactly. I didn't know you streamed. Well, I am now. I'm just starting. Before I kind of kept my streams like under the cover, because I was just doing it on Twitch where only a few people were watching me there. And that was mostly because like I didn't really know how to do anything. There were a bunch of technical issues. I just wanted to be able to stream without any of that pressure of streaming to a wider audience and stuff, where I know a lot of people will be seeing it. But yeah, now I think I've gotten confident enough so I could just stream directly to the main channel and stuff. And plus, with YouTube doing all the updates and stuff like that, where they actually separate your live streams from your normal videos, that is such a huge thing to me, so it doesn't get cluttered or mixed up and stuff like that. So that definitely helps things. That was a good move on YouTube's part, for once. Is a Satoru himself? Yeah, I'll take the teacher, to be honest. Yeah, the teacher wasn't that bad. I think he was fine the way he was. He just needed a few other potential like killer candidates and stuff, like who it could be. That was it. That's all I needed. And just like keep him a simple killer. He doesn't need any motivations or anything. Oh wait, No Bones is here? Bro like Steins Gate and uses light mode? Ah! I love how No Bones just jumps to roasting me and stuff like that. Typical No Bones. Hell yeah, I love Steins Gate. And I don't have light mode on purpose. I was like, oh yeah, I have light mode on. I'll probably get dark mode eventually. He's like, yeah, then what anime do you like? Yeah, trash taste, No Bones. How dare you diss Steins Gate? You want to know what he said? He said that he thinks that Steins Gate is one of the most overrated and boring things ever. And I was about to throw hands with him when he said that. Like, I was just about to get ready into a full-on argument. Bro wants to take the entire world on. Just trash taste. I'm gonna, yeah, just, everyone's just gonna roast No Bones now, just, Okay, I personally believe had they not rushed the ending for the sake of fitting everything into 12 episodes and instead followed the manga from the hospital onwards, we'd have a much better ending in general and would have had a lot more payoff. And I still don't get why they didn't have Kaio return to school in the anime and help Satoru alongside Hiromi and Kenya. And for people that complain about Kaio moving on, we do have an answer in the manga's 5th volume in that after Satoru falls into a coma, Kaio is more than willing to wait for him to wake up, but it's Sachiko, Satoru's mom, that wishes for her to not spend all her time waiting for something that may not happen for a long ass time. And well, it doesn't for a long time, and I think that is what Satoru would have wanted. But there is essentially the official answer. Apologies for anyone that took the time to read this. It's not that long. You're fine. But nah. I just because I know, yeah, there's an explanation for it. But honestly, that doesn't change anything to me. Like, I didn't, when I saw that, it wasn't like I wanted answers or want an explanation for this. I just didn't want it to happen in the first place. It's not that like, oh, if there was an explanation for this, then it's okay then. I still think it was a bad story decision. So yeah, thank you for the stream when. Erased is not boring, no overrated. It's just a huge missed potential, and I hate it for that. Now, I was talking about No Bones. He was talking about how Steins Gate is just a snooze fest and stuff like that, and how it's like, and I'm just like, bruh, nah. I just gotta disagree with you completely on that. It is peak anime in my opinion. It is great. Anyway, oh my god, Brandon, I thought you'd never upload again. After 3 months, we finally get content from Brandon in his full hour. What do you think about this anime season? I was surprised that my favorite this season was actually Baki the Rock, even though I'm not a fan of the slice of life anime like K-On! And others. Baki the Rock? That sounds like, not gonna lie, that sounds like the opposite of a slice of life. That sounds like some kind of like boxing anime or something, or some kind of like JoJo type or Baki type. Oh, it's probably because Baki sounds like Baki. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's relatable and I've already reread the mangas of other anime coming out this season. Yeah, cool. Okay, for like stuff happening this anime season, probably the things I'm most looking forward to are Mob Psycho 100 and Chainsaw Man as well, and Spy Family, of course. Wait, what anime this season? God, what's coming out this season? Yeah, I think it's mostly just those 3. Oh well, there you go. It's the top 3. It's just literally just the top 3 most popular stuff. Everything else, like, I'm just like, yeah, I didn't really. Oh yeah, Baki the Rock. Oh no, that is a completely different image in my head than what was I expecting. Okay. Okay. I gotta get back to this now. Okay, never watched Erased, but I'm very impressed that the writer somehow queer. The writer somehow queer baited a straight relationship. Now that I think about it, that's actually kind of true. Like, it's, I don't know. Anyways, bread eating stream when. I actually like Irie, and the manga had a different line of events after the time skip. It was much worse? What? Okay, that's a new one. I've never heard of that take before. I just thought I didn't hate Irie. I thought she was good. I just like thought she was pretty underdeveloped in my opinion. Like, if you were going to if you were planning for her to be with like Satoru in the end, then like give her more development and stuff. Like, why would you put all the development on Kaio and then like and then end things with him ending up with Irie and stuff? It's like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't really make much sense from an like structural point of view. It's like, if you're gonna make him go with Irie, develop the relationship between him and Irie. It's not difficult. Like, it's like the show is at war with itself or something. Honestly, your version would have been amazing to watch. Thank you. I'm so flattered. Great Erased Brotherhood episode. Okay, chat. Yeah, I know there's an Okay. When I first saw the thumbnail and title of this video, I got a bit triggered. Now that I've had days to consider watching it and thought it through, I can't disagree. It really needed to be a 25 episode show, but too many studios nowadays focus on 12 episodes one-offs, or more annoying, 24 plus episode seasons split into 12 episode parts. Still one of my top 5 shows ever though. Well, I'm glad that you still enjoyed watching it anyways. Also, holy crap, the editing in this incredible, fantastic work as always, man. Thank you. General Knight's been here since like for a long time. Like he's been here for like over a year now. So I appreciate him sticking with me all this time. The end of the anime really didn't feel right. All the attention to detail from the rest of the season just kind of vanished somewhere in there. Like it was just too much, too stereotypical anime drama-esque. It just didn't fit. The live action version had a much more satisfying ending in my opinion. Despite the unsatisfactory ending of the anime, I had rewatched it a handful of times because the rest of the show is just so dang good. Yep, cool. Okay, legitimately the bit with older Aya with her kid actually, okay, there's war in the comment section again, so I'm not gonna go through all that. There's not, you guys can fight amongst yourselves. Legitimately the bit with older Kaya with her kid actually made me pause the episode and contemplate everything that happened. On the one hand, I get why, since they had been trying to push the high school coworker, which never sat right. I never got that vibe though. That's the thing. I never felt like they were trying to push it. It's just like, oh, here you go at the end. That she's a girl. She was there, kind of like we kind of pushed it a little bit. Let's just go back to that again. It's which never sat right with me, whether I looked at it from an Western or Eastern mindset, but it also just absolutely ruins the biggest romantic build-up in a show I've ever seen. Yeah. I didn't know I needed such a fantastic and better ending until you said it, and now I'm just disappointed with what we got. Not the mom. Why, Raid? Why? Why? They corrupted her. Let's go, I'm famous. Ethan's talking about the part in like, oh, come on. I'm not a robot. Do I really need to do this? Bruh. Come on. Let me through. Let me in!
Subs very soon, so I promise.
Yeah, Ethan's there. He's talking about the entire, like, bread eating stream thing. He's there. That's you, Ethan. You're famous now. Brandon, your storytelling ability is great in part, but part 6 in particular was on another level. Thank you. I'd read a fanfiction about underrated channel. How would you have put Irie in your version of Erase, some dude with music? Or did you remove her entirely? Okay. I actually, yeah. Again, I'm gonna bring this up, but this is on Patreon. I already I didn't have enough time to explain it in the video because, like, I really needed to get the video out and stuff. But, like, essentially, I just had a crazy idea with Irie and stuff like that. I have no idea if you guys, like, if people would like it or not. But I did have an idea, and it was mostly going to be something at the end. And like it was kind of like an after credits thing, just a totally crazy idea. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that's like it's like kind of leaving things on a question in a way as well. Kind of similar to like the ending of Inception, where it's just like, what does this mean and stuff. That's basically what it is. Underrated channel. Also, bread eating stream when. Oh, I kind of want Brandon to make his own manga. Yeah, again, I didn't draw it. I hired someone to do it, but I'd like to make a manga someday, if just to do the writing for it and stuff. Because my art skills, yeah, they aren't the greatest. Anyone who knows, like, who's like seen me try and draw stuff, it's just like, oh my god, what is this? I can't see anything. The breakfast scene broke me, man. Oh yeah, that was such a great this scene, one of my favorite scenes ever to this day. Actually, it was just such a spectacular scene. It is iconic, like, and it was just so emotional as well. It was really simple, but it worked. Bread eating stream when. Yeah, it's been so long, I forgot Erased was a thing. I remember watching it and being really into it. I was younger, so I didn't care much for the ending, but the more I look back on it, the more I had issue with it, and I'm basically at the same stage as you are. It's really unfortunate, because I remember Erased being a bit of a big deal and making some waves. But that ending, man, I think Cosmonaut said it, but endings are so integral to the staying power of a property as we saw with Game of Thrones. I wonder if we'd still be hearing or seeing videos and video essays about Erased now if the ending wasn't so bad. Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like as I've started watching more anime and stuff like that, endings don't matter as much to me as it used to, because like it was because like that's just something you got to get used to when you're watching anime. You like because like 80% of the shows you're gonna watch aren't gonna have an actual ending. They're just going to tease a second season, and then they're just never gonna happen or anything. So just the fact that it had an ending at all, but yeah. But okay, yeah, and to continue on from what I was saying, but I still believe that endings are still a very important thing, because like there are several anime where it's like you could have like a somewhat like okay setup for everything, but like if the way it ends with a super solid ending that ties everything up in just the perfect way and makes you look back on everything with such and makes you go, wow, that was such an incredible journey and stuff, then that can easily change anime from like an 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. So like in my opinion, endings still definitely do matter, but I'm still able to appreciate stuff that doesn't have great endings purely because like the first parts are still really good, but it still takes me a bit to recover and stuff from that. Okay. The question about your story is, how did he get the bomb? Yeah, that's I already confronted this before, but yeah, like that was very over the top and silly. No, that's not very good. Bringing the other friends to the bomb would definitely be a stupid idea. What do you mean? I mean, like I understand that it was dangerous and all that stuff, but like he was kind of out of options, and it was supposed to be that he gets his friends to help him and stuff. And it was only supposed to be that like it was kind of a final move of desperation and stuff like that. Like it wasn't his like first choice, but like yeah, whatever. I'm gonna move on from that. Indeed, if anything, Kaio is the heart of the story and the second best part of it. Her character design, her eyes, her behavior, and VA performance are all red flags for abuse. Very well done. The best part, in my opinion, is his mom. When he watches his childhood with adult eyes, he's just in awe for how well she managed to make his childhood as a single mom. So much love in that tiny apartment. Didn't really hit me hard in the feels watching her take care of him in the coma. That woman is strength personified. His struggles as a child was done very well too, and had that great underdog feeling many kids' adventure stories often have. I know what's going on, but who'd believe a kid like me? I tell you, who'd believe you? Your awesome mom, that's who. Have I mentioned I'm simping for his mom yet? As for the ending, my biggest problem was the lack of mom. Oh man, yeah, 100%. The mom was amazing. She is like such a great part of the show. Like I just respect the mom so much. She is like such one of the greatest parts of the show in my opinion. Like just being an awesome mom in general. Never in my YouTube watching time have I ever enjoyed the ad time. Have I ever enjoyed the ad time? Holy moly, this is genius. Let me uninstall Raid and reinstall it for more prices. Okay. Yeah, okay. School Days anime ending was the canon bad root ending. Oh man, I've heard a lot of bad stuff about School Days. I'm kind of terrified of it. Despite the ending, I still love the twist reveal of the killer a lot. Throughout the show, hints are dropped that while suspicious are explained away or seem reasonable, and so when it happens, it's not a what I didn't see that coming, but wait, they really are the killer? Please don't let it be true. At least that was my reaction. I very much appreciate a breakdown of the ending, so as I always just assumed it was because of the whole squeeze 2 volumes into like 2 episodes thing, so I'm glad you went to explain it much deeper. Yeah, I still think like if the twisted reveal of the killer was a genuine surprise for me, I probably would have liked it. Like honestly, with the entire reveal with the killer, it wasn't bad or anything. I think it would have been fine if it stayed the same way that it was. It's just like, yeah, a lot of the other stuff that I mentioned. From what I've heard, there is whole arc after time skip in the manga. I also believe the girl he ends up with getting a lot of screen time cut. Yeah, apparently Irie got her a lot of her screen times cut, which sucks because like that kind of ruined any kind of like any development they had between the two. to make it more believable, but nah, there was almost nothing, so it just didn't make sense. From what I understand, they basically knew they didn't have time to finish the series, so they decided to just adapt the one arc they did have time for really well, instead of rushing through it all, which is why the weird ending decisions happen. Yep, seems like it. Okay. How long is this one? I'm just drinking water. Hey, what games do you play? I don't really. That's the thing. I'm only right now. It's just the stuff that I'm playing on stream and stuff like that. I'm getting interested into some stuff, but usually it's more story-based stuff or like stuff that seems interesting or like, you know, has some kind of plot as well. You know, that sort of thing. I really liked Undertale, even though it's like kind of has a bad reputation with its like fandom ruining it and everything. I just like to separate the two. Undertale is still an amazing game on its own. Genshin is story based, I swear. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna do Genshin on stream at some point. Like, how long can you go on for without paying money? Okay, anyways, sorry guys, I gotta take a break quickly. I just gotta fill up my drink bottle and stuff like that because I ran out of water. But I'll be back very soon. See ya soon. Okay, I'm back. Where was I off to? I was eating bread. That's okay. Oh my god, now everyone's talking about My Hero Academia shipping fandoms. And now everyone's spamming bread. That's just great. Okay, let's move on. My voice may be today, but I'm gonna do this anyways because I want to. Why do I do this to myself? Okay. Actually, I didn't mind the coma part. I don't think letting any good guy have 2 great lives or more is a good thing story-wise. Okay, maybe nobody knew, but he already had his childhood. Still, the story would be better if it happened after catching the killer and maybe lasted months or a year. And he wakes up without knowledge of the future, so he can't cheat in his life anymore. Time skip. Satoru is an adult and is visited by Kaya the same way in your ending. They will go out, but nothing is explicitly stated other than they hold hands again or some subtle hints at what we all know, as well as showing the group of friends. I still would like if he met Irie, but as a fan or friend maybe. I liked her, then they can have some form of connection, but without romance. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can respect that, but at the same time, he didn't have 2 great lives. In fact, his first life, the first time he went through, like, I think a lot of what the first episode was establishing was how his life wasn't a fulfilled one, and how he had so many regrets, and like that, like, because like basically everything was showing how things went wrong. His mom was dead, he was living an unfulfilled life, and how he had basically a hole in his heart, kind of. I forgot exactly what the wording was, but and like he still regrets what happened back then, and he's still like, yeah, it was far from a good life or a great life or anything. So like it was definitely about like establishing that, and so yeah, I don't think it having him like basically just return back without the time skip and without like a coma and all that stuff is a bad thing. But yeah, the rest of this is fine. Yeah, I'm still cool with that and stuff, but yeah. Okay, the thing is, the Erased manga had a completely different ending. It had the time skip part after that was longer and completely different. Yep, I gotcha. Maybe you should watch the live action. I've heard that the ending is more satisfying, even though less runtime means less build up. Yeah. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. Anime has only made me cry a couple of times. Once at the end of Assassination Classroom, and once at the end of Erased out of sheer rage. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I Rage Shadow Legends bit deserves another video. Everyone's just having an entire conversation amongst themselves in chat now. It's like, now everyone's arguing about dubs. Okay, as a teenager, watching the ending was okay, but after rewatching it, it's kind of rushed indeed. Yep. That's fine. Your proposal is actually great. I would love to see it. Thank you. Oh, I think we're actually getting close, because it started off with like 8 days ago, and now we're only 3 days ago. We're getting close. Almost there. I recently finished this anime, and I got to agree with you. The time skip basically felt unnecessary, and the relationship with that one dude in Kaya kind of ruined it with me. It was so good up to that point, but that's the only part that fell off for me. Attack on Titan gonna get its own vid soon. I don't know, maybe. Maybe not. It depends. I heard that Attack on Titan has a pretty controversial ending, so I'm gonna wait for how that goes, and like see like how the anime adapts it and stuff like that. And I might make a short video on that, and it's like basically like discussing it. I like talking about stuff that's like really discussion based. It's like, and you're able to like disagree with it and stuff. Okay. I would have cried for days if that was the actual ending. I would have loved to see it animated. I'm gonna go, yeah, in chat is like, I'm gonna make a comment now, so I'll see it. Yeah, AOT said they changed the anime ending. I don't know yet. A lot of people said anime original ending and stuff like that, but we'll just have to see. I can't tell until the day it happens. You know, it could be anything. And I don't know, and I haven't read the manga either, so I wouldn't know if it's good or not. For all I know, I could read it and go, oh, that was actually pretty good, except for this one little thing, or something like that. Maybe it's just that it's a bit rushed, and they could flesh it out a bit more, and if they did that in the anime, then people would love it. Okay, am I the only one who thinks that everyone expecting Kai to not move on with her life is weird? She was like 9 years old or whatever, and dude was out of her life for the entirety of her formative years. This isn't NTR. Okay, when I said NTR, that was a joke. I didn't actually mean that as an actual, oh, this is NTR. It's not technically that. It was more so that he just got cucked, but like, whatever. That's also ignoring the weirdness of a nearly 30-year-old dude getting into romantic relationships with a literal child. The time skip still sucks, but under no circumstances should there ever be anything romantic going on with those two. Hey, don't look at me. It's the show that pushed it together. And it's not that weird because, like, they're literally both still children and he's still in his children's body and stuff. I get why people would think it's weird, but again, if that was a huge problem in the first place, then don't set it up. Like, it really, nobody wins here in this situation. Either you set up the entire romance thing only for it to just turn around and spin it on that aspect's face in the end, and so the people who are emotionally invested in that romance basically feel like they were cheated or something, and the people who didn't want that romance in the first place had to basically go through 8 episodes of them developing that. So it's just like, well, what's really the point then? Like, why put it there in the first place? Either you set things up and follow through, or you don't set it up in the first place. Like, you just got to be consistent with what you're trying to do. That's all. Okay, the manga was... Yeah, okay. The manga was my first introduction to Erased and has a different ending. I watched the anime several months after I read it, and I was interested that we had a different ending. Haven't finished watching, but Bill back before I have. Well, I don't know. Maybe they have come back, maybe they haven't. I don't know. Okay. So basically, the manga was way better. I don't know. 100% agree. I didn't hate the ending, but it takes a phenomenal show and just gives it a forgettable ending. Yeah. Never watched stories, but damn, that ending would have been great. You should probably watch Erased then. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the ending anyways, even if you haven't seen it. I recommend you. I would die to have your first time. That could mean a lot of different things, but okay. Okay, I know how annoying it is for the response to this always be, the manga is better, so just read that, because you're right, the anime should be able to stand on its own merits. And some people just don't like to read manga, which I respect. Unfortunately though, the truth is that very rarely is there a perfect anime adaptation from a source material, and anime onlys are forced to miss out on a lot. But in this specific case, I can at least offer a middle ground. The live-action Netflix adaptation of Erased. I highly recommend checking it out because it's much more faithful to the original manga, which gives Kenya more development, has many more scenes in general throughout the show, and most importantly, the ending after the time skip is much longer and more fleshed out. And the final confrontation with Yashiro is completely different and much more satisfying. What I think a lot of people don't get about Erased, or shall I say, it's much more fitting titled, The Town Where Only I Am Missing, is that the point of the story is not really just about Kaio, though she plays a very huge role, no doubt, or about Satoru and Kaio's relationship on its own. Seriously, they were not meant together, sure, they were cute as kids, but we have to remember 11-year-old Satoru, who still has his 27-year-old mind in that body, so he's still mentally an adult. The scene where he meets her, okay, this is a full-on book. The scene where he meets her again after the time skip and cries is supposed to be happy. Yeah, I understood that. I knew there were tears of happiness, because Kaio is alive and has found her own happiness, and that makes him so relieved that he cries knowing that everything was worth it. He is not at all sad that he didn't end up with her. Yeah, I feel like this is clarifying to a lot of the people who assume that Satoru crying was they assumed that he was crying out of sadness. I knew he was supposed to be crying out of happiness. Like, that I never, thought it wasn't. But, yeah, is it instead about Satoru's character himself and the development he goes through? How he starts off as an aimless, lonely man in his late 20s without a purpose, only motivations and ideas on what to do with his life. Very relatable. But through the act of saving Kaio and the other kids and stopping Yashiro, he finds fulfillment and becomes a hero. Gains friends he would have otherwise never had, even through the sacrifice he makes to achieve all that is losing 15 years of his life. The title is a double meaning. First, it refers to Kaio thinking about the town without her after she reaches the place of her dreams when no one can hurt her anymore. And then after the time skip, it refers to Satoru being asleep for 15 years while the town and his new friends continue to live on without him. And while I think these themes can be somewhat discerned from the anime, it's much easier to see in the manga and the Netflix live action. Rather than just being a rushed climax / ending plot twist like in the anime, a good portion of the story is spent after Satoru wakes up from his coma, where he struggles to recover, has a lot more scenes with his mom, Kenya, and Hiromi, and befriends the girl in the hospital over a long period of time, who becomes his new motivation to end Yashiro, just like Kaio was 15 years ago. And the ultimate showdown between Satoru and Yashiro is honestly one of the most emotional and empowering parts of any media I've ever seen. Though admittedly I may be a little bit biased since it's so hard to find disability representation, and the message the show manga tries to get across with Satoru in the end post-coma hit me really freaking hard on a personal level. Yeah, okay, I can respect that. Don't get me wrong, the live action / manga is still far from perfect, but I think it handles the last third far better and does a far better job of getting across the main point of the series better than the anime does. Yashiro is still a meh villain, but it does a better job of explaining his backstory motives. Irie is still underutilized in my opinion, but not as much. It's just a shame though, because the anime truly does have an immaculate atmosphere and gorgeous music and animation in the first 2/3 of it. But for some godforsaken reason, they decided to change the ending. Maybe to make it more actiony, because they didn't have enough episodes available for the long, quiet, slow burn character moments Satoru has while he's recovering in the hospital before Yashiro shows up again. I don't know, but it's such a damn shame, because I ended up loving the live action version so much more because of how the anime bungled it. If the anime didn't have enough time to keep the last third fully faithful, I wish they'd just gone on completely original and done something like the ending you suggested. Yeah, where the focus is solely on Satoru and Kaio, since the anime put so much heavy emphasis on them that everyone wanted to see them end up together, but in the original story at least, the focus is supposed to be on Satoru's character arc, and unfortunately, only the manga and the live action capture that best. I wish we could get a reboot of the anime with the final third of the live action manga. I still love the anime for those earlier episodes. The breakfast scene will always be legendary, but when it comes to my favorite version of the story on a purely writing level and ignoring the presentation, I'll always go for the live action. Dang, this person could write make an entire video. Okay. Yeah, you might as well just make an entire video based on that. But yeah, I can totally respect that. Like, it seems that the manga was going for something totally different, but the anime emphasized certain aspects of it that the manga originally didn't intend to. So yeah, I can kind of see what kind of happened there. Yeah. Oh man, I've been ignoring chat again. Oh wow. I'm sorry, so long. I can't contain myself, dear Lord. Don't worry, I'm the one who made an hour-long video. You have nothing to... It would be hypocritical of me to go, oh, this is too long. You should really... Like, nah. Well, mad respect for reading that. I hope my voice is okay. Nah, don't worry. I'm the one who signed up for this when I started this stream. If I really didn't want to do this, I would have just delayed it or postponed it or something. But I went, I'll do it now. This stream, it's literally just reading comments and stuff and talking to you guys. That's it for the erased video. But yeah, I give that one a heart, right? Yep, there we go. Okay. I'm so glad I dropped this show at episode 10. The ending was horrendously bad. Oh wow, he just straight up dropped it at episode 10. Okay. I don't know, maybe I guess part of me wish I did, but at the same time I just wouldn't be able to go. I don't know, like I still think it was like yeah, whatever. Angry the show wasn't realistic, while also upset childhood friends didn't get married and have a kid. Excuse me? I was never complaining that the show wasn't realistic. You're the one who put those words in my mouth. I never said that. Like, I literally never said that I wish the show... I'm complaining about the realism of the show. Like, yeah, I was complaining about Yashiro's, like, entire, like, plans and stuff like that. But that's just because it didn't make sense within the logic of its own universe. I didn't want realism or like stuff to be as close to real life as possible. If anything, I was saying the opposite, because like I was saying that it's kind of dumb that I was literally arguing against that in the section near the end where like with Kaya and her baby and stuff. I don't think you're as unbiased as you believe yourself to be. Also, the killer's logic being obscure and incomplete is also very realistic and not plot driven. I agree the issue is how to story time skip and can't decide between realistic or story embellished, but that doesn't excuse getting mad that a girl didn't put her alive. But wait, he commented this before watching the entire video? Bruh. You can't decide between realistic or story embellished, but that doesn't excuse getting mad at a girl who didn't put her life on hold for a coma boy. I was literally saying, for the 50 billionth time, that I didn't expect her to wait. She shouldn't have. I don't think it would have been like I don't think it would have been a good ending still if she had just like waited the entire time and been miserable over what happened with Satoru. That's destroying the purpose of it. I was saying that the coma shouldn't have happened. I will shout it to the rooftops because that is the main reason I think a raised ending was the main problem behind it. And the entire thing with Kaio and the baby was just a symptom of it. It was just the easiest thing to point to for a lot of people. Okay, time skips are bad in the climax of the story, but One Piece is just a giga chat and took a time skip in the most climactic moment of the show, and it still feels so much better for doing so. Yeah, okay, I'm sure there's some kind of purpose for that, but I haven't seen One Piece, so I can't explain why. Like, as I said in that section, there are exceptions to this. Like, I even brought up the Promised Neverland and stuff like that. And now everyone's spamming tacos! Woohoo! Burritos, tacos. When's the taco eating stream, guys? That's what I'm gonna do next. Tacos, let's go. But what about the bread? Don't worry, I won't forget about the bread. I'll just hide this one. Why not? I will come back after watching the video. The ending of Erased was great though. Respectfully disagree. I feel a bit stupid now because I was surprised when they told us who the killer was. No, that's okay. If anything, I wish that I was like able to like not predict who the killer was before the reveal, because that would have been a mind-blowing twist if it was an actual surprise for me. Really loved this show when it's aired. Watched the live action too. I'm quite fond of the series to this day. Super nostalgic 2015 pre-Harambe vibes. Okay. They cut a lot of the villain's backstory from the manga. His motivation is more involved with his brother and abusing him to become a killer. Yeah, I actually heard about that. Okay, when I was making this video, I actually did quite a bit of, I actually did some research while I was editing it as well. And like some stuff that happened during the manga. And apparently, the villain had an entire, like, other aspect to his backstory where he had a brother, and it was a lot more realistic and grounded, and it did such a better job of explaining why he was evil and why he, was, like, killing children and stuff, and it was way better than the entire spider thing and the entire analogies and the metaphors and all that. And I'm just like, why didn't they just use that instead? Like, they could have just put that story in and just cut out, and if they didn't have the time for it, they could have just cut out the spider web story thing and just put in the actual, like, main backstory that made sense, and it would have been great. But, like, they didn't do that for some reason, and it just makes me so mad because it was just such great missed potential, and I read it, and I was like, oh my god, that is amazing. I wish I saw that. The NTR is the one that made me just think, man, what was that build up for? Wait a second. Plot twist, the mom's the killer. I hate the anime pushing Emilia as best girl. I'm not talking about ReZero, so I'm just gonna continue here. Okay, the NTR is the one that made me think, man, what was that build up for? I swear the author just wake up and think, I'd like to see the world burn, and put NTR in it. Exactly, that's what I had the impression of. It's just like the author just decided, you know, I'm going to burn it. Well, why not? I'll just do it for. I don't. That's just how it ended up. I'm sure it wasn't on purpose, but that's how it ended up. I love hearing the Nichijou OST. Yeah, that's great. Based on someone recognizing it. Great video. I've only watched the first few minutes, but I'll know it'll be good, so that's why I'm going to find a perfect food to snack to watch it with. Also, quite unrelated to the video, but what do you call the scrolling effect of a page/website around 15. I've seen it used a lot in videos just like this one recently, and I really want to learn how to do it because it looks really neat. I think he's talking about with the one where like
pointing, and for some, almost ruined the show.
yeah, he's talking about that part. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Audi for that. He's the one who animated it, not me. Sorry, I can't answer your question. This anime makes me foam at the mouth every time I see it. So upset about it years later. Wow. Okay. The Promised Neverland season 2 is so good. Oh man. Oh, you think I might sub seems like a good channel here. Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. The Promised Neverland season 2 is like, I know. I already know that if I were to watch it, I'd probably end up making another hour-long video, just breaking it down, like what went wrong and how they could have done it better. Maybe that's why I'm avoiding it, because I don't want to put myself through more suffering. I feel like the bridge bomb is a little out of character for the teacher. Yep, I agree. It was pretty out of character. That bomb came out of nowhere. I feel like I could have done a better job of setting that entire thing up, or even just not doing a bomb in the first place and just do something more grounded that would fit with more with Erased, like maybe something that would be a bit more like, yeah, like just a gun or him holding her over the edge and threatening to drop her. That would have probably been better. Found one of my favorite villains, not because he's good, but because he's so goddamn dumb. That's a first. You like the villain because he was dumb. That's nice. I love Erased and honestly didn't mind the ending, although you're definitely right, there are issues. Though I do disagree with your NTR points, particularly since you praised the realism earlier. I get it, don't get me wrong, but considering the coma, I'd say it was correct. If there wasn't a coma though, I would agree. Yeah, that's the thing. Why are you acting as if the coma is like some sort of like unchangeable thing that just has to happen? Like, oh, they did the coma now, I guess we can't change that. Like, you do realize the author and the writer, like, they have complete control over everything that happens in the story. They could have easily just chosen, I'm not going to do the coma. But, like, they did. So it's not like you absolutely have to do the coma and have Kaio bring in her baby and stuff. They could have just... It just would have been better if they just didn't do the coma. That's what my entire argument was about. The blonde kid with the earworms was so intelligent. I thought the twist was going to be that he is also an adult for the future, and it was him. And main guy was so stupid. He didn't feel like an adult in the child's body. He straight up felt like a 10-year-old. That's an interesting comment. Okay. Yeah, I liked Kenya. I'm not sure I would have liked it if he was the killer. I liked him the way he was. I just wanted him to do something properly in the end. I'm still mad. Setting in Hokkaido, sick. Kaio's arc, masterfully done, as it was one of the most emotional stories I've ever seen in anime. Ending? What ending? This anime stopped right after Kaio was saved. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Okay. Is the manga different? Back when I was watching this, I didn't even know what manga was. Well, yeah, the manga is pretty different, I'm sure, from what people are saying. The problem is the show kept going. Yeah. Maybe if it just ended with Kaio being saved, I feel like that probably would have been the strongest point to end things there somehow. And just end things on a simple note. I don't know. Haven't read the manga, but apparently Satoru's true romantic interest was meant to be Airi based on others' comparison reviews between manga. Yep. But their actual interactions were always cut short to fast track the whole time travel rescue of Kaio. So the way that I would change the story so that the person important to him in the present is not brushed aside and made irrelevant is as follows. Anime-wise, establish that relationship between him and Airi early on. Flesh it out and have Airi provide Satoru more support in finding clues to help him change the past each time it fails. Bring the Masato's whole isolation issue earlier. This should give the story enough substance to logically pace and end the season by successfully saving Kaio and seeing her drive away. Cue to post credits and Misato is dead. Up until now, Satoru's revival only sent him back to the future when he failed to save someone. Otherwise, he lives his actions back to the present. So Misato's death triggers his return to the present. But because the past has changed, his mom is now alive. Instead, the guilt of directly sacrificing Misato to save Kaio becomes the foundation for a second season, and it gives the story time to potentially flesh out the other victims. For potential was season 2 plot points, the actions of season 1 means his friends are now closer as adults, meaning the time he would have spent with Airi has now been erased and is more distant to her as a result. events of season 1 would mean Goku would be hiring for the opportunity to get back at Satoru as revenge or obsession, and I would make it so that Satoru choosing to try and mend what was erased with Irie instead of sticking with Kaido is what causes Irie to become the present-day victim, triggering Satoru's second trip to the distant past, this time to fix Masato's death that he directly caused. Yeah, I can respect that. Like, it's totally different from my idea, but like, I appreciate the amount of thought you put into this and stuff like that. Like the amount of like brainstorming and all that stuff. How long is this? Okay, sorry, I can't go through all of that. I just read the main comment. That man isn't entitled to... Oh my god, it's like people are missing the point on purpose. Why would she wait 15 years for a guy in a coma? She's her own person. It's like they just saw the title of the video, noticed that I was complaining about that particular decision, and went straight to the comments without hearing what I had to say about it. Because it genuinely seems like this person either didn't see that section, or they saw it, and they just ignored it. Because it's so annoying when I get comments like these, where it's just like, you know, I know you just like, yeah, you said this entire thing, but I'm just gonna ignore it to make this argument against something that you never said. So it's like, God. Yeah, they legit stopped watching. I never watched the show but heard of it. I love your version of the story. That's nice. Love your interpretation. Okay. Come on, computer. Hurry up. Well, I feel stupid. I gotta be the only person who didn't guess the killer in the first 5 episodes. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't actually guess the killer straight away. The only reason I realized who the killer was because, like, oh yeah, like, I just happened to, like, this is why you don't read comments and stuff like that, but, like, I happened to be reading the comments for one of the videos and stuff like, I happened to be reading the comments for, like, one of the episodes and stuff like that, and it wasn't a spoiler, since the person only said, I'm predicting that the teacher is the killer. I don't know this yet, but he's giving me the vibes that he might be the killer. And as soon as I read that, I was like, no! You had to ruin it for me. No, and I just really wish that I didn't read that. Maybe the reveal would have been an actual surprise if that didn't happen. But whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I'd probably sew up the bomb for her, getting her and pulling out a knife instead. Yep, I agree. I already went through all this. To get enough explosive to cause that sort of damage is a bit outlandish. Not impossible, but unlikely without gaining suspicions from sellers or law enforcement or even as a science teacher. I know it's Japan, but maybe in a gun would be better. Yeah, this guy's being totally reasonable. Everyone who's saying that the bomb was a bit outlandish and too much is being completely reasonable. Yeah, it's Japan, but the bang could give you a flashback moment. Him becoming disillusioned from being caught and cornered would be why he slowly spirals like Azula did. Also, what about an ex-husband coming back for the daughter after him being maritally abused by the woman? Covers topic hardly ever discussed and gives a strong resolution. Yeah, these are actually pretty good ideas, actually. Like, what if it was the ex-husband who showed up again? That's a pretty decent idea. The reason I didn't do that is because, honestly, I just didn't know how to handle that sort of thing properly. I feel like you need to really, you'd really need to have a proper knowledge of the subject matter to really be able to cover that sort of thing properly. And I feel like if I did that, I probably would have done that poorly. And so I opted for the more subtle option, I suppose, where it's just like I felt like I knew what I was doing with that. Just my thoughts as an amateur writer. Yep, cool. There are a few other tweaks you could make to clean up the story, but they're just minor cleanups. It's still really good while ignoring these minor problems of the original story. Yep, cool. Okay, wait, For the Win says, honestly, I'm scared of watching Erased. The anime seems to be going to a ridiculously good restaurant, but at the end, the waiter tells you the dessert you ate was infected with E. coli. No, the ending's not that bad. I was just very, very, like, I don't know, disappointing and underwhelming, but I wouldn't say it like it's like so bad that, like, you shouldn't watch the rest of Erased. You should still watch Erased, because it's still worth it to me. Yeah, okay, me too. The anime seems kind of mid since the source is old. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I hated that the teacher was the killer because it was made obvious really early on, and I was in denial. There's no way he's the actual killer. It's way too obvious. It had to be bait. Yeah, like, I don't know. Again, I felt like the murder mystery entire section of it wasn't really the main focus, but they could have handled it a bit better. I really thought that's 2 comments talking about the Nichijou OST. Yeah. Imagine your own killer was willing to wait, but your girl wasn't. I still love that joke. It 12 episodes were, in my opinion, few for a raised anime plot. I know there are schedules, seasons of 12 episodes and such, but 16 episodes are the right length the series needed to not cram everything on the 4 last ones after the reveal of episode 8. The hospital arc plus the ill girl and more interactions with Irie were the erased things who made the anime ED bland. As for the so-called NTR, Satoru got the short of an end of the stick. He didn't make a mumbo-jumbo on his timeline. Too many changes, and everyone's lives could have ended in a different direction. Pairing the 2 dead children in the original timeline was a lucky shot. Yeah, but you're talking as if this was like some sort of like... Again, the author is in full control of everything that happens. It's not like you have to like... You're just playing this game and you have to do the best that you could. The writer can do whatever they want. Okay, to be honest, I didn't mind as much because of all the cute moments were between a literal child and a grown adult. If you use critical thinking, like just because you didn't get cliched overused, she waited for her friend, who's technically way older than her, plus he never actually liked her. Okay, I understand not being super into it because like technically he's an adult in a child's body and stuff. That's totally valid and stuff like that. But what do you mean? Plus he never actually liked her. Like, did we watch the same show? Like, I'm sorry, but like it's like hinted at over and over and over again. Like, did you forget the entire Christmas tree scene? Would he really just let it slip that when she's like walking up to him in the classroom and stuff, he just randomly hey, wow, you look so pretty, and everyone starts screaming because like he just said that? Would you really think that he would just say that if he had no feelings towards her whatsoever? Like, that is just... Like, I feel like that's just ignoring a lot of the stuff that the show itself was doing. Like, and I didn't want her to wait for him. I wanted the karma to not happen. So yeah, lost all credibility with part 5 being a part of the video. I believe he's talking about NTR. Wow, okay. So, I tried my best to back it up with objective reasoning, but okay, if you think I lost credibility because of that, then sure. Culture difference, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Like how you wait, 10 out 10. What does that mean?
Treasure will be waiting for me there? Amazing!
All the treasure will be waiting for me there. Like how your killer waited for you for 15 years. I'm sorry. I really think you need to watch the videos of Mother's Basement about this anime because I think you didn't quite get some things. Well, okay, first of all, I did watch some of Mother's Basement videos on the anime, and he doesn't really contradict anything that I say. Like, he still mentions that, like, while the... Like, I believe... If you're talking about the video he made... talking specifically about endings, like does bad endings ruin an anime? He didn't say anything that that's the one I saw. He doesn't say anything that contradicted anything that I said, because he even said that the ending of Erased was poorly written, but it was at the very least well directed, which I agree with, because like the shot compositions and all that stuff were great, and like the atmosphere and stuff was great. The writing was the only thing that I had a problem with, and like. Bro, just go on some other YouTuber's channel and just tell him that you don't understand anything, you need to watch this other YouTuber's videos. Okay. The ending of Erased was perfect. He saved the girls, and seeing them live a happy, semi-normal life was all that he wanted. That doesn't make it well written. I already explained all that though, so I'm not going to keep going on about that. Oh, this person's talking about, like, the 2 options and stuff like that.
What Steins Gate did, and it's beautiful. When you give a character a clear...
Yep, okay, so they're talking about the 2 outcomes here. So, outcome A, save the kids who were murdered, keep your childhood as it is, and live a happy life with the one you love, but mom stays dead. or I can be. You save everyone, but you're 35 in the body of a 20-year-old guy. Have gone through a childhood no one but you remember, and everyone moves on without you. Okay, if you're gonna get real technical on things, sure. 2910. The reason this didn't work is because they took out a really, really good amount of lore from the manga. In the manga, his brother killed a girl, and when he saw the girl's dead and his brother hiding her body, he liked it. He liked watching the girl dead, so that's when the hamster thing happened and his god mentality formed. And when he remembered that ancient Japanese story, and well, after that, he became sadistic towards watching people die. So yeah, it's because they took out a good amount of important lore. Yeah, I already went over that. So, Yashiro's backstory in the manga was really good, and I wish they actually kept that instead of the entire spider thing, because, that was honestly like a really good part of it that I really wish could have seen animated, because that was disturbing. That was like actually super interesting and stuff like that. Like, oh my god. But they didn't, so it's like, and they just opted for the entire spider backstory instead, and I didn't like that. Because, the entire spider story and all that stuff kind of relies on Yashiro's actual backstory in order to make sense. So, just by itself, it just seems nonsensical. Okay, I didn't hate the ending. In fact, I thought it was kind of good. Not amazing, though. Yeah, I can agree. I can respect that. Not agree. Imagine discovering your own killer was willing to eat with your girl was. Okay. Wait, what was the point of Irie? I legitimately forgot she existed. What did she even do in the story? Oh, come on, that's just mean. I at least remembered Irie. She was there in some parts, but she was just underdeveloped. That's all. Oh no! Hiro-kun no get gold prize. How will you ever recover? God, it's like people are just intentionally being dense. I'm not gonna watch the video. I'm not gonna listen to any of your arguments. I'm just gonna go right down to the comments, assume what you're gonna say, and then I'm going to argue against that. Yep, sure. Again, either he stopped before he got to that point, or he just wasn't listening. Bots, we got bots. Oh no. You have to be dense in order to be a harem protagonist. Maybe they are. Okay. Reminds me of Guilty Crown. I hate it when shows I enjoy completely fail to land the ending. Oh, really? I've heard of Guilty Crown, but from what I've heard, it was just a failure all the way through. But I don't know that yet. Maybe it was actually good at the beginning and it just failed the ending. I can't say though, because I don't know it. Yep, another person recommending the live-action version. On the other hand, the live-action version is great. It stuck with the manga all throughout. Still bummed out by the turnout of Kaio's ending, since it's still the same. Still, the anime, the manga, and the live-action are my favorite time travel murder mystery things ever. Can't capture the feeling I had while watching the anime first time, but it was the most tense and stressful show I've seen, and Kaio's breakfast scene is the most emotional thing I've seen since Yamazuki's goodbye in Welcome to the NHK. Yep, still 100%. I still agree, the Erase... the majority of Erased is still awesome. It's still 100% worthy of all the respect that it has. I like how you, kind of reminding me of Pint, made the Raid Shadow Legends ad not so annoying and quite entertaining. Are you sure? I'd say my voice and during it was quite annoying. But thank you. Based on the title, I thought it was Darling in the Franxx. Oh yeah. Then I noticed the thumbnail wasn't that. It's more than 2 episodes, yes, but man, the last villain reveal and ending episodes are just plain bad. On the other hand, I do get that the people who recommended it during the early episodes, which is fair, but some of, if not most, anime watchers or weebs out there want to have an anime with a great ending. If not, they will not like it and voice out their opinion. Case proven by Darling in the Franxx, Toradora, Evangelion, and Sugar final season. I mean, okay, with Toradora and Evangelion, I felt like Toradora didn't necessarily have a bad ending, more of just a soul-crushing one. I wouldn't say that it was one that I'd complain about, because it's still very much a good anime. I wouldn't say it ruined it. As for Evangelion, it has, yeah, I definitely think that the last few episodes were just what the heck was that? But it does have the movie, which is a very important thing, because that's the movie was the actual ending. And then there are also the 3 movies after that, which is basically did an entire redo, which just finished. So I wouldn't say that Evangelion necessarily have a terrible ending and stuff. I'm not saying these animes are bad, except except Darling in the Franxx, since a lot of them have great plot and story. Many people just wish the ending is not rushed, or at least ended nicely. Though I can at least sympathize with the team who created the anime. Maybe they just ran out of funds at the end, but regardless of that, it's a waste that this anime flopped at the end. I regretted not finishing it, but looks like it was for the best for me to not watch it anymore, so I can at least have a headcanon that it ended nicely. I mean, yeah, I can definitely sympathize with the team as well. Since, okay, I don't know if any of you have seen this, but there's this anime I'm watching right now called Shirobako, and it basically goes into the entire anime industry and what it's like as the team are actually adapting the anime, and it is harsh. Like, God, the amount of things that these people need to go through, it is a miracle that there are any good anime at all, because like they'd have to deal with so many different problems, or like so many different little things that it's like you don't even know how it's going to end, and they're still writing the storyboards as they're animating each episode, and they're just barely able to make it and stuff like that, and like they're just doing the best that they could with the amount of time that they're given. It is a miracle that we have good anime at all with that kind of context in mind and stuff. So I definitely recommend Shirobako, but I'm probably going to make a video on it soon anyway, so yeah. I'm probably going to make like a video like bundling a couple anime together and stuff. Just get a bunch of recommendations out there. I'm probably one of the many that actually felt so happy when Kaio showed up smiling with her kid, not even realizing until 10 seconds later, oh, so this is the scene that made people rage. Lol. I never paid too much attention to the seemingly romantic childhood and thought it was just a fun, memorable memory for Kaio, which she definitely needed considering her household circumstances. I was too focused on how will Satoru's actions affect the future. I didn't thought about that possibility, not to mention there's also Airi waited in the future, so I perceived that Kaio only saw Satoru as a hero rather than a romantic partner. I mean, yeah, I can still respect that, although I can still disagree. I'm just happy that this person was able to enjoy the ending, because I wanted to enjoy the ending, but I couldn't. Momentum can be maintained with time skips, as in Tokyo Revengers, when the narrative is directly intertwined with both periods of time, yeah? Yes. That's what that's like kind of what I brought up with Promised Neverland as well. Time skips can still work without destroying the momentum, so long as the way the plot is going is still continuing on strong. And like, it's not like you have to reset the status quo and start things up from the ground up again, which is basically what Erase did. The anime's ending could have literally swapped Kaio and the main love of interest girl, and the ending would be narratively infinitely better. I don't know how you do that, but if you're talking about the development of each, then yeah, sure. But in the end, they insulted the fans by having the ending indirectly tell us that we wasted our time spending on valuable screen time from the previous episode with Kaio and the MC, so as to do a plot twist, tragic ending despite heroism plot. Yeah, basically, this guy said it, yeah. Why you guys want this full-grown adult to get with a little kid? God, man, some people just... Love how Tokyo Revengers did a similar thing and messed up the end. I haven't seen Tokyo Revengers, so yeah. This video was okay, but I think my big issue with the video is the fact that the creator didn't read the manga. How is that an issue? Most people who watch the anime didn't read the manga. As I said, you can't just expect everyone who intends to critique something to watch that and read the source material and go over literally every single aspect of it and why it failed. I'm not going to do that. This video isn't about the production of the anime. The video is about the end result, and that's it, and explaining why it didn't work. I'm not blaming the creators or anything. I'm not trying to go, hey, you people are terrible at your jobs or anything. I have a huge respect for them. I'm just explaining why it didn't work. That's it. Yeah, okay. The MC and the girl not getting together once he wakes up was the most frustrating thing as well. The manga end is very different, and Yashiro's past is explained. Yeah, I love how you guys in the chat are just confused over some of these comments. Like, what do you mean by that? Tokyo Revengers didn't mess up at the end. I don't know, I haven't seen Tokyo Revengers. My father is erased. That's manga readers for you. It's just like, yep, you haven't read the manga, so your opinion is completely invalid. You don't know anything. You have to read the manga in order to understand it. Why not just be a Chad and watch the anime and the manga at the same time and laugh at all the cute little differences? Yeah, just total Chad move. I read the manga but went into watching a video that was literally stating it was about the anime. Duh. Brandon, you need to stop. What do you mean stop? Stop what? My voice isn't getting tired. I'm telling you. It's like someone just... You're gonna kill your voice? My voice hasn't changed for the last 2 hours. Like... And I'm telling you, my voice legitimately doesn't hurt. It's like someone just stuffed a pillow into it or something. That's it. Don't question me. I can do whatever I want. I thought people did not like the ending because the ship broke down. I mean, yeah, but that's like kind of the easiest thing to point to. Like, that's the straw that broke the camel's back, kind of. It's not necessarily the only issue, but it is like the most obvious issue that people would complain about. Satoru getting with Irie, however you spell her name, is some serious Harry Potter energy. For once, yeah. For once, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a terrific wording there. For once, yeah, your ending is way better. The for once isn't necessarily for you, but for YouTubers in general with rewrite ideas. I'm glad you clarified because I've never rewritten anything before. It's like, lol. That's just funny. I just thought it was funny. I'm not actually taking offense to that. Drink some tea. Man's going to the depths of the comment section for us. Maybe I should make some tea. Should I go and come back and make some and like drink some tea, some like lemon tea or something? I don't know, because like if it really hurts that much to listen to, then maybe I will. Yes, please. Okay, I'll make myself some tea. Don't leave us. Make some tea over your laptop. I gotta make some tea. Okay. I'll be gone for like, I don't know, another 10 minutes or something, but I'll see you guys soon. Nataku's like, yes, please, finally.
Sucker. My plan worked. Taking over now, boys. I'm so quiet. Why am I so quiet? Guys, help Brandon have me in his basement. I need help. Don't ignore me. Stop ignoring me. you still talking about tea? Stop it with the damn tea!
This is the launch operations manager. The launch team wishes you good luck and Godspeed.
Alright, the music stopped. Please, someone send help. I'm all alone and I'm scared. Brandon does bad things to me. Someone send the cops.
Oh hey, I'm back. Itaku, you're here. Yay. Okay, I've made the tea, but I'm not drinking it yet because it's very, very hot. One sec. Hey, it's good to see you guys. I'm back. No, I'm not American. Weirdly enough. Everyone asks me, are you American? No. Just scald the tongue. I put Notaku back in the basement. Yep, that's what I did. It's a long time to make. No, I made lunch as well. That's the thing. I heated up some lunch and brought it here. Oh man, this is hot.
What takes you so damn long to make tea?
Bruh, I just told you. Or did you just come back? I was making lunch as well. Or heating up lunch anyways.
Oh.
Because I'm hungry. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me. But yeah, this tea is hot. How's everyone doing? You heated up lunch. Did you draw the scenes for a raised episode? No, I didn't. I hired a guy on Fiverr to do it, and he was very cooperative. He was really good. He did take us quite some time to do it, but eventually it turned out alright. The booba tea.
Yes, Brandon is the author of Erased.
Yeah, I wrote it all. That I'm roasting my own work. That's. Are you the real erased guy? Oh, this is boiling.
Yes, he was also the main character. He wrote it and he was the main character.
Yeah, it's a self-insert. So what's been going down while you were away? Not much. I disappeared to make some tea because my Notaku couldn't stand my voice. So I made some tea and I've got lunch with me as well. And I'm going to continue reading comments soon. Drink the booba tea. I need to let it cool down. I'm just chatting with you guys, just hanging out. It's fun. This is the most amount of viewers I've ever gotten on a stream, by the way. This is nice. The town where fathers don't exist. You're fatherless. That's good. I have no friends, only booba tea. Are you spelling boba wrong on purpose? Sup, Notaku? You just casually joined the chat and stuff like that. I was gonna.
Yes, I have to listen through the stream because your
Yes.
Discord is being a butt.
Yeah. Oh, so that's why it's delayed reaction and stuff. Does Discord not work for some reason? For you?
Yes.
Oh. That's sad.
You are like, echoing or something. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. Never
You
mind.
sound very
That's
far
okay.
away.
Really? Wait, on Discord you mean? Or even right now?
Yes, Discord.
Oh, okay. Will you... Okay, Riley Dane says, will you do more episodes where you write endings for animes you were dissatisfied with? Maybe. It depends on the video. But I could see myself doing it in the future. But yeah, they seem like very long videos. The booba tea. Well, to update you on the situation, Brando. What's going on? Oh my god. You guys truly are degenerates. Proud to be part of my audience. Okay, I Play Games says, so I've been practicing editing for my first anime video for months and finally want to start. Do you have any advice when I should start? Like what anime or subject? Not really, just make stuff learn as you go along. That's literally what every YouTuber has to do. And you can't really give advice as easily because like it depends on the individual and stuff like that. Like someone could easily tell me, oh, you have to make videos more recent anime and stuff like that, but I didn't really wanna, so I made videos on other anime that most people don't know about, and I made it work. So you're just about making videos that you want to make and figuring out how to make it work and make it get more views and stuff like that, and just practicing and learning as you go on. Yeah, that erased ending you made was really fun to listen to. Thanks. Can you do a video where the anime is good, but you say it's bad just to trigger some people? Isn't that literally what I did with Erased? I don't know. I don't like just storing up hate for no reason. Like even like I could, but like I don't know. It's not really the sort of thing I want to do a lot, especially considering how much effort I put into my videos. If I was to do that, it'd just be a shit post video. Have you seen the ending to Darling in the Franxx? No, I have not. I don't know if I wanted, to be honest.
You don't.
You don't. So like, if this is how badly I reacted to the ending of Erased, I'm gonna throw a fit when I see Darling in the Franxx. That's what I'm guessing.
You will. My God, go in this stupid hole.
What are you doing right now? Go in this stupid hole. That sounds amazing out of context.
I am playing an activity in Discord voice chat. I'm playing golf.
Oh, okay. You got any anime YouTubers you want to collab with? Yeah, probably. It's just the sort of thing that I don't super think about a lot. But if I have a friend and stuff that I want to do a collab with, because like I've already done a collab with Notaku, I did a collab with Irui and stuff like that. I have a bunch of other YouTuber friends who I could possibly do a collab with, so I'll just see how it goes. It's not something I plan really. It's just something that, hey, I want you on this video. Yeah, sure.
You cheating on me?
Yes, I'm cheating on you, Notaku. I'm sorry. Oh my god, Darkness over Megumin is donating so much just to roast me. He's back again. Hey, a YouTuber who makes content that like is on, and look, Brandon is here too. I didn't know you knew Notaku. Oh, they're so savage. Since you complain so much about the romantic failure of the show, what is your favorite romance anime? Hard to say. Probably, like, I haven't watched a ton just yet. I have watched a good amount though. Hey. And that's mostly, I'd say my favorite's still Toradora, honestly. I think my favorite romance anime is Toradora. And also Kaguya-sama as well. But that's more for the comedy side of things as well. But Kaguya-sama is still like a solid show. I love how everyone's saying Darkness over Megumin is objectively wrong. Yeah, everyone, roast him. Roast him for his trash taste. Megumin is 100 times better, and it's not even close. What? And I love how everyone can agree on it. Everyone's...
Oh, no. They're saying he's better? Oh, that makes me sad.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Kazuma above Megumin. Based. Okay, between Hunter x Hunter and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which would you say is superior in your opinion? I'd say Hunter x Hunter for now, but that's literally just because I've only watched a couple episodes of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and those are the ones that like everyone says are a bit like fast paced and aren't quite as good as the original Full Metal Alchemist. I actually started. The funny thing about me is I started.
Victory.
Yeah, I started watching Full Metal Alchemist, then I started watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I also started reading the manga. But I've finished none of them. I've just only read I've only read the start of Full Metal Alchemist on 3 separate occasions and haven't finished it. So I don't know why, but yeah, I need to watch it. I need to finish it. But yeah, I love Hunter x Hunter. It's great. It's
All right, that activity
great.
is stupid.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Oh, we're talking about best girl in Konosuba, huh?
Are we? I was just talking about Hunter x Hunter. Someone asked that.
The chat is.
Yeah. They say Chris's peak based. Based comment. What's an anime you think is good others don't really like if you have one? I'd say the closest thing I have to that is probably Nagatoro. I feel like that one, like, okay, to be fair, I read the manga for that and I didn't watch the anime at all. Like, I watched some of it, but not much. But like, yeah, I feel like it's one of those anime that a lot of people don't really respect, but I still enjoyed it anyways. So yeah, and I already made an entire video on it, so I'm not gonna explain further. Everyone loves Nagatoro. At least they should. Hey, at least we can agree on that for once. Darkness over Megumin finally saying something that I can agree with, but it's literally just because he's a masochist. I will have you know that all manga readers love Nagatoro anime despite not watching it. Okay, my question for the both of you. Okay, this is for you, you two, Notaku. Which MC from the big 3 is your favorites? Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Which one is... For me? I don't know. I've only seen Naruto. That's it. So I suppose I'd have to choose Naruto.
For me, I haven't seen any of them, so none of them.
Yeah, so just none of that. It's like, I haven't seen it. I don't know. Okay, I feel like there are a lot of people here who haven't seen Nagatoro stuff or even like read it or anything, and like so I feel like I should explain to you guys, cause like God, the first the first part of Nagatoro was pretty rough because I mean. There are some people into it who are into that sort of thing, into a little domination thing. I'm not one of those people, but it has some great character development and some really nice character interactions that are just really adorable and stuff like that. And it just gets
the humiliation kink.
Yeah, and it just keeps going and like. And it gets better and better as it progresses, basically. It's super wholesome with the character interactions. There's a bunch of development, and it turns into an actual romance and rom-com that's actually well earned and deserved. And I think that's really satisfying and stuff like that. So that's why I like Nagatoro. But again, I already made an entire video on it. You guys can check that out if you want, where I explain it all properly. Erase vid just passed 100 views, 100k views. Wow, that is awesome. Just past 100 views. But yeah, wow, it is getting so many views right now. It is scary. Yeah, Expert Archer says, I hate Nagatoro, but I can at least say that it's better than Dress Up. What? But I liked both. I don't know. I mean, Dress Up Darling is just a nice rom-com, basically. It's like, it's just an entertaining watch, in my opinion. Like, sure, there's a lot of fan service, but I didn't particularly care about that, so. Latest arc of Nagatoro is literally golden. Yeah. It just keeps, it's so good. Is there an anime you think is objectively good but you don't personally like? Yes, and that would be Gurren Lagann, because literally everyone has praised this anime to hell and back, and everyone, like, I don't really see that many people like dissing it or anything. Like, everyone pretty much respects Gurren Lagann, and I have a level of respect for it as well. because it obviously had an influence for a lot of people. But for me, I just can't stand mecha fights. That's literally it. I don't like I'm not hugely into like giant robots fighting and stuff like that. And
Have you watched Code Geass then?
and Gurren Lagann is basically and Gurren Lagann is basically the epitome of that, like just giant robot fights. It's like took to the extreme. And yeah, and no, I have not seen Code Geass, but if I were to, it'd probably be a similar situation to like Neon Genesis Evangelion, where I'm more so watching it for the characters and what happens outside the robot fights rather than for the robot fights. That's just the impression I get from it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know anyone watches it for the robot fights.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't even think it's famous for that. Like, I'm pretty sure most people know of it because of like Lelouch and stuff like that, and like the ending apparently. You would wait. What do you mean you would rather watch Boku no Pico than watch Dress Up? What do you mean rewatch? Oh, there's so many things I want to question there right now, but okay. I'm almost done with my tea. Code Geass, Gunbuster, and Franks, and by then you've seen all there is to Mecha with Slice of Life Spice. Yeah, okay. What? No, Code Geass isn't even about mecha. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, it's more so about the characters, and it has mecha on the side thing. Everyone needs to stop Ash talking Dress Up. Even I can appreciate the wholesomeness of the series. Yeah, it's a wholesome series. I liked it. I mean, sure, there's a lot of... Yeah, what, did you not know that My Dress Up Darling is a wholesome series? It is super wholesome.
Really?
Really? So literally the only thing that you've ever heard of this series is the fan service, and that's it.
That's the only thing I've ever heard about it.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, the fan service, like, okay, to be honest, I didn't actually, like, care about it at all. Like, I know there are a bunch of people who get annoyed by it, and there are a bunch of people who really like it. For me, I was just kind of meh on it. I was just like, yeah, I can understand what this is here for. But, like, I actually thought it was pretty funny at times as well. And I just mostly watched it because it was an entertaining show. Like, it's just a solid rom-com. That's it. Crazy amount of whiplash I just got from I haven't watched Code Geass. Brandon hasn't watched anything. Everyone makes jokes about that. Notaki still says yeah, because the only thing Brandon's ever watched is Konosuba.
It's true.
It's true. Brando, what isekai that you could recommend to other people? The ones that I've already made videos on. Mishogi Tensei, Konosuba, and ReZero. Those are probably the main three.
Now, if you ask me that question...
Oh, yep.
Hold on, I gotta pull up my list. It depends on what you like.
What do you mean that... Wait, this person's saying the only thing that was memorable about My Should Dress Up Darling is the fan service. For me, I just kind of ignored it. Like, it was pretty easy to ignore for the most part. There was only one scene in particular near the end and stuff that was really, like, risky and raunchy and stuff like that. And I get it. But at the same time, that was more so... I only more so saw that sort of thing like a... You know how in, like...
Ooh, Conception. That was an interesting isekai.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it more so as a romantic and kind of sexually thing, but like, I didn't really see. I know it's technically fan service, but like, I didn't really see it that way. Like, it was more so just like, oh, things are getting pretty steamy in here, kind of thing. Okay, on a whole rant. Okay. Yeah, My Dress Up Darling has so many fan service and unnecessary shots, but in the end, it's a really wholesome anime. Like, I feel like a lot of the people who say that the fan service is terrible with My Dress Up Darling, like, haven't seen that much actual degenerate shows, because there is so much stuff out there that is way more degenerate than My Dress Up Darling, honestly. Like, it is... I don't know. Maybe it's because like My Dress Up Darling, you'd expect it. I don't know. Like it's very close to being a wholesome anime, but then it throws in a bunch of fan servicey moments occasionally, which could kind of feel like you're ruining it to the target audience. But for me, I just enjoyed it. That's it. What do you mean, bro? There's less fan service in Boku no Pico. It's. Are you hearing the words that are coming that you're typing right now? Are you reading the words that you're typing? Like,
Hey, Brandon, calm down.
He's literally saying that he'd rather watch Boku no Pico than My Dress Up Darling again.
How come Make a Kill's not fan service?
What's your favorite full anime so far if you're watching some? I'm not watching any. I'll have to decide later. Have you seen Your Line in April? I have to, but I have not yet. Brandon doesn't like the fan service because she wasn't flat. Got a point there. But at the same time, I didn't hate it. I just didn't mind it. I was just kind of, yeah, I'm pretty, like, so on it. I don't dislike it. Watch Link Click. It's an isekai, technically speaking. Okay. A lot of people are mentioning Link Click. I'll have to check it out later. Comment it below the stream so that I don't forget it. So it stays there forever. Subscribing randomly before this channel hits 800k. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, Akame Kill doesn't seem like the show that has a lot of fan service. Like, it just seems like it's a pretty bloody, action-heavy kind of thing. Senko is the best character in One Piece. Yeah, okay, I finally finished drinking my tea, and now I'm eating lunch. So I'm just talking with you guys while that's happening.
Have I seen Death?
My rule is the moment there's a spa/bath scene or a beach pool scene, I'm done with the series. Wow, it just abandons it that quickly. Isn't there...
You won't be able to watch any show then.
Isn't there even a beach scene in Avatar? Like, wait, a beach episode in Avatar? Like,
There is.
There is. So, like... And it's not even that fan servicey, but they technically going to the beach. But for me, I only... If there's... I usually don't mind it. I just go, yeah, okay, that makes sense. If there happens to be characters that I enjoy there, then it's like, yeah, cool. But it's not really something that causes me to stop watching a show, or is a huge part of the appeal for me either. It's just kind of, yeah. Sometimes I might enjoy it, sometimes I might not. Who knows? Why didn't you eat lunch first? Now you can't wash down food with the tea. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I probably should have done that.
Brandon's not the smartest of the bunch.
I'm not the smartest, yep. Yeah, so many anime have beach scenes. You're just gonna stop watching anime entirely. What the heck does he mean by Esdeath was once a lolly? That doesn't make any sense to me. Are they talking about in flashbacks when she was a kid or something? Or she just randomly like... Lego have more boobers. Your lunch better consist of bread for the bread eating stream. Hey. Maybe. We'll see. What's an anime that everyone loves you don't like? I already answered this question. You can rewind if you want. I already said. It's going gone.
Why don't you answer the opposite question?
What's the opposite question?
It's an anime everyone hates, but you like.
I already answered that too. That was Nagatoro.
Answer it again.
That was Nagatoro.
Oh my god, no, what? Okay.
A lot of people hate Nagatoro. Like, a lot of people just
Brandon.
saw the first episode and then dropped it. Okay. And Noah says, nah, if it's a really fan servicey and has a beach as well as a bath episode. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think I've seen enough degenerate anime to like really judge based on that. So yeah, I'll just say nothing. What you eating? I'm eating pasta. That's what I'm eating. Notaku, Darkness Over Meg means asking Notaku to take over the stream. Because I'm dropping the ball. How, in what way? Because I'm not talking?
I am too, because I'm super quiet, because people are here, so I'm not entertaining at all. Normally I'd be yelling and talking super loud.
Yeah, usually he's screaming at me over my bad taste and stuff like that. This time he isn't. It's the most entertaining parts of the streams. Everyone can agree on that. He says something stupid. Notaku screams at me. That's every stream we do in a nutshell, usually. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh, sorry. I think you might have been a bit quiet. Try talking now.
Hello, hello.
How is he now, guys?
'86, I think. Oh, I think I know that one. That one was really good.
Yeah,
I didn't finish.
That was a few seasons ago. It's pretty recent.
'86 was really good. It was sad though.
I haven't seen it. Honestly, it's just because it was super action heavy and stuff and war and stuff like that. And it just didn't particularly pique my interest and stuff. I know I'll probably like it if I watched it. But like when it comes to that type of anime, it usually doesn't pique my interest as much. He says, have you seen Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai? It's peak romance. Yes, I have. And I really loved it, especially the first 3 episodes. But I feel like there were a few things about it that I could like nitpick, I suppose. Like yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the only thing about it is that I just kind of wish that there was less of a harem aspect to it. Like, I know it's not a harem anime, but like it still kind of subtly tried to push that in, and I didn't like that because he was already dating Mai at that point. Like, I wouldn't have minded as much if he wasn't dating Mai at the beginning, but the fact that, like, he was literally in a relationship with her, and yet the story kept trying to push him into these situations with other girls and stuff, especially with the movie and stuff, it kind of pissed me off. Like, it's like, this is just, like, wrong. I don't like that. Like, it's still good. I still enjoyed watching it, but that's just a minor nitpick that I have about it. It's like, that just, I don't like that. I don't. Because I feel like, especially with the Bunny Girl Senpai movie, they wanted me to care about the girl, like, the other girl. But, like, the fact that they tried to have, but also the fact that she kind of got in the way between him and Mai, kind of made me like, gave me contradicting ideas. Because like, if I'm supposed to care about her, then why is this show making me like a bit annoyed at her? Like, so it's like, yeah, I feel like it would have been better off just without that aspect and if she was just her own thing. But yeah, that's just me nitpicking again. Bruh, John Ryan's asking, what's your opinion on Konosuba? And don't be biased just because it has no boba tea. Bruh, are you seriously asking me what my opinion is on Konosuba?
It's his whole identity.
No, my entire channel's basically been that. You don't need to hear my opinion on this stream. I already made an entire half-hour video on it. You can watch that instead. There was a movie on Bunny Girl Senpai. Yes, it is really good. And it was
by good, he means very sad.
Yeah, it was very sad as well. And aside from the entire harem aspect that I was complaining about, the only other thing is I felt like the ending went on for a little bit too long. But yeah, aside from that, it's still really good. Ready for an hour rant on Konosuba? It's like, oh, bro, you just triggered it. You just, no, don't stop. Stop him. Guys, I think he doesn't like Konosuba. Okay. What was your opinion on Attack on
Whoa,
Titan?
whoa, whoa! I wouldn't say we could all agree to that.
I can agree to that.
This is Brandon. Shut up.
I mean, I was already bashing her enough in the video, so it kind of goes without saying.
You're so lucky I'm not alone right now.
It's like, what's Notaku doing in his room? Who is he screaming at so much?
Even me talking is quiet and tame like this. I already got on at least one knock.
He asked, I play games asked, what's your opinion on Attack on Titan? I think it's really good. I think it's actually like one of the most like, I can completely understand why people are so like hyped about it and stuff like that, and what us and a bunch of people saying it could be like the best anime ever and stuff. And like I don't necessarily think that, but I still think it's like super like really solid and stuff like that. Like there are so many things that are just mind-blowing about it. Like the first season was just like solid action. I know I said that I'm not super into the action and stuff like that, but Attack on Titans like was kind of an exception to that. Like I was actually fully on board with the hype and stuff. Like yo, them doing the backflips and the swords and stuff. That was cool as. And and then like the mystery started and all that stuff in later seasons, and with all the plot twists and reveals, it is really good. I'm looking forward to seeing how the final season concludes things, and the controversial ending. What, guys? I just found out Notaku is my mother. Dora the Explorer's peak anime.
We could all agree that Dora and Diego were banging, right?
What? Oh, thank you, Darkness. Wait a second. Please tell me you watched Kimi no Nawa. I'm unsubbing if you haven't. Of course I've seen Your Name. I literally mentioned it in the video, but yeah. Your Name is great. It is such a great movie. I know I'm stupid because I'm shows like AOT. I skip all the people parts and only watch the Titans. What the heck? Did you just skip entire seasons worth of the anime in that case? Because the Titans are only a thing in season 1. Like, bruh. I mean, and a couple times throughout the other seasons and stuff like that. But it's more about like the characters and stuff like that, and a really interesting plot. Okay, Darkness everywhere. Brandon, your opinion on Konosuba is Megumin, Flat is Justice, Aqua is annoying, Darkness sucks, and this is the greatest anime. Typical fanboy. Yeah, but he's true though. Yeah, none of what he said is wrong. he clearly understands me. Honestly,
Origami was so good. Oh my god.
honestly,
I wish I got a third season.
To Your Eternity will be right up your alley. It's got the hype, it's got the great character arcs, it's got the grand overarching mystery, it's got the goodest dog. Oh yeah, I think I'd love it To Your Eternity. I haven't seen it yet, but I really gotta. Like, and apparently the same person who wrote A Silent Voice wrote that as well, so it's like, I'm probably gonna like it. Hey Brandon, what's your opinion on the Black Adam movie? I haven't seen it. No, sorry about that. I kind of stopped watching superhero movies like a long time ago and stuff. So like, I probably, like, I still check out a couple here and there and stuff, but like, I haven't really gotten around to it. So, yeah. Oh my god, you guys are so weird with the Dora and Diego thing.
It's true. Everyone thought it.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, you mean when you didn't know
Everyone
they were cousins
thinks
and stuff?
Yeah, even though they always
Yeah,
just had
that's
so
true.
much sexual tension between them. It was weird.
Bruh! Have you watched
It's
Cyberpunk? Have you watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners? No, I have not. I said that, answered that before, but I'm gonna say it again.
I thought you did.
Why? I mean, okay, I'm going to. I know I'm going to, and I know I'm probably gonna like it too. But yeah, I really got to see it. Character development, oh boring. Only big person punch. You enjoy Did Konosuba. Good like show? I'm not even gonna answer that question. The answer should be obvious. Hey, how is it not obvious at this point? I literally have Kazuma as my profile pic right now. Do you think the One Piece is real? Can we get much higher? Well, so you watched everything up to Endgame, right? Of course I did. It was only after Endgame when I kind of like lost interest and stuff. I feel like a lot of people did. Thoughts on the direction My Hero Academia went? I kind of dropped it after season 4, I believe. It was the last season I watched was whatever the one was when they were saving that kid and stuff. After that, I just kind of lost interest. Not watching.
I think I stopped at 4 too.
Sorry, you did.
I think I stopped at season 4 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't really was super interested in it anymore. I mean, it was one of my like first anime, like introduction animes and stuff like that. So I think that while it was airing, I got introduced to like a whole bunch of different shows and stuff, and then I just kind of found a lot of stuff that's like way better and stuff. And at some point, My Hero Academia, and it wasn't necessarily getting better. I felt like it was a lot more solid at the beginning, and it just kind of slowly fell off. It's not garbage, but like I just lost interest. Not watching Arcane until
that one cover of the Invisible Girl was really good though.
You know what I mean. Those who know know. Not watching Arcane until Brandon watches Edge Runners. Okay, I'll watch Edge Runners event very very soon. Don't worry. It's literally open in like one of my tabs and stuff like that. I won't forget about it.
I think I'm gonna actually probably start watching it here in a minute.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If nothing else, because I've just seen a lot of clips.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks
a lot
like
of people talk about it.
Oh, what was her name? Was it
Lucy?
Rebecca?
Or Rebecca, yeah. What about her?
It seemed like she was actually a very interesting character.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a reason why everybody loves her. Like, so.
I mean, and her voice is really good.
Yeah,
I really like it.
In the typical like Studio Trigger style, they get the lolly and then they just give her like the voice of a like a harsh woman who's just like I don't know. It's super right. Okay. I saw you reacted to my comment about how much I love hearing the Nichijou OST in your videos. What did you say about it in response? I said, yeah, I said I'm glad people noticed. That's it. Profile pics mean nothing. I have Darkness as mine, and she isn't even my primary waifu. She isn't? Then who is? I gotta question that now. Do you guys prefer PvP games like that or story games? Honestly, like story games, but I haven't played any of those that you mentioned, so.
I would like PvP games better if I was good at them. But because I suck, I don't. Because I hate losing.
I get it. Season 6 of My Hero Academia is gonna get real. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I just feel like nobody's really talking about it anymore. Hey, have you seen anybody really talking about My Hero Academia outside the fandom? I feel like the hype's
really,
kind
no.
of dead at this point. I haven't seen anyone mention it. Yeah.
I mean,
See,
only
everyone
like,
loves Rebecca. Just,
not people like in the community, but like people who say like, "Oh, I watch anime." It's like, "What do you watch?" My Hero Academia. Oh,
it's like,
okay.
oh, okay.
No one actually
It's
really
like,
in the community.
You're not really. Okay. It's like, yeah, you watch anime, but you're not a weeb. You can't. You're not really a part of the community. Yeah. I can't talk to you in the same way I would with like with a bunch of these other shows and stuff like that. No, I love how everyone's worshipping Rebecca. You're watching sub,
so
right?
far behind on the chat, Brandon.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I watch everything in sub. I don't watch much dubs. I usually watch everything in sub. Even Noah's like Rebecca's best non-lolly lolly. Okay, yeah. I love how even the people who don't like lollies and stuff like that are just like, no, she's not a lolly. It's like, yeah, she kind of is. Even the creators said she is, so it's not really something you can. Okay, Edron is. Yeah, I usually watch subs. Rebecca drank the booba tea with oil. Oh wow. I've been in your server for how long, Brandon, and you don't know who I simp for more than anyone? I'm gonna need a reminder. It's possible you've told me and I just forgot. Is it Rem? I'm guessing it's Rem. The thing is, you could say the same for AOT, but people would bash you for that. In regards to the hype? Yeah, true, but I feel like AOT's writing is on a totally different level to My Hero Academia's. AOT kind of like changed the entire like. And I swear, what do you mean people don't talk about AOT anymore? They talk about it plenty, especially with the ending and like people complaining about stuff. Yeah, they don't talk about it as much now, but that's literally just because like we're still waiting for the final season to come around and stuff. And like, yeah. Let us divide. Megumin versus Rebecca. Ooh, that's an interesting debate. I wonder how many people.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
Give me mod.
Don't you already have mod?
No.
Where?
I need to do something.
In the chat. Okay.
Yes.
What button do? Oh, add moderator. Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
All right. All right, I'm good now.
Who the fuck is Ram? Oh, based. Okay. That is great.
It had to be done.
Okay, I feel like the difference between AOT and My Hero Academia is that My Hero Academia got less interesting because it just kind of like didn't uphold the same level of writing quality and stuff. I am a Rem simp. Jesus, you forgot about the tattoo. Yeah, I guessed right. That means I guessed right. Okay, but what I was saying about... Okay, the difference is that AOT got less mainstream over time, which is why it kind of lost its popularity, but it still maintained a super high level of writing quality. With My Hero Academia, on the other hand, it was more so that it just kind of like, okay, the flaws are starting to kind of shine through. A lot of the things that weren't as big of a deal before are becoming more and more of a problem, like just sidelining all these side characters and stuff and not like really doing anything with them, and like just not really being as interesting anymore. That's just from what I've seen so far. How do you have the money? Yeah. I never actually watched ReZero. I was gonna, but I didn't. Okay. You can if you want to, though. It's still really good. You can't still be streaming. You're insane. I can stream for as long as I want. Hey, I streamed for about 8 hours just playing Doki Doki Literature Club. And I still didn't finish it. That's how long I take. Okay? This is nothing. This is easy. Fair, I have to say to this day, never seen AOT not be in the list of top anime of that season. Yeah, exactly. Like, whenever AOT is airing, it's literally at the top every single time. Does Brandon watch Princess Connect? Alleged peak Konosuba ripoff? I've heard of Princess Connect. I haven't seen it. I mean, it looks fun. But yeah, I never got around to seeing it, so I don't know. Character designs are nice though, but that's to be expected considering it's based on a gacha game. Doki Doki Literature Club takes like 6 hours though. Yeah, but you gotta understand that within that 8 hours, the only part of Doki Doki Literature Club that I completed was the first chapter. I didn't even get up to the big twist yet. And after all that 8 hours. Because I was just spending so much time talking about stuff and mucking around and being stupid. So by the time the 8 hours were over, like, I only finished the first chapter.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I did. Sad.
He left her hanging.
Dashing a over Mega Mean is literally never gonna let me live that one down. Brandon, this is your fault. But seriously, be wary of spoilers. Don't just spoil things for people. There could be people here who are watching who've never played it or seen it.
I mean, the game's been out for 4+ years, Brandon.
True, but I was one of those people who wasn't spoiled.
One of the very few.
Yeah.
Vader is Luke's father.
Whoa, no! I can't believe you spoiled that. Oh no. Literally everyone knows that line though. Someone has to remind you
I
of
could
your
say the
shame.
same about GDLC, Brandon.
What do you mean? Say the same about... Say what?
That everyone knows about it.
It's an iconic line that everyone repeats though. Nobody exactly... maybe within...
Everyone repeats just Monica.
No, not just Monica. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the thing with Sayori. The guy was dead all along. Wow, what a huge spoiler. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm assuming he's talking about the Sixth Sense. But I love how it's just the guy was dead all along. It was like, oh, amazing. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, see, Expert Archer got spoiled. I was right. Brandon's still alive. If only he had this much commitment to watching anime. To be fair, I've only been live and I've just been eating and talking to you guys. I still gotta finish going through these comments. And to be fair, I do watch anime. I'm just not watching this stupid
not
popular
really.
stuff. That's all. Have you seen Shirobako?
What?
Shirobako.
Was it in English, Brandon?
That's literally the name.
I don't know.
I'm
I'd have
eating
to look it
pasta.
up.
I just finished now. Anyways. It's basically a show about like going into the manga industry. Wait, no, not the manga industry. The anime industry. And like basically like going like basically kind of going through everything that everyone has to go through in order to like make an anime and stuff like that, and all the things that they have to
2015.
deal with. It's pretty
I
interesting.
thought you already watched that.
What do you mean you thought I already watched that? I brought
I
it
thought
up
you already
before.
watched it.
Bro,
Exactly. You brought it up before. I thought you already watched it.
yeah, I started watching it when I mentioned it to you. I'm almost finished with it. But the reason I haven't been watching anime
It's only
is because
24 episodes. How have you not been finished?
I'm almost finished. I'm like 2 episodes away from finishing.
You still haven't, though.
Yeah,
It's been
but that's
months.
because I'm almost... No, the reason is because throughout all those months, I was working on this dang video. And I felt like I couldn't, like...
Oh, hold on. I gotta help out this guy real quick.
Okay.
Oni AI.
You use this time to watch DxD or the quintuplets. No, I couldn't really. Because I kind of already
another one.
scheduled
Oh.
this stream.
Hold on. Let me pull up my list. Docs. What other ones I got in here? I got quite a few. So hold on.
Can anyone suggest me sibling anime without the incest?
Yeah, I'm already working on it.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's possible.
That's the guy I'm helping out.
Wait, what? That's what you're doing right now. You're trying to find
Yes.
a sibling anime without incest. I don't know. I'd say that Kaguya-sama Lovers War does a good job with like sibling
Wait, I
portraying
thought he said
siblings
that was. Oh, without.
without the
Oh.
incest. Ah!
Oh.
You thought it was gonna be with incest.
Oh.
Oh my god, bro. See the challenge here now? It's like, oh, how do you think of this? This like really says a lot about society when it's harder to find an as sibling anime without incest than it is to find one with them.
Yeah, about that one. Sorry, Chief.
bit
You're on
difficult.
your own.
I mean, they're mostly side stuff. Like, it's usually when it's something like, oh, it's a side story in a different type of show. Like, you don't really see any shows that are completely just about two siblings and stuff like that. Usually it'd be like
Oh,
secondary to something
Charlotte
else.
wasn't sibling romance though.
He's asking for a sibling anime without incest, as in there's no
thought it-
romance between them.
Oh, I thought it was sibling romance.
No, he just said a sibling anime. That's it.
I read that completely wrong.
Yeah, that it shows what's going on in your head then. It's like he literally just said sibling anime.
Sorry, I can't. Fruit of Josiah. Oh, that was really
Brandon
good.
seems kind of stuck in 2016 by his anime taste.
Fruit of Josiah does not
maybe-
fit that criteria. though.
Maybe I'm just watching whatever seems interesting, honestly. Wait, Notaku is a VTuber fan? Oh, yep, he's not gonna stop now. That's literally what he makes all of his videos on. it's so far it's
Well,
all
not
just a video.
anymore.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do a video on DxD now. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Do the events you ever plan ever follow the schedule? I mean, I literally just go, okay, I'm going to do this stream on this day. So then I schedule it on the Discord server, which if you guys aren't a part of, you should join. And so
Realistically, it's a 50-50.
usually if I just schedule it on Discord, then that's when I'm going to do it. And if
50% of the time.
yeah, 70% of the time.
50%.
If something changes, then I just make an announcement there. So like, yeah. This was like, bruh, Oni AI is peak Alabama. Oh, this guy knows you. Okay. I've been on the visual novel streams on Otaku's channel, and it's all but the game. Literally, it's just us arguing over stupid stuff. Like avocados and salad. And about, oh, Brandon, you're so dumb. And then I was just like, no, Otaku, you're dumb. And this is why. And then I'd say something dumb, and I wouldn't know what to say next. And now Otaku's like, see, you don't have a point. And I'm like, wait, no, and then like 5 minutes later, I think of a good point and say it then and bring it back. His server is fun. It's just a bunch of dudes who hate Brandon. Yep, it's just the server is designed to bully me. They all turned on me. That's what it's for. Do you think Mushoku Tensei is ever getting a season 2? Of course it is. Have you not seen the trailer? It came out. It's there. We're having a season 2. It's coming out very soon. I don't remember exactly what year it's going to be, but I know it's going to come out.
JB was definitely a good choice, but you're not even mentioning Asako? She was obviously best girl.
In what?
Followed, of course, by Kazuki. Fruit of Josiah.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that yet, so I'm not going to say anything. But I know it's probably a degenerate anime, so I'm not going to...
Oh, it
Just silently
definitely.
judging. Okay, I gotta read through these comments now. I really gotta, or else the stream is never
I
going to
made
end.
that video 2 years ago. Jesus.
Wait, what? What came out 2 years ago?
On Fruit of Josiah. It was 2 years ago.
When you made a video on it?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Wow.
Jesus. I don't
It's
even
weird.
remember it.
Yeah, it's weird. Brandon calls me a masochist, but continues to promote his server and get more people to insult and demean him. Who's the real one here? Hey, I never denied that I might have a little bit of masochism in myself too. Why do you think I subject myself to watching sad anime that breaks my spirit? It's because maybe just a little bit I am. But I never denied it. Hello, Orbital VR. Haha, bottom. Excuse me.
Welcome to the club.
I know I'm not a bottom. That sounds so weird. Anyways, okay,
Ooh,
okay.
Witchcraft Works was good.
Okay.
It's a really good opening.
Now, I'm going to read through these comments and finally finish going through them. There's probably been like 100 more ever since I started the stream.
Are you gonna read all of them?
Yes. Alright, not all the replies, just all the normal comments.
Oh my god, this can take forever.
I'm actually getting pretty close. Like I've sped through a bunch of them, and now it's just the
You
stuff
gotta
from
refresh though, Brandon.
Now I'm just, of course I'm gonna refresh, but like I'm up to the stuff that like were commented 1 day ago and stuff. So yeah, I'm making good progress.
Oh no, technically, no, they are blood related.
Are we really arguing, or are you really debating over whether the siblings are blood related or not? It's like, well, yes, Brendan, it is
Normal
pretty
occurrence.
important.
In regular Magic High School, yeah, definitely. Because one of the lines was literally, "I would have got with her if she weren't my sister, her blood related sister."
Has
That
you
was
read
one
a
of the
single
lines.
comment?
So,
Oh, I've been. I only took a break to eat and stuff like that. I'm gonna start reading now. Okay.
I mean, true, but it's the same thing in Orimo, but that's still the same.
He's still talking about incest anime. Okay, erase this good mystery until it's not a mystery anymore. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, I know.
happened
Suka Suka made me cry too.
He's still talking about irrelevant stuff. Like, what the fuck happened to the story at the several episode to the end? Did the author get brain damaged? I'm sorry, this comment is just so hilarious. I gotta heart it.
Origo, Orimo.
I just gotta heart this one. Oh my god. Yeah, Notaku's managing the chat while I'm reading the actual comments and stuff. And nobody in the chat's listening to me. They're just listening to Notaku, and I'm just doing this in the background.
I'm not even being entertaining.
They just like you better. My interpretation of his reason for killing them was always he killed someone by accident and he ended up getting addicted to the rush of adrenaline, and now it's the only thing that gives his life meaning. I can go deeper with this, comparing the things I said to the story and back it up with things he said. Yeah, okay, but that's an interpretation. Just because that's basically a headcanon.
You guys are getting
thing.
Brandon riled up.
Who are you talking to? I'm reading the comments. I'm reading the comments.
Well,
the chat.
You went off.
The comment and chat are
comment.
two
You're already riled
separate
up.
things right now. Yeah, that's not. Wait, why am I hearting that? No. Don't heart that. Sorry. But like, that's just, yeah, in my opinion, that's okay. No. I'm just saying that that's like something that you made up for the most part. That's still a very headcanon thing. I'm only talking about like what's there and how the show presented it. It has nothing to do with whether you like create an entire thing to make it seem more reasonable and stuff. So okay, do you write this video since the anime ended or released? The fact that that's a question. It's like, was Brandon writing this video ever since the initial release of Erased? Like, I just took that long to make this video. That's how long I took. Like, I just imagine Erased is airing, and I'm starting to write a video on it, and I'm just taking so long that it's only until like, how long has it been out for? Like 7 years later, do I finally finish the video on it?
I mean, for VTuber, it's hard to tell because I like them for different reasons. Like look and voice wise, I'd probably say Crony.
Oh yeah, Demon
I
Slayer
really
doesn't
like
have
Subaru,
incest.
but probably my favorite, the one I like watching the most would be Pekora. But Pekora, I don't really feel like. I
Well,
feel like
Brandon,
she's the most entertaining.
The Epic Boy says, well,
So,
Brandon, it
I'd
was
probably
nice
say
stopping by
Pekora.
again. I was surprised when I saw you were still streaming, but nevertheless, it was nice. I hope you have a good night and a good rest of the stream. Thank you. See ya. It's good for you to drop by. I mean, when I started the stream, it was like early morning for me, so right now it's still kind of just mid-afternoon, so... It's like, quiet, Brandon, no Taku is talking. Sorry for talking on my own stream.
How dare you?
Okay. Maybe Kaya told her mom to leave her man. And you know, woman, hell will freeze over before they admit they were wrong. What the heck does this even mean? I legitimately don't get what this comment is trying to say. God. What do you mean? Maybe Kaio told her mom to leave her man, and woman hell will freeze over before they admit they were wrong. I still don't get it. I'm just gonna move on. Bro, Erased was my favorite anime until now. Your ending made it better drastically, bro. Make your own anime. Brew that shit would be a masterpiece. Thank you. Okay, thank you, but like, you're just gonna say it's like, oh, it's objectively worse because you saw like what you thought was a better version. I'm still flattered, but like, yeah, it's funny.
Oh, for Pepper, did you see her singing the national anthem of America? That was hilarious.
As much as there's a lot of technical details to love about the anime, the best adaptation of it has to be the Netflix series. Personally, for me, it's totally worth to sacrifice the anime aesthetic for the storytelling on a Netflix one. Yeah, but I at the same time, the reason I haven't watched the Netflix one is because I know that they're just going to like skim over a bunch of the important stuff and like.
Oh, the live action, you mean?
Yeah, there's a live action version.
Well, of course, it's live action. They're never
yeah,
good.
I don't. I never like live action.
It's like saying you watched live action Death Note.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people say that the erased with the like ending in the live action version was like more satisfying and stuff. But at the same time, I don't want to have to sacrifice like the entire rest of the show and what made it so good in the first place in order to do that. Because like what made Erased go so good for me was like the entire like direction and atmosphere and like the way the entire thing was directed and like just how well it did a lot of those emotional moments. So yeah.
Here, let me find you a clip of it. It was super funny.
Obligatory live action Avatar. Oh god, no. Let's please not bring that up.
Here. Okay. Can I post links? I don't know. We'll see. Can you watch that? If so,
Probably.
That's the link.
Yeah. Ayo. Okay, odd that every adaptation has a different ending except the Netflix series. Guess the producers realized the hate. I mean, yeah, probably. Bro code, you don't date your homie's ex. Even if he's married, has children and grandchildren, his ex is off limits. Yeah, the English is strong with this one. I still don't understand what this guy's saying. Okay, this video is made so well. Good job. Thank you. The problem I got with the ship being sunk is that the special relationship the two characters had couldn't have been that special, huh? Like the defense is that it was what happens in real life. It's the average, it's normal, not special. When it comes to comments that I just don't understand, I'm just gonna scroll past them. It's like, I'm not even gonna bother. I think the author is a fan of the Peter and MJ tragedy. I mean, probably. Really pissed about your version of the ending because it made me bawl my eyes out. As someone who was never into the show, the video broke down the bad and the good while also issuing a great substitute. Great job, really. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but you should still probably watch the show. Thank you. Anyways. Notaku, will you have my child in 86 years?
That's an odd number.
I don't know why, but I feel like reminding everyone here about the live-action Dragon Ball movie. Oh, God. Oh, my God. The live-action Dragon Ball movie, that was something. Like, that's like the one movie that I'd say is an even worse adaptation than the Avatar, live-action Avatar remake and stuff like that.
86 was a good anime. It was really good.
Okay.
It's super sad, though.
Okay, amazing video, one of your best IMO. I've been planning to read the Erased manga for quite a while now, just to see the different ending, but I honestly think your ending is probably better than what the manga ending might be. Then again, I haven't read it yet. Thank you. This guy's been in... I've seen a number of comments from this guy for quite some time.
He's from this...
Live action Avatar needs to be deleted.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, they're asking what anime
yeah, I got it.
Picture.
I already got it.
I got it. I won't spoil them.
The Helpful Fox Senko's Hand. It's really good.
There we go.
You gotta watch till the end of the credits
Super
too,
wholesome.
and you get a special thing at the end.
Hear me out, man. It was all a dream. He wakes up back as a kid living a normal life, and then he dies again, and then turns into an isekai where he wakes up again, But then it turns into a harem. But then they all die. But then they have a 10-year time skip where Satoru ends up with Kaio and then they have a happy life. What the heck? Until we, the watchers, wake up to reality knowing that they never ended up together while we all cry alone, knowing that we can never fix it and never go back in time and change the ending. The ending made me sad. And with all the people who watch this knows full well that anime is anime, there will always be another anime that can make us happy again. What I'm trying to say is no matter what happens, we can't go back in time, but we can always change our future. Stay safe, everyone. Well, that was certainly a comment. That was great. I just want to heart that because of how much entertainment value it provided. That was amazing. Good job, man. Yeah, this is a god tier ending. Way better than mine, of course. Note, I kind of rushed this comment, so some parts might sound goofy. Oh, no, it doesn't sound goofy at all. Eat bread. Oh, wow. I knew they fucked the ending, but this video made it sound worse than the ending of Fairy Tail. Oh, well, I haven't seen Fairy Tail, so I can't say anything about that. To be honest, the NTR episode, I stopped watching after that.
Brandon's favorite of all time is Konosuba, obviously.
Who asked that? In the chat again.
Yes.
Bruh. Nah, it's actually Steins Gate. But Konosuba is
No, it's
basically
not.
become my brand. It's
It's
like, no,
Konosuba.
it's not. Your favorite anime is Konosuba. It's like,
I know.
Okay.
It just is.
okay.
No matter what you say.
To subvert your Oh, man. This person... Okay, 2320. What's this person talking about? Build up if it was gonna go nowhere in the end. Okay, I was asking what was the point of all that build up if it was gonna go nowhere in the end. Okay, this person asked
Jeez,
to
20 minutes
subvert...
in and it's only halfway. Not even.
Yeah. Wait, so you don't... Did you not notice that this video was an hour long, bruh?
I mean, I did. It just.
Yeah. To subvert... Okay, this person says to subvert your expectations. You expected it. It did not happen. What did happen may have been worse, but I believe it was an intended twist. Yeah. It was still dumb, though. Like, you don't... Like, they're talking about the entire setup thing with, like, a bunch of the side characters and all that stuff. Like, you don't set up that sort of thing only to just throw it in the trash and say, what a twist! It's like, no, that's not a twist. That's just bad writing. You can't just throw stuff out the window like that. Like, that doesn't make it good just because it's unexpected. Like, the amount of times that people would subvert expectations just for the sake of subverting expectations has ruined so many shows. Like, that's exactly what people were complaining about with Game of Thrones. And like the episodes of like the newer seasons of Westworld and stuff like that, and like they're just and it's mostly just because they wanted to do something unexpected and different, and they just ruined the story they were building up in the process. So, yeah. We would like to believe they didn't intend that and they simply forgot for the sake of the writer's credibility. To be honest, I'm not totally sure which one would give them better credibility, because it's like whether they just genuinely forgot or whether they tried to do it on purpose. I'm not really sure. Okay.
Like
What
a
are
big
you-
black man is chasing you.
Oh my god, ghost stories. Yeah, I really like how Erase tackled dark and difficult subjects like child abuse and did it very well. Yeah, the main villain was a bit of a letdown, but the emotions when Kaio finally gets the help she deserved was quite something. Yeah, 100% agreed. This is the show we all wanted to be a 10. Yeah. This is why restraining the anime with only 12 episodes is a problem I have with recent animes. The first 8 episodes were actually sticking to the original quite well, so they were good. Then the climax happened and oh boy, the entire final battle of wits could have made this anime a 20 episode series, but they just had to cut and butcher the hell out of it. Yeah, it seems like that's kind of what happened. Like, it actually made sense in the manga, but they just rushed it or something. I don't know. I love how everyone's referencing the ghost story stuff.
It's just funny.
We could never. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black. It's like, oh no, I hope nobody takes this out of context and cancels me. Hey man,
Okay. You asked the question. Newly isekai. You got out of the 5 billion. You gotta be more
it's like,
specific than that.
are there any new isekais that have come out recently? It's like, You don't even need to look. It's everywhere. It's just... but yeah, new to channel, I like your video. Yeah. I'm curious what I think about it. I don't, because I don't watch them. I don't watch
Brandon
much
just
isekai.
bad.
Yeah, it's funny because I keep making a video on isekai anime, but that's only because like, oh, this is the exception to the rule. I like this isekai this time. But aside from that, I'm not really interested in isekai as a genre, so I don't watch any. When did the seasonal anime and the 12 episode stuff start? I'm not sure. It just seems like a TV scheduling thing. Probably like the same way, like, you know, movies are expected to be 90 minutes to 2 hours, and if it's too long, you got to cut it down, which is why there are a bunch of director's cuts and stuff like that. Notaku, are you a bottom or a top?
Bottom, obviously.
You see, that's the thing. Notaku, he isn't in denial.
I've accepted it many years ago.
Now, I refuse to accept that. I don't care. I know people are going to say that, well, Brendan's a bottom. No, I'm not. Shut up.
Yes, you are, Brandon.
No, I'm not. I mean, does it need to be a top and the bottom? Why can't they just be in the same level? That's what I want.
That's not how that works.
I know it's not how it works, but
the
that's...
fact that you say that just shows how much of a bottom you are.
No,
Brandon.
it doesn't. I'm not... No, I'm not like that. Shut up.
I mean, I'm a hardcore bottom, but even if it was you and me, I'd have to be the top, Brandon.
That's just insulting, bro.
That's just how bad
you're gonna
are.
make me cry. Just wait, no, I shouldn't have said that. I'm just proving your point. Accept who you are, Brandon. Yeah, I know. There can only be one and the other. I still think it's dumb. Okay. As shitty as the baby and being with a different guy is, it happens so much in real life, it's to be expected. Yeah, well, I don't care about what happens in real life. This isn't about what happens in real life. It's about what's realistic. When it's not about what's realistic, it's about what makes good writing. Like, it's not... if you ever just transcribed a normal conversation that two random people are having in a coffee shop, and then that turned that into a short film or something, it'd be the most boring thing ever, because real life doesn't translate to fiction just like that. You gotta actually have good writing, and you gotta understand how it works. It's not just, oh, it's good because it's real. Like, I'm so tired of that excuse. Just because...
Exactly. Why would I watch realistic anime when I can watch romance? Duh.
I mean, you can make it realistic, but it's got to be for a point. You got to have, like, some kind of point. You can't subvert expectations by throwing stuff out in the window and justify it by saying, it's realistic. Like, that's not an excuse. You got to have a point to everything. Just because you literally saved her life and childhood from being awful, that's how it goes. Being realistic isn't bad, it's more false expectations. Expecting them together is what drastically affected those reactions on that one thing. The thing is, though, about false expectations is that the show itself was the one that was setting up those expectations. Like, I wouldn't mind as much if it was just like, oh, it's a me thing. I was just projecting. I was hoping this thing was going to happen, but the show was never intending to do that in the first place. But nah, the show itself was pushing it super hard. And, like, you'd have to be in denial to deny that, because, like, it is so obvious just by watching it. It's not false expectations. They're completely reasonable expectations to have. It's not, like, some sort of thing where I just went, oh, I hope this thing's happen, even though the show hasn't indicated it at all. Like... Yeah, guys, we should make a super realistic anime where it's just 24 episodes of someone doing desk work for 8 hours. Yeah, just prove all the haters wrong. It's like, you wanted a realistic anime? Here, a realistic anime. Isn't this what you wanted? Isn't that why people like Steins Gate? Because it's realistic? No, not really. I mean, Steins Gate has time travel stuff happening in it. Inherently, it's not realistic. I liked it because of the characters and the way it developed everything, and the story and plot was really, really good. It has nothing to do with realism. Okay, do you hate that anime are made to advertise as original, so some of them only get animated halfway through, whereas cartoons in the West usually stand on their own and most get an ending? That's a difficult question to answer, because, like, I feel like a lot of cartoons as well, they'd have something great going on, but then but they have no idea how many seasons they're given. Because like then they could easily just get cancelled out of nowhere, and now they need to suddenly think up an ending when that's not what they were planning, and like they can't properly plan an ending and how many seasons they're gonna have. Whereas with anime and light novels and stuff, at least you can go to the source material and see how it ends. It's a difficult thing. Honestly, I don't really have much of it. I can't really say either or. They're just different things that you have to kind of work around, I suppose. Different restrictions that you have to do the best that you can with what you're given. You are missing out on a miracle in the server. People not from the top 10 are being active and having a conversation. Yo, for real? For real. People are actually talking in the Discord server, and it's not the people who are usually there. Ha, that is cool as. Why did you give birth to me, Notaku? Okay. There's a bomb part that made me laugh really hard. I'm sorry. I know that part just so came out of nowhere. I already went through that though, so I'm not gonna say it again. Good to know. Glad to know I'm not the only one that wants to sucker punch the author. Hey, I'm sure it's not his fault. It was probably just like a result of the circumstances, and they did the best with what they could. I don't think it was any one person's fault. For me, the ending felt good. The goal of the MC was completed. Just because you save a lady, it doesn't mean they fall in your arms. Way to miss the point of my entire argument again. Personally, I really like the ending of this anime. A great story overall. Yeah, sure. I can respect that. The ending to this anime is the biggest what moment I've ever had in my life. Absolutely out of left field, 14-year-old me was pissed. Yeah, the author is not the same thing as the anime producers. They're two different people, and like, it just happened. Notaku, what is happening with John Ryan? He's just like, Notaku, I'm insisting that you are my mother for some reason. Just okay. Spider-Man 2 was similar in a way, with Peter and Satoru wanting to save people, but bad things happening to him. And even though Spider-Man 2 is the least I would sit down and watch in the trilogy, there's a reason why some guy made a video about it being the best superhero movie ever. Despite the cliches, it still did its job right and followed writing fundamentals correctly and had a satisfying ending. No, okay, I completely disagree with this. And the reason why, like Spider-Man 2 is one of the most well-respected Spider-Man movie out of the trilogy. And it's for a good reason, because it's really well.
Which one is what?
Spider-Man 2.
Of the very first of Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire?
In the Sam Raimi, trilogy and stuff. Spider-Man 2 is probably one of the most well-respected out of all of them. And
yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. The thing is, though, the difference is, though, everything that Peter does in Spider-Man 2, all the bad things that happen to him are a direct consequence of all the choices he makes. Like, he consistently chooses, am I going to save these children or something? Or am I going to choose what's important to my personal life? And he always chooses to, like, save the children and stuff. And because
so obvious answer is don't save the children. Let the mofos die.
Now, that's literally what he does in the middle of the movie and stuff. At some point, he just gives up on being Spider-Man. But, like, the thing is, though, like, it's presenting him with a clear choice. Either you can choose one or the other, and either way you're going to lose something. And so when he chooses something, it has an impact. That's literally what I talk about in the video and stuff, except I use Steins Gate as an example instead. But it's the same principle. The thing with Erased is that he doesn't make any choice. He doesn't really given a choice at all. He just kind of goes, oh, this magical ability throws me back in time. And now I have no other choice but to save these children. Like, what else is he supposed to do? And then he goes, okay, I'm going to do that. And then completely independently, after that happens, then he gets kidnapped by the killer and stuff, and then he goes into the coma. But, like, that wasn't something that happened as a direct result of his choices. That just happened completely independently. That just happened, like, randomly, way later, out of nowhere. It's like, it wasn't a direct consequence of anything that he chose. So it's not something where it's like, oh, he chose to sacrifice himself. No, he didn't. That bad thing happened to him, and it was out of his control. So that's like the big difference between Spider-Man 2 and like Satoru here, because it's like in Spider-Man you can clearly see it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense why he wouldn't have been able to make it to this place on time, because he was busy saving people. Like it's directly correlated with each other. Anyways.
General Kenobi.
Okay. Having been friends with multiple kids in case situation, dealing with cops and CPs, it's odd seeing such an awful thing animated. Heartbreaking. Yeah. I'm just gonna casually mention Desert Punk. I don't know what that means. Isn't Irie like 17? I mean, it's been
Bonjour.
it's been debated upon. Like, apparently she's like still, yeah. Apparently she is still like in high school and stuff. But like she could easily be a different age after the time skip. So I don't think that's necessarily the problem in itself, since like it never even showed them ending up together. It only implied it. So I don't think that's necessarily the main problem here. The main problem is just with all the other stuff I talked about. Okay, let's see how long this... Okay, your part 2 gradual decline. I mean, it's anime. It's supposed to be exaggerated. However, human emotions, feeling, the trauma, and the entirety of a person's psychology is complex. Humans have the ability to change. Good or bad is still change. People that can't get over their own trauma, despair, and torment are more and most likely to keep spreading that mystery. Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I was talking about. It was completely about the way the entire scene was portrayed, and has nothing to do with... And it has nothing to do with, like... okay, sorry. Yeah, it has everything to do with the presentation and the way the director, like, kind of framed everything. It has nothing to do with the content itself. You could easily do a scene where it makes us sympathize with the mother. In fact, that's literally what I did in like my own rewrite version of it. I did the exact same thing. I just changed the portrayal. I changed the music. I changed the way that it all happened. Yeah, he used the wrong there. Just delete his comment out of respect. Do you have a My Anime list? Yes, I do, and it's linked in my profile banner and stuff. You guys can check it out there if you want. But yeah, it has nothing to do with her being a complex human being. In fact, I like that. It's just the way it went about it was really weird. Thank you for pointing out that stupid ass move at the end of the baby. I was so invested in this stupid relationship. They just undid it? But why? Why make us so emotionally invested in a romance for no reason? A friendship between the two could have been fine, and then the ending would have made a bit more sense. But why make your viewers intentionally angry at that? It baffles me. Thank you. This person puts it into words. Good.
Brandon is Australian, and he spends like 2 months on the videos.
Yeah. Wait, who are you responding to in the chat?
You wouldn't know because you're so far behind.
No, I'm literally up to date.
That you're just blind.
You sound Australian. Oh, yeah. We're talking about... Yeah, I'm just responding to comments, man. Like, there's just... What's your opinion on Steins Gate Zero? Is it as bad as many people said? I mean, no. I don't
say that it's bad. I really liked it.
I don't really see anyone saying that it's bad. If anything, I see way more people saying that it's good. I mean, I don't think it was on the same level as the original Steins Gate, but it's still pretty solid from what I've seen. Well, there are quite a few things that I could nitpick about it, though, but, like, yeah, again, those are just nitpicks. It's still a good show, and I feel like most people can agree on that. When a literal serial killer waits for you longer than your girl. It's still that true. Yeah, okay. Okay, your so-called time skip explanation is dramatized. The moment doesn't necessarily drop that much. There's still an underlying tension. Plus, stories or story writers like to add twists, so they could make the audience think it was over and the villain won, but it wasn't. There are other aspects to what happened that impact the story. Yeah, sure, I can like respect that, but I really didn't. I really disagree. Like, they literally basically started the entire story all over again almost. That's one of the big things about it. I'll just simply say I disagree. The ending still satisfied me. Still one of my favorite stories of all time. Yep, I can respect that. It's like if you were able to enjoy the ending despite all that, then that's good. As a manga reader, I can't believe it's supposed to be the same story. Like, why is the teacher so dumb? And why did they erase his whole backstory? It explained everything. And why did they try to redeem Kairu's mother? The thing I liked most about the story was the back and forth between past and present, and him trying to both save Kairi and Kaio in the past and protect the girl he likes in the present. And in the end, in the boat, where Satoru finally confronts his teacher in a 1v1. Yeah, that seems like yeah. Notaku's finally gone, so now everyone has to. Yeah, is it just me, or does your choices in story games not matter ever? I've noticed that, but like, it depends. Sometimes they do, but it's just like other times where it's just like, oh, you have a choice? Nope, we have to go in this direction, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, wait. If you give... Wait, what's funny is that you literally wrote bread in French on your video thumbnail and made me laugh. Oh yeah, pain. Pain means bread in French. That is great. Just imagine being a French dude and you're just going for YouTube and then you just see and then you see a YouTube title from that and it just says bread. There we have the bread eating stream. It's foreshadowing. Yes, I am still live. People are still surprised that I'm still live. I'm still going through the comments. Will you bark for Makima? Yeah. And so much for me being not... so much for me being... I swear I'm not a bottom. It's like, would you bark for Makima? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not confirming anything, actually. No, I didn't say yes. I just said maybe. Down horrendous. Well, I just think she's hot, okay? It's not necessarily I would bark for her. I just think she's like... Yeah. The author of this show revives and changes the story to make the ending better. Does that imply that the author died or something? What on earth? Yeah, see, you get it. To be fair, Makima is hot. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. First Megumin and now this. What do you mean? I'm not immune to... I mean, come on. I am a weeb at the end of the day. It doesn't mean I'm completely immune to that sort of thing. I do agree that the other character stories were never explored. Yep. I just find this comments so funny. Some of these comments. Criticism that the relationship with Kaio doesn't turn into anything in the end is really just personal preference, and I think the story is better off the way it handled it. It emphasizes the fact that Satoru didn't do all this stuff for himself, he did it for others, and it didn't benefit him at all to do so. That's just the kind of guy he is. His power of revival might as well be the manifestation of his willingness to go out of his way to help complete strangers, and that personality trait has been one we've been shown throughout the entire show. And it also helps that the ending doesn't reinforce the trope many anime follow, where the characters with trauma blindly fall in love and dedicate their whole lives to the person who saved them, which may happen sometimes, but overall is unrealistic. The other criticism of the villain and the ending is warranted, I think, but that's the one point I wholeheartedly disagree with. I'm still surprised that people are actively arguing against it, kind of, because, like, I feel like it's one of those things where if you didn't care about the relationship in the first place, it wouldn't make a difference to you whether they ended up together at the end or not. And I'm not necessarily against an ending where they don't end up together. It's just that with this particular execution, it didn't seem as if it was a purposeful thing. It seemed more like they just kind of dropped the ball, like, whatever. It kind of felt less like an actual purposeful thing and more like they just forgot about it, which is like a bit different than what this person is going for. So okay, wait, thoughts on Celestia Ludenberg? I need to search that up. Celestia Ludenberg. That's in Danganronpa and stuff like that. Yeah, she's cool, but I feel like Jameson on the Discord server, he'd know, like he's more into like the entire goth lolly aesthetic and stuff like that. Me personally, I don't really care for it. So. Human memory is flawed, so it makes sense he didn't recognize someone who he hasn't seen since he was a kid. Huh? I literally never criticized that. What on earth? Did this guy just assume that, oh, I'm criticizing it because Satoru didn't remember when he first wake up? I never made that point. Is it weird or that I just don't watch too much mainstream anime? It's just always too long. I mean, nah, it's not that weird. Everyone has their own tastes. I know the Mal isn't very legit, and the best anime is up to personal experience, but if you put Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood aside, what anime would sit on top of Mal? Honestly, Steins Gate for me. Like, it's still very much at the top and stuff like that, but I still think that's deserved. Your dad left the stream. Oh no. Notaku left the stream. Yep. John Ryan, his dad's left. Well, we got some real lore going on here, guys. David in the Discord server, he's just like, apparently I adopted him somehow, and now Notaku has adopted John Ryan, I think. So now we got an entire family tree going on. Okay, he also plans ahead. We see this when Satoru goes back in time and is a kid again. I'm not totally sure what this guy means or what context. Okay, Chad in-depth anime analysis. So glad mini doc reviewers like yours exist. So many review channels just use decade-old generic review points like they just read a synopsis. So many people have their ass stretching in their review, they miss the whole point over nonsense. Is it what part is he talking
Tried
about?
having a logical explanation for why Bill Murray was experiencing.
Yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, cool. The villain's motivation was symbolic. Yeah, I know. That's what I was criticizing. Like, the fact that it was symbolic without... Symbolism without any actual meaning behind it is just nonsense. Like, you need to actually know what the meaning is before you put in the symbolism. It needs to be the cherry on top. It's not something that you can just rely upon. What are your thoughts on Assassination Classroom? Oh, I need to see that. I haven't seen it yet. I just know that the main character is a trap. And like the villain's like this yellow octopus man, and apparently it's a very good show. Okay, basically seeing sadness and despair and suffering on emotion levels, lifeless among the living, similar to survival of the fittest, but the difference is survival of the ones who kills the weak and helpless, the ones that no one will miss for a sensation of power and control, to feel superior to others and above everyone. He also has psychopathic tendencies, hallucinations, and violence. His fixation on his final target, his ability to know the future, his psychopathic tendencies are why he couldn't live without him or kill him. Messy with him, playing games, it was all because he was bored with the world. It's also another reason for how messed up he is and the symbolism of the hamsters dying. Yep. Psychopaths and other similar mental disorders that impair or change how you think don't think normally, which normal is relative. You can't relate to a character that is like this. Humans try to make sense of something that's difficult. That's why we come up with new ideas, thoughts, reasonings that explains things to try to comprehend. Symbolism in story writing can be effective given understanding and context. That line I agree with. Also, story writing and imagery to make something deeper in thought can add effect. If it's not, don't for the sake of just putting it in without considering where the story is going. It's just sad. In this regard, they did it well, but could be better. Yeah, okay. I thought this guy was disagreeing with me at first, but like it seems like he has a point. Yeah. Yeah, symbolism isn't a bad thing. It just needs to just be on top of something that's already solid. Like you can have something that's good without symbolism and it'd still be good. But you can have something that's just symbolism without the solid base and it'll fall apart. Yeah, everyone's asking, is like, John Ryan, are you okay? I think he's freaking out. I was invested in the show. I read ahead in the manga. The anime was much worse than the manga, but not by much at all. I think all I remember being different was Blondie. He actually had some story wrap up in the manga. Apparently he became a detective, not a lawyer, if I remember correctly. If that is the case, I'm just wondering why they changed it, because a detective fits way better for him. Why would they not do that? And he figured it out and set up the trap at the end. Yeah, cool. My problem with Raid is that this he's actually unironically talking about Raid Shadow Legends. I don't, okay, yeah, that sponsorship segment, I don't think you're supposed to take it super seriously. I'm not actually like going around and saying, hey, it's the greatest thing ever. You gotta try it. It was just a sponsor segment. That's it. There's no lore to be found. The same champions I'm not gonna use. I just use a team of dogs that can be enemies to sleep when they go crits. And I have armor that upgraded their crit chance. There's like 2. I love how this guy just goes into my comment section to complain about Raid Shadow Legends. Oh man. That's so funny. Okay. Am I getting close? I think I'm getting closer. If I had an idea to do something like this, and I had only 10 episodes, I would do 2 episodes building up the plot and leave it where the MC starts with the first girl. Then make 2 episodes building up the girl's personality and background and the main character saving them from whatever problem they have. Then rinse and repeat until the last 2 episodes where the MC works on finding out who the murderer is, and you know what happens next. What do you guys think? Would it work? I mean, maybe. It depends on the execution. It's just an idea. But damn, 1 hour video, that was some crazy work here. I know! Why do you think it took so long? Everyone's investigating the specimen we call John Ryan. Are you actually gonna play Raid? Not really. Watch Arcane. I already have. It is a masterpiece. Everyone should watch it. Why am I being bullied? We're not being bullied. We're just concerned about you, man. It's like, what's going on? Okay. Next one. It wasn't meant to be a love story. It is true that they made people who watch the show emotionally invested, but love and naivety don't last forever. This part is realistic. Oh my god, again about the realistic point. I'm just gonna repeat this 10,000 times over. God, it was about him helping others because he wanted to be a hero and change the future to save his mom. Yes, that's right, but it was still unnecessary. Like, okay, if I were in the hypothetical situation, like it's if you were to say make a romance anime, but then suddenly, like really early on, you introduced a really good mystery element to it and went, okay, and you kept expanding upon it and kept going deeper and deeper into it. And at its core, it's still a romance anime, but that mystery aspect of it keeps getting more and more interesting. And you keep doing that, and it gets more and more interesting. And then right at the last episode, you just turn around and spit in that face and give it the most stupid answer you could possibly think of. That's basically what Erase did here. Just because it's not necessarily the main point of the story, just because it's not the story itself isn't a romance, it doesn't mean that you can just set something up, do it really well, and then turn around and spit on its face at the end. It's the same sort of thing as that. Stick Warlock. Okay. Never played LOL and will not, and still does love Arcane and will not like League of Legends. Yeah, I'm in that same boat. I've never played League, and I don't think I ever will. But so yeah, I'm just going to stay out from that from now. I'm just going to enjoy Arcane, and that's it. That's all I need. That's the only thing I need. Okay, I agree with you on most things, but don't forget what you're asking for a 30-year-old man to not only fall in love with a little girl, but also wait for her to wait decades for him to wake up. Oh my god, I've already repeated this point over and over again. If you weren't planning for him to end up with her in the end, then just don't set it up in the first place. God, it's like... And even then, like when they're both adults, there's no problem with it anymore, because they're both adults. That's why I left my version of the ending ambiguous and stuff like that. Like, because it wasn't really main point of Erased. And also because, like, now they're both adults, you can't really have a problem with it anymore. Because, like, they're both adults. Like, they're... I now have a random question. How can I turn on my phone if it's restarted and the power button is broken? I'm sorry, I'm not a tech expert. You're wrong. I'm not a tech expert. You're asking the wrong person. I love how everyone's just having their own casual conversations in chat now. I was like, oh yeah, I'm almost done. Bro, I watched it overnight and the ending got me kind of mad. The thing is, I love Erased, even with its last half. Most of these ideas are my own interpretation of the show. Oh god, sorry, I think this might be a bit long. I want to hurry up and get this finished. But yeah, it's there. Soft car or anti-art. Honestly, I think the last few episodes are the only reason why Erased isn't my favorite anime. Everything was so good, they absolutely ruined it. I don't know if I was being really dumb, but my god, I didn't expect the teacher to be the serial killer / kidnapper at all. Or maybe it's just because you weren't trying to find out who the killer was. Yeah, that helps. Drinking water. Okay. No way Ray didn't question the sponsor segment. That's the thing, they didn't. It was great. They just didn't question it at all. They just went, oh. I just made the sponsor segment and they just approved it. So, okay. I got scared by the Goku drip. Why? Also, great video you made. I finally see this anime just to watch your video. Just jump scared by the Goku drip. Well, I definitely see this ending as flawed. I have no issue with the main dude not getting the girl. If anything, I like the fact that his actions allowed her to fully live her life. Yep, cool. I can respect that. I remember reading the Erased manga. I was always confused by why his memories of the original timeline started fading after he finally stopped his teacher from killing. I did like that they found a way for him to need glasses again. Okay. At least there's no darling in the effed. That is so great. That's so funny. Even if Kaio did get with Satoru in the end, Ari would still get NTR'd. That's the thing though, I didn't feel like she ever really had any romantic feeling towards him in the first place. I wouldn't consider it NTR'd. Like in the ending, after the entire he loses revival and goes back again, she doesn't even know who he is. So there's no NTR. That sponsorship segment caught everyone off guard. Yeah, I love that. The sponsorship was amazing. I'm glad everyone was just like, oh my god, what the heck is this sponsorship segment? Yeah, I know. I haven't seen that genres yet. I really gotta. I know I'm gonna like it. Okay. I have never watched Erased, but I do have the live action movie on my list. Yep. I watched this and it makes me want to watch it. I don't have much love for the trope ships. Your Name is probably one of the very few I actually supported. Most of the time I just skip through or don't care. Seeing Kaio with a baby. Now I haven't seen the series, but maybe she adopted it. Nope, she did not. Or was it child and breaking her? Oh, no, she did not. So I really, yeah, you haven't seen the series. So I really don't think it's so bad, even if the baby is hers. So you mentioned the writer is in charge. Yeah. You need to actually you need to have actually watched the series to fully understand what it is I'm talking about. You mentioned the writer's in charge and that answers it. The writer wrote it like that. I really think it just shows Kaio was able to move on from her past. She's better now. I mean, babies would not be my choice either. I dislike babies, children, so I lose interest in characters with them. But that was what was decided on. Your idea of the ending is good ending. I don't doubt it. I like some of the bits you did. I'm not sure on how as a whole it would work, but I think you got something going for a possible AU spin for the series at the very least. Fanfics are your friends. Yeah, that's essentially what I did. I just made a fanfic. Edge Runner spoiler, the edges run. Wow, okay. The Psyche K dub is really good. Yeah, a lot of dubs when it comes to comedy seem to do a really good job. It's funny how that works. He doesn't understand that she got railed by MC's best friend. Yeah, you don't understand the betrayal, man. You gotta actually watch it to understand. Notaku, where are you? He's dead. He's just grey. He died. He's just faded away. Anytime I hear this video is sponsored by, or this video is sponsored, I immediately start skipping 10 seconds until the sponsor is over. That's why I turned it into a joke, because it doesn't matter either way. Thanks for this. I really enjoyed your work in this video. I decided to watch the live action movie this weekend to give it a try. Tatsuya and I see Kentaro Haji, and as my interest since he played, I don't know any of these. That is one of my favorites, even if it's a bit cheesy. Would an anime with a no MC be good? That depends on what you mean by that. Since, I feel like it could potentially be good. I feel like there are some series that already are, following multiple characters, and there is no necessarily a main character. But, it depends. Because, yeah, I think having a situation where it's, you're following multiple characters and stuff can still be interesting. You just got to make sure that you do all of them really well and stuff, and are an experienced writer who knows what he's doing, what they're doing. Yeah, why'd Notaku die and leave you behind? He left you behind. Oh no. If you think, oh my god, this argument again. If an adult is getting a child to open up to other people and have a happy childhood standard romance, there's something wrong with you. God, did you watch the same show? They did a lot more than that. They were really pushing that. If they were just aiming for him getting her to open up and give her a happy childhood, they would have kept it at that. They wouldn't have done any of the extra things that they did, but they did. I'm not talking, it was very intertwined with each other, but did you really just see all those other scenes that clearly weren't necessary to doing that, and yet just completely ignored it or just dismissed it, going, oh no, that didn't happen, that was never a thing. Yeah, sure, it would have deeply weird out if they ended up with each other, and that's why also a brutal return to the present, not future, was necessary, so Satoru's mind and body can match again. Literally, Revival already did that. You could just transport him back through Revival. You don't need a coma. And friendship is a thing too. Not every story has to be about love, and this one definitely wasn't. I was expecting a return to the present from the beginning, and I liked the way it was done. It didn't feel like the climax had fallen at all. To the opposite, the tension was high since we don't know what had changed, but we do know what had changed. That's exactly what the entire thing was establishing for like a full episode. It just slowed down completely. Because, as you said yourself, Satoru didn't resolve everything in the past, and the killer was still out. Yeah, but it still didn't work in the end. Also, I could be wrong, but to me, everything the killer... Hey, Naji! Hey man, do you ever talk about how you create? I mean, I can. I mean... If there are any questions that anyone ever has for me, then I'd be happy to answer it. Because, like, I like making stuff. I feel like there's a lot of different aspects to it. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Like, would that be something that anyone would be interested in? Because, like, I don't know. Maybe it's something that maybe it's something that I could talk about in live streams and stuff like that if you guys really want to. Well, what time was an anime based on someone making an anime about someone making an anime about someone making a trash anime? Yes, do that. Yeah, okay, sure. I've done a lot of research on anime content as I want to do anime reviews, and you definitely are unique and obviously doing it the right way. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that, yeah, I'd be happy to like go more into my process and stuff like that. Because I also feel like a lot of, like, out of the hundreds of thousands of people watching my videos, I feel like a lot of people, like, don't fully understand how much work I put into it. Or, like, a lot of the different things that I need to consider to make it all functional. Sorry, John Ryan, Notaku's dead. Okay. Also, I could be wrong, but to me, everything the killer said to explain his tendencies was to show how self-important and mad he was to the audience. At least that was how I took it. Yeah, but I didn't really... Yeah, I've already gone through that argument before. Erased was a masterpiece. I had no clue people disliked the ending. I only hate that he did not get the goal to do it due to his coma, but he still recovered, and at the very end there was a new possible romantic interest, and also had a stable comic career. Yeah, but that's not what this is about. It's not about whether they have a happy ending or not. It's about whether it was well written. But yeah, sure. If you enjoyed it, that's great. All the more power to you, because I wish I enjoyed this ending more than... And like the fact that you're able to enjoy it despite everything just means that you're living a happier life than me. And I'm glad. Okay, or instead of a 15-year time skip, we could get some insight into the coma our protagonist is facing. Maybe a dream sequence about the protagonist just waking up one day and thinking it was all a dream, see a bunch of people dying and him not being able to save them. Heck, maybe make the background more and more dull every scene to... Yeah, this is a pretty interesting idea. I wouldn't go for it, but I'm glad that you put in the amount of thought and stuff into it, because like it seems pretty interesting. Heck, maybe... Dies hurt, slowly driving him to insanity, making every death more and more serious, more of the background getting dull, to the point the screen starts losing color. But I'm not a writer. I really don't want to be one. Okay. Okay, I got a bunch of people asking me questions. Okay. Yes, because I did small videos, and man, it's hard. Yeah, exactly. Like, because, like, I feel like most it seems simple, but is like one of those things where that only the people who actually learned a little bit about it would know. It's like, oh, this actually takes effort. this actually like takes a lot to think about, to edit, to like write everything down. Okay, what are your takes on 3D anime? I don't mind it. Like, all I care about is making sure the animation is good. Whether it's 3D or 2D, like, I just want it to look good. And I feel like a lot of people complain about CGI in anime, but in my opinion, it's not a problem if I don't notice it. Like, it's only a problem if it's like super janky looking or just looks terrible. But if it looks good, like in Demon Slayer and stuff like that, then it's good. I have no complaints. Okay. I love the part in the vid where you tell the funny Japanese short story. Yeah, I had fun with that, just doing the weird, the stupid voice. Notaku has been chosen as a sacrifice ritual for Brandon Raid sponsor. Sorry for your loss, Ryan. Yep, I sacrificed Notaku. Everyone. Like, man, 1 hour video with this quality, I find this insane. Thank you. I mean, to be fair, I did spend like 4 months on it. It took ages, but I'm just glad it was worth it in the end. I still wanted to make that video so much. Yeah, wait, Demon Slayer had CGI? Yeah, it had CGI, and it was really good, so you didn't notice it. People only notice the CG when it's bad. That's the thing. Okay, especially you. Yeah, since you do edits while having the information and making everything looking entertaining. Anyways, if you ever do go into depth about how you do it, I'll be there, definitely. Yeah, I'm glad. Like, I'd be happy to go more in depth about that. I'll probably do it for like other live stream and stuff. Maybe I'll like do live streams where I'm talking about going through my scripts or something like that, or maybe I'll do one where I'm doing editing and stuff and like talking through my decision making process. I don't know. I'll figure something out. The last to leave the stream gets free shiny nickels on their raid account. Yes, this video is sponsored by. Yeah, going to it and have a nice day. Really glad I found you streaming. Hope you'll do more live stream. Thank you. Yeah, I do plan to do more in the future. This is where I'm going to be streaming from now on, and I'll probably be doing it more often. Okay. Yeah, cool. I'll heart this comment because like of the thought put into it and stuff. I respect that. I can respect. Very correct. The goal should have ended with the guy after all he's done. This is we can't comprehend, John. Oh, English, am I right? I'm so impressed by the effort you put into your videos. I actually really enjoyed your spin on the story. I hope you get more the attention you deserve. Thank you. Oh man, I've been streaming so long that everyone who's in the chat are completely different people. Oh man. Okay, I'm so impressed. Oh yeah, sorry. What's the next show or next thing you're planning to talk about, or you prefer not to say yet? I haven't fully decided yet. The next thing I'm going to do is a video on Demon Slayer, but that's for a different channel. And that's only for a very, very quick thing. And after that, I'm probably going to do like a bit of a shorter video here where I'm recommending 3 different shows that I really like, but most people haven't heard of. And I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Possibly. Yeah, you were here since minute 50. That's dedication, my man. Thank you. That is dedication for sure. Okay, so it's like the opposite of Code Geass, where Code Geass was a car crash that parallel parked at the end. This was doing something, a quadruple spinning backflip majestically and about to land, but a banana peel was slid under the foot, and they Looney Tunes style flipped onto their back and crashed. Oh my god, that is so funny. I just find this comment so funny. Okay, numbers 1, 2, 3, Shirobako. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do. I think Shirobako is probably going to be part of that video. I think I'm gonna do a kind of a bundle video where I talk about a few different anime and stuff that seems pretty interesting and not spoil anything. And like, I'll probably it possibly would be on a Shirobako, Bakuman, and Oshinoko. That's just if nothing changes along the way. What is even the point without Notaku? Yeah, I was here when he started streaming, went and cooked dinner, came back and you were still streaming. Yeah, I'm just still streaming. Yeah, Oshinoko is a really great manga. I really... This guy isn't lonely enough. He needs more romance. Yeah, I really liked I'm really liking Oshinoko so far. It's like the first few chapters are all like, what is going on here? This is pretty crazy. But like after it gets into like everything that's actually happening and stuff, it's like, oh, okay, this is really interesting. Why does he always read my comments about good topics and interesting questions, yet not notice when I talk about food equals mid? He should go into depth about it. I would not complain if he made a video on it. How far are you into Oshinoko? I'll check. I believe I'm 30 something chapters in. So I'm still very much catching up on it. But it shouldn't take that long for me to catch up on it. Yeah, 34. I'm up to chapter 34. Yeah, congrats on the 50k. Thank you. Brad, let's go. Okay. And the killer may have been obvious to most, but I didn't get it at first. Even though I saw him, I knew something was wrong. I thought he was creepy and possibly predatory, but it didn't click in my head he was the killer. I just find that so funny. I just imagine him watching watching Yashiro and he's all like, this guy seems creepy and possibly predatory, but nah, he can't possibly be the killer. He can't possibly be the killer. This is just so funny. The thing is, the anime had taken changes from the manga that completely takes away from the characterization from Irie, that they might as well have made an original ending make Hikaya the love interest. Yeah. And that's how Fire Punch was written. What's this?
But the main character is just pointlessly suffering for 2.5 hours and say the message is, that's life. But
that's how Fire Punch was written. That's just... Just main character pointlessly suffering for 2.5 hours. That's life. That Fire Punch. That's it. I've heard things about Fire Punch. I haven't read it yet, but I've heard of some of the stuff that happens, especially from some of my friends who are just like absolutely livid by how it ended up and stuff like that. Just like they won't stop roasting it. Yeah, Fire Punch is made by the same guy who made Chainsaw Man. You dropped Fire Punch? Honestly, it's probably for the best, because like a lot of people were disappointed by how it turned out, like going towards near the end, where it just slowly devolved into a massive shitpost. But that's just from what I've heard. I can't say anything on the subject. Things about Cyberpunk Edgerunners while watching this, but from what I've heard, Cyberpunk Edgerunners had a good ending. Like, it was depressing, sure, but... Yeah, well, this show seems a lot like ReZero, and I loved ReZero. No, it's very different from ReZero, but... Isn't Japan guilty until proven innocent? Yeah, maybe. I don't know much about the Japanese laws system and stuff like that, but, like, if it is, even so, it still leaves quite a it still leaves a bunch of holes in his plans, because it still very easily could have been just that, like, they question him and then they find out the truth pretty easily. Yeah, the Fire Punch was pretty controversial. I quit watching it after stuff became too shallow, that it took me out of the immersion. Okay, I didn't find it shallow really, but okay. I like money, tell me more. No, I liked it. As someone who went for getting abused as a child, I can tell you as a fact that the people walking away and then coming back to hit you was a very common thing, at least in my house. Oh yeah, no, that wasn't the problem. The problem was that it kind of went through it too quickly, that it portrayed it in a way that seemed ridiculous. Like, first she's holding her cheek, and it's like, I care so much about you. And then she turns around, and then suddenly hits her. It's just like, as if like that was like her entire backstory. It was so sad and stuff, but it was very like but it was just kind of felt like the token, she was abused too. Like, instead of like diving into any of the complexities behind it or anything. Like, they could have done that, but it just felt like an excuse more than anything. I watched the anime weekly as the episodes came out, and it was great, absolutely incredible, and then the end came. It wasn't bad, but I felt a little bit flat. I like how you think open here a lot, thanks. My personal reason for being sad that they had time skip was that I love the whole being sent to the past while also knowing everything about the future and trying to figure out what to tell people and what not to tell trope. That was so long-winded. But I have so many dreams about that sort of thing and I love it. But then we were put back into the current time and it felt like it was kind of stripped away. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was the first burst of child abuse and you're meant to assume it started snowballing from there. A cop-out, but an understandable one. Oh yeah, no, I assumed that was the first time. Like, if anything, if, like, that was, like... Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of felt like a cop-out. Like, if they portrayed things in a way where it was just more like this slowly started happening over time, where Kaio would say... She'd tell Kaio to do something, but she doesn't want to do it, and then she hits her because she gets mad and stuff like that. That would be a lot more of a realistic way to portray it. And then it just starts snowballing from there, and then it shows scenes where she would walk away and then randomly turn around again and hit her. I feel like that would be a much more like believable way of portraying things rather than just the way it was. I cried imagining your version of the ending of Raise. This anime was part of my life, one of the first animes I saw, and now I just imagine my memories and my past self being impacted by your ending. Writing has incredible power. Yes, it does. Thank you. I'm disappointed you didn't make a section on live action, considering the live action followed the manga. I can't do everything, okay? I can't, considering the live action followed the manga, unlike the anime. Yeah, I can't watch all aspects of Erase before making a video on it. This video was long enough as it was. It'd just get even longer if I did. I was having a good day until 33:30. Wait, what? What does he mean?
Instead, let's put her with the trap she hasn't had a single conversation with and wiggle the child in everyone's face.
Okay. Those hoes ain't loyal. Given that, yeah, Japan crime solve rate means that the villain is level... By the way, I think they called the police interrogation process in Japan hostage interrogation. Yeah, it's possible that, from what it seems like, the justice system in Japan is kind of terrible and stuff, but I don't think that Erase was trying to portray that. It was just kind of portraying them as normal police officers. Why the hell was that fake bridge scene so good though? I'm glad you enjoyed it. What do you mean? I only spent like 8 minutes ranting about the baby, and most of it wasn't even about the baby. It was about the entire time skip. I spent like 5 minutes talking about the baby in total, probably. That's physically not possible. Like the entire section lasted 8 minutes, so it's not possible for that. In the context of the series, the rewrite doesn't make sense if you consider the name of the anime itself. There's nothing lost, nothing erased. I think the loss of the main character experience is the main idea. He is lost and he is erased. And you tantrum around the girl getting her along with her in life is so hilarious. Oh my. Well, at least he found it funny, so that's a plus for me. But okay, that's the name of the show, sure. And I see what you're getting at, but I feel like if you start off a thing, and you have a certain plan for how it should end, and you just kind of force that ending regardless, just because that's what the name of the series was, despite everything leading up to it not really, like, it doesn't make sense to go in that direction anymore, it still kind of ruins things. You could still just end things with like the version that I made it, and Erased, the name Erased, it would probably you could easily just assume that refers to, like, in Kaio's entire situation, how in the original timeline she got erased, basically. Like, I know this probably isn't a great argument and stuff like that, but like, I really don't think the name of a series should really be the be-all end-all for how it ends and stuff like that. Like, if things change along the way and you know there's a better way you could do things, you should still be able to do it. You had me above until the bomb. Yep, there we go. More about the bomb criticism. But aside from that, I feel your finale was great. I would tell my life kidding if it meant Erased would have gotten the climactic ending it deserved. Why is everyone talking about milk? Everyone's talking about milk. Okay, the anime that was meh either way inconsistent. Nah, bruh, that's just nah. Yeah, I always had this thought in my head that maybe there was a rushed/removed plotline where the teacher or villain had some power or foresight with the spiderweb above people. You could see their string of fates, their lifeline, and seeing people die and their line snap, making him go insane, or maybe he was just a sociopath, I don't know. But that would explain his luck and ability to commit these crimes without worry or fear he would be caught. I figured it would pull from Greek mythology with the fates and create a reverse Flash to Satoru. I don't know, I watched it 2 years ago. I'm a bit dumb. Yeah, that's okay. The anime that ruined its ending had 2 episodes, Evangelion. I'm about to end this man's whole career. I already brought up Evangelion before, but I didn't think the ending was that bad. But that's because there's a movie after it, so I know that it still concludes things properly. Yeah, I have 2 issues with your ending. The bomb came out of nowhere. How did he get a hacking bomb? This is the 80s, isn't it? And also, a kid with the, yeah, and another, I've already confronted the bomb thing before, I know. And also, a kid with the mind of a 20-something-year-old guy should not go with a child. That gives me big Star versus vibes, and I definitely didn't like it then. That happened in Star versus the Forces of Evil as well? I don't remember that happening, but, I mean, I haven't finished the show, so I don't know. But yeah, I just assumed that, yeah, he's a killer, he's a murderer. Of course he'd be able to find access to a bomb. But yeah, it's not really no excuse for not explaining things properly, or just even having it there in the first place rather than having a more grounded or realistic ending. I have a reasonable explanation for the killer's motives. He's a nutcase. He read a book that had nothing to do with murder, killed hamsters, and one lived by standing another, and he took this as some kind of divine mandate or something weird he then applied to humanity, I guess, and decided killing people was the right move. Dude was a nutcase. Yeah, I'd agree with that, if the show actually portrayed it as that. But the show, like, yeah, I already went through this. I'm not going to explain it again. I think it's called. Oh, yeah, I'm going back through here. Okay, I think it's called erased because his chances with Kai got erased after the time skip. Okay, I think Kai. Okay. Nah, you're not weird for wishing Irie had more relevance. Honestly, if she did, I wouldn't have complained as much about the ending. But like, that's not what happened. She was severely underdeveloped. Yeah, okay. I'm still mad about how before I finished the anime, I spent 6 hours drawing Satoru/Hinazuki art just for her to marry someone else. Anyway, so I just deleted the file out of anger. That is so, I feel bad for you now. That is so sad. A tragedy. Hey Brandon, why is your name Brandon? I don't know, why is your name Aiden? I never decided my name. Where's Notaku? He's dead. He just left. He's gone forever. Gone, reduced to atoms. The 15 years time skips felt like a huge missed opportunity to tell more story. Like the two were lazy to come up with anything further, so they time skipped him back to adulthood. Yeah, that's kind of the impression that I it felt like to me as well, kind of. Like, they couldn't think of how to get him back to adulthood, so there's coma, or something like that. I don't know. It probably wasn't, but, yeah. I was hoping something crazy would have happened after the time skip. Like, when he was in a coma for 15 years, his mom got married to a killer. Okay, I don't know. Maybe that, I don't know if that would have made a good show or not, but that is a crazy-ass idea. That is, like, crazy. Like, oh my god. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, he's crazy isn't really a good excuse for a character's motivations not making sense. Yeah, it's a cop-out. You could easily just say, oh, why is the villain the bad guy? Because he's crazy. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't, like, make him well-written. You could still make a character crazy and still well-written. Like, the Joker from The Dark Knight and stuff is a great example of how to do that. Jinx from Arcane is a great example of how to do that. Just saying that they were crazy so they can do whatever they want and stuff is like, that's not good writing. That's just kind of a cop-out, honestly. There would have been a huge plot twist and a way to circle around to the start of the story with saving his mom. Apparently the issue with the NTR, which to be honest was also my biggest gripe of this story, was that the novel this story was based on actually does things quite differently. Okay, where was I? And has the present be the setting while the past is mostly conveyed through flashbacks instead of the other way around. It also involved the present girl much more, so it was clear from the beginning that she was the heroine of the story. For some reason, the anime decided to set almost all of its story in the past, ship past girl and MC super hard, and then just say, nah, just kidding. But yeah, I always said, even after watching it, that everything up to the time skip is a 10 out of 10 anime. And everything after that time skip just dropped the ball entirely. Yep, this person summed it up. Yeah, it's also not good if the main reason is just he's crazy and that's it. Take, for example, the Joker. Yeah, exactly. Why did all of the comments become paragraph essays? I don't know. People just like doing that. Okay. This seems so stupid. I mean, with the mom part, couldn't he have just been like, hey, I saw that suspicious guy's hiding himself with a hat and umbrella right before I found my mom dead. He's not one of our neighbors. Wow, I can't even imagine it being initially as good as you say with such glaring logic holes. But it is good. It's just because I criticized that one part doesn't mean the rest of it isn't good. It was just that one particular aspect of it. And it only became more apparent after you realize how, like, illogical the villain becomes after the ending. It wouldn't have been as much of a problem if, like, it was just that by itself. And more of the focus was on the mom anyways. So, okay. Easy fix for the motives of the bad guy without changing the show at all. It is insane. I didn't see him as something the writers was trying to make deep. Just a crazy dude that thinks what he says makes sense. We already tackled that. I am de-erased. Oh yeah, he's talking about that part, like, just
In flames, and Satoru thinks that it's all over, that there's nothing he could do. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he sees a blue butterfly. Boom! Satoru is
I am de-erased. Just yeah, wait. Erased has a manga, live action, anime, and a novel. Now, I'm pretty sure by novel they were talking about the manga. I'm pretty sure it's just manga and live action, aside from the anime. The greatest fear is your favorite anime being called mid. True. I mean, it's not even... It's more insulting when they say it's mid rather than it's bad. I don't know. Is it? It really is a giant shame how the ending and Yashiro's motivations were changed so much in the anime. In the manga, no spoilers, Yashiro still had really complex motivations, but big family issues. Yeah. Did I read this comment already? Similar, the finale was a lot longer and the confrontation, yep. The rest of the issues you were talking about was still present, but the writers definitely spent time building up the finale, and it felt more earned compared to the anime. Yeah. Isn't that all of Shinkai's movies before your name? I'm pretty sure this person was talking about, like, where it just ends without them seeing each other again. And yeah, maybe, but I feel like each of those movies have a different point to your name and stuff like that. With your name specifically, it just would have, like, ruined what the themes of the movie was about in the first place. Like, because, like, the entire point of the movie was about how even despite all these, like, the universe, like, yeah, I'm not gonna go into it right now, but it would have destroyed the what the meaning of your name would have been if that was the case. Like, a different movie is a different thing entirely, because, like, they could have had different points for it. Mid is just bad. Is it though? It's more so just saying that's mediocre. But yeah, people, it might as well just be synonymous with bad now. Okay. Funny how people keep saying that's NTR when it's most definitely not. That was a joke. I wasn't actually saying it was NTR, but it was pretty close to it. Kaio and Satoru was never in a relationship, nor was he ever in love with her. He already liked Ari from the start of the show. What's it? I find it weird that he would think that he liked Irie from the start, but not Kaio. Like, what kind of logic is this? Like, he showed almost no signs of liking Kaio. It was mostly his mom who was pushing it, and then he showed almost no signs of liking Irie, and the only one who was pushing it was his mom, and he kept saying it's not like that, and I don't know, maybe that was him being in denial and stuff, but it still didn't really show many other signs aside from that. So, whatever. What's even funnier is when people weirdly complain about Irie being 17, was too young for him yet and had no problem shipping him with a grade schooler and stuff. Yeah, because like when he goes back in time, they're technically the same age, but okay. And like, I'm not really complaining about Irie being 17 either, so I'm not really being hypocritical in that aspect. Okay. Glad that tea worked, Brando. I'm not completely sure it did, but whatever. Yeah, see you guys. Some of you are going to bed and stuff. Hopefully I'll be done with this soon. Guys, what does NTR even stand for? It stands for Neto Rare, which is basically like, yeah. It just basically means that you got cucked. The thing is, it was technically established that he doesn't care for other people, and he was being forced. So if you're looking back at the show, I can understand thinking the Ikayo ship didn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, it still doesn't explain all the times where, like, yeah, never mind. I already went through this. I'm just gonna get repetitive. I used to be upset as the seeming bait and switch of Kaio. Why people Kaio and Satoru until someone reminded me that Satoru is literally a 29-year-old man in a 14-year-old's body for all their relationship. Yeah, but that's valid. I actually like your version of the story until you add the bomb part. Yeah, there we go. Murderer always uses methods that don't attract the masses. It was supposed to be just a last resort. He wasn't going to do that at first. Also, killing children with bombs is overkill, and Satoru's friends for some reason. They can hack bombs? Now, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I didn't say they were hacking the bombs. I said they were hacking them off, as in, like, ripping them off. As, like, they grab the bomb, take it off the bridge, and then drop it into the water. Not hacking. There's no hacking involved. They're just, no, like, computer hacking involved. I mean, they're just a bunch of elementary school kids. They probably didn't know what was going on at the time. This goes from normal psychological drama to over-the-top fantasy crime story. Okay, yeah, the same thing about the bomb. You could easily change it with a different thing, and it'd probably still work better. Bro, I didn't say my throat was sore. I was saying that it just sounds weird, but my throat doesn't actually hurt right now. Engaging your audience for 5 hours. I don't even talk to my family that long. You have my respect. I've been taking breaks and stuff. I took a break to have lunch and stuff. I just came back. I don't think touching a bomb is a very smart idea, even for 12-year-olds. Yeah, that's right. It was more so a move out of desperation rather than, like, obviously it was still a very not smart move. Your home looked nice, by the way. Thank you. Okay. Actually, I think the ending is okay. First of all, it being the teacher is, yeah, I admit, kind of lazy, especially because they show red eyes, which I thought would be a hint, but no. But honestly, I don't hate it. I mean, think about it. If it was someone like the abusive boyfriend, how was he so efficient at killing? But I wasn't criticizing it being the teacher. I don't care about that. Dude's a bum. The teacher has already been built up as a charismatic and intelligent, so it makes sense. Also, him not being able to squirm out of the seatbelt makes sense if you consider the fact that it's pressed up against him and probably locked in that position somehow. And yeah, the momentum is broken, but it does induce something else. Dread. You don't know what's happening, you know a climax is coming, but you don't know how or where. I remember being frustrated with how slow it was going because I wanted to know what was going on, but to be honest, I think that's an okay approach for the show because you know something bad's gonna happen. I think it could be better if they add more of a threat, but still. Also, yeah, the payout was disappointing, but overall it wasn't great, but it was good enough. Yeah, okay, I can respect that. I love this video. What's the name of the guitar music? I don't know. I haven't memorized everything in my head. The first red flag for me was when the show tried to give sympathy to Kaio's mother when she literally killed her own daughter in the previous timeline. Yeah, it's all about intention, really. Just like, yeah. What the heck is wrong with this person? Oh my god. I think that you want the story to be too perfect in my opinion. In real life, not... Oh my god, we're getting back to the real life thing again. Did you listen to my reasoning? Yeah, so basically, the ending was mid. basically. So we're going back to the entire in real life things. It's like, I don't care what happens in real life. I care what's the story. I care about what good writing and stuff. God, I'm tired of explaining this over and over again. The writing was in fact a substantial improvement. I normally don't comment on rewrites such as these, as I feel the quality isn't necessarily an enormous leap upwards, but other than the bridge bomb, which is frankly a little out there, though I understand why you put it there, even if it's contrived and doesn't fit Aku's modus operandi, and the rest of the idea is entirely better than what we otherwise got. Thank you. That's a good comment. I'm glad he was able to identify like common criticism with it, but at the same time be able to like yeah. I can respect that. I have a perfect motivation for the villain, and it's honestly not that hard and would fit perfectly with what we have in the main story. How about he hates most adults apart from himself? And I don't mean people who are elder in age, I mean those who are less innocent. He believes that when someone grows up, they become more evil, they lose that sense of childhood innocence and become methodical, cold. You can enforce this with the villain's parents. So when he sees a kid acting methodical, cold, or generally isolated and depressed at that young of an age, he thinks they're about to grow up and become the same type of person his parents were. According to him, if they are so cold as kids, they will be much colder as adults, and therefore he tries to kill them before it happens. They can make the same three victims into some sort of isolated person, which our protagonist is tasked with making wholesome and more friendly. And he does this As he does this, Misato becomes more and more isolated, hence becomes a prime candidate for the killer, who's not only seeing her become alone, but become negative and cold. Yeah, I mean, like, even though that's, like, I didn't necessarily need one, if we absolutely had to have some kind of, like, explanation for his thought process and stuff, this wouldn't be a bad one. I'd like this. David's like, you're still going? Yeah, I need to read through all the comments, man. I have a better reason for the villain to be a villain, because he just was. Why not? Like this, yeah. I mean, that's just what I would have gone with, honestly. Bra commenter plus Brandon makes the ultimate headcanon. Okay, I remember seeing the scene where Kai held her baby, and I just seethed. Like, I went through the 5 stages of grief all at once. I literally was having trouble going to sleep not too soon after, because it infuriated me so much, and it pretty much became a joke that me and my friend would have, because we both had the same reaction to it. But anyways, you've single-handedly saved my problems with this story, and you've written a pretty good ending as well. Great video. Thank you. Oh, wow. Apparently it's like Bleach? Okay. I don't know. Oh man, you missed the part that this was all made to make justice cool. Self-sacrifice is the best. You don't need to get the damsel as the hero. It's really not NTR. I know. Saving lives has always been his goal. The girl you were saving has a baby now. That is good. She is alive. The coma was a result of him pursuing a villain that he cannot beat. He was just a kid in stature. The villain being scarred for years by this strange boy going after him was unique and interesting. I swear, it's the same argument over and over again. I keep hearing these same ones. And the fact that he has inspired the secret-based lookout to be heroes with that last plan to catch the killer was actually great. The time skip after the coma reveals Satoru that even if he was erased, that his pals will still strive to be heroes like that lawyer boy. But that's the thing! They didn't do anything heroic after he went into a coma. They just grew up and that was it. They never did anything. God. Even if he lost, his acts have already inspired heroes. Man, I can't stand this video. You're telling us that him getting erased from the story was unnecessary? This was the title of the story. If just not erased, if that doesn't happen. Yeah, I already went through all this. This is just gonna get repetitive if I just keep making the same arguments over and over and over again. Oh, Brandon mod me. Okay, sure. I trust you. Hey, that David IRL gaming guy is pretty cool. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you guys probably need to go to bed. See some of you guys. Yeah, thank you. Okay. There was no NTR. Yeah. Do I really need to clarify every time I make a joke? Like, I didn't mean an actual NTR. I just meant, oh, it's NTR because haha funny. The ad segment made me immediately regret my decision of subscribing. The name of the anime should be Pointless Character Development. Oh my god, that is so funny. It's like, I regret everything. I didn't realize how awful that scene with the mom's crying is. Why does the hospital have a random suicide gate at the hospital? Also didn't realize how stupid the plans of the murderer are. Okay, you changed my mind and convinced me that Kaio not waiting for Satoru was indeed a bad move. Like you said, and what I used to believe as well, the defense argument is that it's a realistic turn of events, but we don't turn to fiction to see realistic turns of events, but the exact opposite. Damn, now I am mad. Holy crap, giving Satoru the ability to know what the different outcomes could be would make the history much better. Yay. Yeah, now David Wakayoto-chan, he's a moderator now. He can do whatever he wants. He can abuse everyone. Satoru didn't get the girl because he didn't have Raid Shadow Legends. It's funny how almost every shitty story can be fixed with a minimum of changes. It depends. Your version was much better. Honestly, I don't know where the bum came from. I know. I know. I keep hearing this over and over again. To be honest, I'd rather watch your story than Array's. I do think the bomb thing is over the top, but it fits well with a revival. Yeah. How long is this gonna take to reload? Raid Shady Lemons. Okay. I think the thing with Kaio is just preference. Oh my god. The same argument over again. It's not preference, it's objectively a bad decision. I say that as someone who's like looking back on it and has no emotional attachment to it anymore. I still think it's a bad decision. One where they were fine with it and others not. Personally, I was fine with this since I somewhat had a feeling that was the case. The main objective of the story was to change history and prevent the victims at a certain point of his life from dying, which he achieved and made connection from. I also thought Iroh was the main goal, even though there's the problem with the age gap. If you didn't like it, I bet you didn't like 5 centimeters per second by Makoto Shinkai. I didn't like that movie. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. I might like it because it might be the actual point of it. Like, it had a purpose. There's nothing to do with, did they end up together in the end? It's about how purposeful it was. I love how we've got an entire story going on in the chat. It's an entire thing going on. It's like, what is going on? I personally liked the ending. After all that long journey he had to go through, they reminded us of the goal that helped him from the beginning existed. It really emphasizes how sometimes perhaps what you've always needed was it was right beside you all along. If he stayed with Kaio, it would still be an imperfect ending because that would be completely forgetting the goal that helped him from the beginning. Perhaps this was the best possible and correct ending. I am the erased. Okay. Yeah, I can respect that. If I could go back in time and change one single thing, I probably would have chosen the foster parents. They had dogs. Okay. MC is a cuck and I hate it just because of that, okay? And I still prefer him with the goal from the start. She helped him, so yeah. Wow, what an amazing argument. 8 episodes of development compared to she helped him, so yeah. What a compelling argument. Amazing. Just amazing. No, man, okay. And after the raid advert, I love how the raid advert even got people to subscribe or unsubscribe. Well, no. They either got it either got people to subscribe or regret their decision to subscribe. Either way, it's great. As a person who read the manga, the ending was still bad. Okay. Oh man, we got an entire paragraph here again. I'm just gonna read this one in my head. Nah, you didn't miss the bread eating stream. Yeah, I've kind of been reading for 5 hours. Hey, this is far from the longest stream I've ever done. I've done 8 hours before. Okay. It's mostly, yeah, I get that. Yeah, one major problem with the show, if you're going to have the identity of a villain be a mystery, do not show us only one potential candidate. There are two adult men features in arrays, and one of them is a clear red herring since he was the one suspected of the crimes in the first place. Unless we want to believe the male murderer was one of the children, it must have been the teacher. Now, Erased wasn't really a mystery show at its core, but if it had no desire to actually obscure its villain, it had a lot more it could have done with dramatic irony. Show us what the villain's doing. Show him his micro-expressions and obvious clues in double entendre. Taunt the audience with him. We all know he's the villain, so rile the passive audience up. Frustrate us with his experience. Yeah, that could work really well. Give away as a mystery or a taunt to the audience, it would have been more interesting. Is the 8 hours one where the one where you played Minecraft and Scribble? No, it was the one where I played Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, I read aloud for 3.5 hours non-stop. My throat was not happy. Yep, you can see why my voice sounds like this now. Uh-huh. Are we shooting to surpass the 8 hours stream? No. I want to get this done. I just stream here from now on. I only started streaming on Twitch, but I moved to here. I don't get why you're so mad at the NTR thing. Did you think she would put her life on hold until the main character woke up? Bruh! I'll say bruh to you because you clearly didn't listen. God, it's like people are missing the point and purpose. Man wrote better story than more. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I know this came out a week ago, but I've been waiting till I had the chance to sit down and really watch this. Thank you, sir, for making this. I'm excited to hear your thoughts. The Steins Gate screenshots in part 4 were, were you going to take apart Steins Gate? Eventually, yeah, I probably will. Hopefully to prattle on for an hour how great it was. I'll be there for any of this longer content. It was awesome. Is that seriously a bed that Brandon sleeps in? The bed frame is wild. So 1990s, it gives me a kind of a migraine and stuff. Yeah, okay. I don't actually sleep in that bed. That's my parents' bed. I only use it as a prop. I sleep like Japanese style. I like get the blankets and stuff and sleep in the floor. And as a choice. Why are you demanding a video on food equals mid? Food is mid. Oh yeah, the entire Elon Musk thing, yeah. 6-hour Berserk video. No, I'm not doing that. Wait, the Asian dude video was Brandon? Well, yeah, it was me. That was me. I mean, assuming that you're talking about the only live action segments of the video. Yeah, that was me. I don't know. What happened with Elon this time? I don't know, just stuff with Twitter. He bought it. He was forced to buy it. Controversial stuff, politics. I'm not going to explain it now. But it's a pretty interesting situation. Can't believe Brandon isn't Kazuma's twin. Oh wow, we got an entire thread here. I'm only reading the first comment. I'm sorry. Okay, I've never really understood the problem with having it in any show, so I'm looking forward to finally getting a look at that perspective. I'm commenting this before I watch the video, obviously. Oh, okay, so he's just kind of commenting as he's like going through it, I suppose. I don't think you're supposed to feel bad. Yeah, I've already kind of gone through all these like arguments before, so I'm sorry. Yeah, cool. I'm just quickly reading through your comments. Yeah, I think it's. Oh, I thought him not getting emoted would be better. The part with him not. Yeah, I understand why he'd be curious. Like, I completely understand why Yashiro would wait, because like that is creepy as. Like, why is this kid somehow knows everything I'm about to do, and then he suddenly screams, "I know your future"? Like that'd be like terrifying. The only part that was weird about it was that they changed things into the entire "I love you and I need you" thing. Like, that was weird as. Like, that wasn't, you didn't need that. You could have just made it so that he was waiting out of him and was terrified of this kid for some reason. But to have him fill the void in his heart, that just like came out of left field and was stupid, in my opinion. Yeah, I do agree with the baby scene was kind of stupid. It's realistic, sure, but it's just not compelling. Exactly. Yo, this guy has revival, just like Satoru. If you couldn't tell, I like that joke. Haha. God, what's happening in chat? I gotta go to bed, but I'll get Etsy you to do it next stream. Or when I wake up, you'll probably still be streaming. No, I'm almost done. I swear I'm almost done. I don't think I want this to continue for another 2 hours or anything. Dude, you're crazy, but it shows how long you take to read every single comment. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I gotta read through every single comment. I don't know. I've done longer streams than this before. This isn't that bad. Yeah, I think ending is pretty good. I agree with pretty much everyone else that the bomb came out of left field. Not sure what to do about that one. Maybe allude to the possibility earlier on, so that makes sense. Other than that, I think it's pretty good. I don't know how to feel about the lack of the namesake of the show though. The town where only I don't exist. Same goes for the name Erased. He was erased when he got put into that coma, so I guess the show would have to have another name since it doesn't really make sense anymore. Yep, these are all completely reasonable things to think. Yeah, I'll give you a heart. No, I'm not going for a 12-hour stream. James is there. Oh god, hi James. Honestly, I was fine with Kaya moving on. Yeah. Same thing. J Games. 24-hour stream then. No, shorter. I gotta finish this quickly. When I originally watched this, I was one of those people that was upset that Kaio had a kid with his best friend, but it took me no less than a minute to realize he was in a coma for years and she didn't have obligation nor deserve to have waits for so long for him to wake up. Yeah, I was still sad they couldn't be together, but it was the best logical option. I swear this happens every single time. It's like, you know, I'm sad about this decision being made, but it's realistic, so it makes sense. Like, well, excusing the fact that the killer waited all that time. Forget it. I'm deleting the original ending out of my head totally and making yours my head canon now. Erase the good. Now, the relationship thing isn't needed. In the manga, from what I heard, she was actually trying to wait, but the mom... Yeah, we already know this. Mom says not to... That doesn't... I don't care about explanations. Whether there was an explanation or not doesn't make a difference. There was a chance he didn't wake up ever again, and she didn't want Kaio to stop living her life. Yeah, it's sad, but the MC wasn't going back in time to start a relationship. He wanted to save her, and he did while it was bittersweet. It makes thematic sense. I don't think it makes thematic sense. Yeah, I get it's bittersweet and stuff like that, but I felt like it was kind of clunky with the execution. Also, I love the villain. Yeah, he's lucky. I don't think they were trying to show him as an absolute genius. I think they were, or else he wouldn't be a threat. He kills because he wants to. Also, I don't think the spider thing was supposed to be deep. It was him making a random reason he just likes killing because contrary to all media, killing animals isn't the only reason people start becoming killers. Sometimes they do it because they want to. That's what I wanted. That's legit, that's just what I wanted. Yeah, is it? Okay. This is the stream where Brandon plays rage games until he breaks down. Oh god, that's not good for my mental health. Screw realism. If the killer can wait, then so can the films. Okay. I can't understand people being upset that people expected the romantic outcome for Satoru and Kaio. I legitimately cannot. The show goes full well into showing that they start growing closer, even though Satoru didn't go back for the explicit purpose of saving Kaio. It just so happens that while he's there, they grow close and form a bond. Selfless sacrifice is the moral. What? What sacrifice? The guy has no choice over his actions. He gets thrown back in time, outside of his own volition and control, and the sole reason he had to put up with the whole going back in time to his childhood was so that he could save his own mom. It just so happened that he had to save 3 more people in the meantime. Satoru is already a good guy. He's not at fault for anything and sure didn't deserve Kaio walking in with a flipping baby. I wager potentially living his childhood twice would have perfectly sufficed as a selfless sacrifice, and this poor idiot goes into a coma because of this, completely robbing him of living through the better timeline he managed to create. Again, more than enough of a sacrifice. Yeah, I think this person words it pretty well as well. Sums it up, what I said. Oh my god, people are still talking about John Ryan's. It's like, you're my dad now. Okay, yeah, I much prefer your version. Also, love interest should never be subverted. It always ruins the show, which is why I can't stand watching crap like Nisekoi or QQ, quintessential quintuplets. I mean, I haven't seen either of those yet fully. I've only started watching quintessential quintuplets, but yeah, I've heard people disappointed about the ending for that, but I don't know, I can't judge. Frustration. This is how I would describe the parts of the ending of Erased. For years and years, that ending stuck in my mind with those feelings. Your ending is really sweet, really tugged at my heart and provided good closure for me too. Really, Erased would have been a 10 out of 10, man. Oh, thanks for the video, dude. Yeah. The thing, the only person who mattered in that scene, Kaio, was not moved by this, which shows that she doesn't forgive nor believe her. For me, that definitely redeemed the scene in my head a little bit. But then immediately after that, Satoru's mom goes up to her and says that even you must have cared about your child at some point. It's like, bruh, no, she didn't. It's just so hard to believe that with everything that they showed us about her so far. Like, you could have set things up properly and showed that maybe she does kind of care about Kaio, but it literally never did that. So it was just unintentionally laughable. For me, what ruined Erased was how dirty they did my boy Satoru, only for us to expect that this was some sort of happy ending. His motivation was he's psychotic. Yeah, same thing. He was just crazy. The strings, he's insane. That is the point. Motivation to his motives is actually insanely simple. I've already gone through this, so I'm just not going to go through that again. I don't know, man. Even on... Yeah, sorry, guys. One sec. Okay, sorry about that, guys. My brother just came in. Okay. I don't know, man. Even on the manga, it looks like the author was constantly going for something, and some outside influence just forced them to switch directions. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't know, but yeah. That's kind of the vibe I got from the anime. Bread eating stream when remembering this made me cry. The Western perspective, Japan has a 98% conviction rate. Ouch. A lot of you described Erased, what makes it awesome, kind of reminds me of the feeling I got watching ReZero. Yeah, cool. I think I might have described it a bit too... It's not quite like that, but yeah, okay. He's a psychopath. They do this a lot, man. Yeah, I already went through that. This man made a Raid Shadow Legends sell out. I mean, sponsorship entertaining. Okay, you got the villain's motive all wrong. He is like one of those killers that started by torturing small animals. The difference is that in the story you read, the spider idea that the sinner saved was going to help him reach heaven. So following the story's logic, he thought that if he failed to kill a child, it would mean protecting him was the next step. That's why he cared so much for Satoru. He failed to protect him, so now he protects him because this is going to save him from hell. It's not like that he started loving him while he was in a coma. He started after he found out he survived. I don't know, bro. A lot of this feels like headcanon to me. Like... I understand that, yeah, he did start off torturing small animals. That literally was what happened. My problem wasn't that. My problem is that they didn't just leave it at that. They could have just left it at that and it would have been fine, but they added all on top of that a bunch of nonsensical stuff and like presented it as if it was smart when it wasn't. And so, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just interpreting wrong, but that's how it definitely came across. Yep, same argument. Well, I like to think that if the MC hadn't deactivated his abilities and gone back in time, they would have taken him to the station and after talking with them, after they helped him calm down, he would have been able to basically describe the bad guy and how he also saw him watching as he was arrested. Then one of the other 5 officers would have been like, oh yeah, that was a weird guy matching that description of the scene of the crime. Literally. Like, this plan is so bad up to the point where he does a little, haha, I framed you for murder, look to the MC. if the MC wasn't magic, he would have likely been made a prime suspect after just a quick chat between the MC and the police at the station. Yeah. I feel like they treated the reveal that the teacher was as the killer as the climax and just had a bad wrap up conclusion. Yeah, that's the thing though. It wasn't though, because like that was more so a reveal. If it was the climax, then they would have resolved it then, but it wasn't resolved. It kept going after that. David's like, I hope I gave you inspiration for the ad bit. Yeah, you did. Okay. Sorry, it's just winning water. Where is Notaku now? I don't know. He's dead. Yeah, that was a change in arrays, and to be honest, it did get low in quality. That switch with the mom was insane, made no sense. Okay, I'm not quite sure what he means by that. Okay, I don't know. Maybe my brain's just turning into pudding after going through all this for so long. The ending will always run me the long way. Terrible, terrible ending, and honestly felt like a slap in the face. Kaio should have ended up with Satoru. Yeah, okay. Erased happens to be my favorite anime. In my opinion, the ending is fine as is. Sure, the anime ending is a bit awkward and silly compared to the manga ending, but it's still as fine as it is in my book. People don't like the ending not because it doesn't wrap things up nicely. That's literally but because it didn't give them what they wanted, even if it's fine story-wise. I literally proposed an alternative like direction it could have gone, where he had to choose between two different choices and stuff, and had it be bittersweet. And I would have been fine with that. It's not about what I wanted. It's about whether it works story-wise, which is what this guy is saying. But I don't think it works story-wise. I don't think it wraps things up nicely. That's literally the reason. Yeah, thank you guys. This stream is sponsored by Genshin Impact. I gotta play Genshin someday. I don't know. If I do, I'll do it on stream. You guys will know. People don't like the ending because it doesn't measure up to everything else. It does technically wrap things up just in a forced way. Yeah. I didn't think it was a problem that she had a baby with another survivor of the same killer. Sure, Kaio being with him would have made the better ending. Irie only makes sense in the manga. The manga resolution of the time skip was definitely better. I don't know what they were thinking of the wheelchair rooftop killer scene because it was just bad. Even if things wound up the same, the character developments in the anime felt bad at random. I definitely think your editing would have been a lot more fun for the anime. Okay. I can respect that. See, I felt like based on Kaio's interaction when her mom starts crying with her grandma, that we're supposed to see the mom as selfish and crying out of self-pity. That's the thing. If it was, then the music wouldn't they would have had a different choice of music. It was kind of like the director and the writer was at war with itself or something like that. I don't know. But like if it was supposed to be presented as self-pity kind of thing, they wouldn't have played the exact same music that they played when Kaio was having her scene with the breakfast scene. Like, it was clearly, that is supposed to be sympathetic music that is clearly intended for us to feel sorry for her. So I don't know, if they framed it a little bit differently or something and kept the music silent, then maybe I'd have different opinions, but yeah. The real question is, why was Rise of Skywalker's a better ending than Erased? I haven't seen it because I've only seen the original trilogy for Star Wars, but I'm guessing that the answer is no. I'm still betting that the ending of Erased is better than Rise of Skywalker in my, like, just guessing, just as a guess. Because like I don't, at least with Erased, some people were satisfied with it. I don't think I've seen anyone satisfied with the Rise of Skywalker. I regularly research Erased because it's so good and just give up on the last two. Okay. Who says it is realistic in this situation for the person this to move on? This guy quite literally saved her from being murdered, rescued her from an abusive household, and on top of all that, he supported her greater than either her own parents did. He did everything humanely possible that someone of his age group could do the better her for a grand total of the story. It was basically he was her parent, her friend, and her support system. For her to be like, well, I'm just going to move on from that when she heard what happened to him and he was in a coma and not wait. It's crazy. There are people who wait all their lives for somebody and they have done less than what this kid did. So you can blow me with all that people get over it. If you're able to get over someone doing something for you like this, you're a horrible person. Oh, no, sorry. I gotta disagree with that. I don't think she should have waited. That's the thing. I don't think she should have gone the entire time thinking about Satoru for 15 years and not been able to live her life properly. Like, it should have just been that the time skip didn't happen. That's literally it. Finally, the closure I crave for years. Women get the abuse past the episode. It's real and everyone lets it happen. I don't think that's what it was, but okay. Okay, I'm not completely sure what this comment is saying, but I think he's criticizing my version, but I don't know. Got bored after the second episode. Boo. How do you watch the first episode of Erase and think, oh, this is boring? I love the Rays, and it was the reason I tried Tokyo Revengers, which is one of my many faves now. Anyway, I will now believe in my heart your version of the ending is canon. I hated the end mainly because of the MC missing in his entire youth. That was major, and I couldn't understand his ability not kicking in to save himself. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you'd say the coma could have worked if there was a month long. Yeah, okay, if he was to go in a coma for only a month long, that could have worked. It might have dropped the momentum a little bit. But I still feel like it would have been better to just not do it in the first place. But a month at the very least wouldn't be as bad. Like, it'd be a little bit weaker, but like it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. Okay. I definitely agree with the have your cake and eat it ending. The main power that drives the show is very fantastical in nature. We don't need realism. The entire point of having that power is to get the best possible outcome. I feel like Erased was a victim of the classic writing problem. Good concept, but we wrote it as we went and said, oh god, it's all going wrong, how do we fix this? Otherwise, good show, they did a pretty good job. Yeah, that's also kind of the vibes that I got from it. Like they were making it up as they were, like they didn't have a set solid plan where they were going into it. Like it was really good when they started out and they were just kind of figuring things out as they went along and stuff, and then they kind of wrote themselves into a wall. It's like, oh, what do we do? We'll have to do this, and that's how it turned it out. That's kind of the vibes that I got from it. Okay, this person, I think it seems that this person wrote their own version of the ending as well. I think you can go for something much more non-melodramatic. Have the MC manage to slip out of the seatbelt and kick the car window open from the inside. He then swims out of the car, runs out until he finds an adult with a phone, and calls his mom and the police. The random adult realizes the seriousness of what's going on and offers him a ride to his mom. Instead, the MC has him taken to the bridge. The teacher grabs the girl as a hostage, but he does so by threatening to throw her off the bridge or threatening her with a kitchen knife. Something simple. The police show up and see a man threatening a kid with a knife. When he doesn't surrender, they shoot him. The girl gets cut and is taken to hospital, but survives. Something like that, down to earth. The ending would work too, but in terms of creating tension and drama, but it doesn't seem like the kind of story that would involve bombs. Yeah, I can respect that. Personally, I feel like this would also be a bit anticlimactic, and like I feel like it'd need a bit more like, I don't know. It feels like it was just kind of like, oh, that was it. Okay. But like, yeah, aside from that, I still totally respect that. God, okay, chat's going crazy. It was Kairos, baby. Hey Brandon, did you find out about Kane? What does that mean? I don't think I understand what you mean. I think they literally just thought up, okay, a guy goes back in time and has to save a murdered girl, and also the girl has an abusive mom, and he catches the killer. Everything else was just winged. Yeah, It kind of seemed like they jumped into it without having a full solid plan. And they did a good job for the most part, but like you can see why it would kind of fall apart near the end. Is Kane a decent nuts joke? Did you find out about Kane? It's like I don't know anymore. I don't even know how it's gonna lead into that somehow. Okay, personally I would have to disagree. Well, with one thing, the time skip. It was a good time to execute it just how they executed it, which mainly comes from the villain not having any main reasoning or motive for what he did. When they did the time skip, it was good timing because the climax was supposed to be the confrontation with our antagonist, but we didn't have one. Otherwise, the climax would be back in the show when he saved Kaio. But he is the antagonist. That's the thing. Yashiro is literally the antagonist. That's not negotiable. Otherwise, yeah, it was in between arcs and didn't have a huge plot that needed to be solved. The only issue with this, though, is how he is going to stop the teacher from being the killer anymore, which is the only hole in said plot I can find. That's literally what... Okay. Yeah, your ending is fucking amazing. Holy shit. Thank you. I would like to state on the subject of why Yashiro didn't kill Satoru while in his coma is due to Satoru becoming his object of obsession. Yashiro was obsessed with knowing how this 10-year-old figured him out when he was apparently able to get away with it for over a decade. Similarly, in ReZero, from everyone else's perspective, Subaru is a genius tactician who always makes the right move. From Yashiro's perspective, this kid was somehow able to outsmart him almost every step of the way, and would likely make him obsessed with how. Yeah, I totally get that. It's still just... the way it was executed was just completely out of left field and stuff like that. And I already explained this before, so I'm not going to explain it again. Now, Fan4stick is crazy. It's supposed to be Fantastic Four. Really? I'm pretty sure everyone calls it Fan4stick, but whatever. It deserves the name of Fan4stick. It's not my Fantastic Four movie. When reading the manga, the killer wasn't that obvious. I mean, I feel stupid because I had to seriously think who could be the killer. I was sure some chapters before being revealed. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. The manga is probably different from the anime anyways. Please do a silent voice. Overrated big time? Excuse me, if I were to do a video on a silent voice, I'd do a video praising it, not critiquing it. Sorry, but I don't know what expectations you have had from me, but I'm not doing a video explaining why a silent voice is overrated when it is not. The thing was, the power needing to be explained is not as simple as well. It's like Groundhog Day. With Groundhog Day, it was one inciting incident which was unknown to both the character and the watcher, allowing for a suspension of disbelief on details, but this guy had his power for years and knew how to use it, which begs the question of where did it come from a lot more heavily and becoming a sort of guillotine on the story because of its emphasis in the narrative. Yeah, I see your point. I totally respect that, because it feels like a revival could just kind of be used as a plot device where it's just like, oh, I want it to activate now, and like the writer can literally just activate it whenever he wants and he doesn't need to follow any rules. So no, can't he rewind time to before a bad thing happens, like almost getting drowned? No, because he doesn't have control over it. This is how you know someone hasn't watched the show. Brandon, you're reaching the 8-hour stream. Oh no, how long have I been going for? What do you mean a silent voice is overrated? No, it ain't. A silent voice is what I just find it funny that when your name and when your name and a silent voice came out, that everyone was saying, "Oh, your name is overrated and a silent voice is truly what's good." And now it's gotten to the point where even where it's not your name that's overrated, it's a silent voice that's overrated now. It's like, what? Nah, I think they're both great movies for different reasons. A silent voice is not overrated though. I ended up paying $250 for the complete 5-book collection. Hell, taking 9 episodes out. Yeah. They basically condensed like a huge amount of stuff into the last 2 episodes. And the final book was completely left out, apparently. They teach his backstory. Yeah, he's more. I love the show, but the manga is far more superior. I also love the ad. I literally cannot skip ads if they advertise like this. Looking at it on. I love how people are still going on about this stupid Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Oh my god! Now someone's accusing people of being pedo just because you were emotionally invested in a romantic relationship that the show itself set up. Really? God, some people. Amazing video is my exact thoughts about the ending. Yeah. Everyone's boring. That's what everyone's in the chat's just insulting each other for being boring. Oh, boring. Okay, I absolutely do not hate the ending, but do not like the anime's ending. Now, the Netflix live action, it feels weird saying this, keeps the manga editing, and the ending is very good. Now, is the Netflix live action adaptation good? Personally, I think yeah, but then again, that's up to your interpretation. If they would have kept the original ending from the manga, I feel like it would have gone down as a masterpiece. Yeah, okay. Peachy Bread says, I don't want to trauma dump or anything, so I'll just keep it short. A silent voice saved my life in a way, so no, it's not overrated. Sorry to dampen the mood at you. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it's not... Yeah, I just gotta finish this up, sorry. Look, I can see how you think the mom scene is supposed to make us feel bad for her, but on the contrary, I think it was actually showing, yeah, there's not getting sympathy for anyone, but... Yeah, again, the portrayal... As soon as the show hit the time skip, immediately, what was going to happen afterwards? Why are women's lips in anime drawn so large? It's like every one of them suctioned a mason jar in their mouths for a week. Oh my god, it's just a design choice. Okay, you have opened my eyes. Yeah, okay. One of the major points, which I think is more impressive to the story, could have been fixed if they didn't. If all they did was not have Satoru end up with anyone at the end. Yeah, I would have been... Akaya still has her baby, still goes on. No. Live her life. And when Satoru wakes up, she regards the name of the baby his own, or how she wants him to be the godparent, so that her own child could have someone protecting and loving Satoru in her own life. Obviously not trying to say that all Satoru would be good for it, etc. Not that it's the job of a parent. Just talking about their bond above all else and the pivotal personality trait Satoru holds. The point of Satoru having his own Akayo to make the story work because of the childhood as a preference, but overall negative criticism that I do not agree with, especially when Satoru's whole story is doing these things separately to help others around him, regardless if he could be hurt in the process. To turn back on that and reward him with Kaya would be reducing the... It's not necessarily supposed to be a reward, which is why I made it so that they didn't fully end up together in my version, because it's not really the point. It's just making sure that you're not turning around and spitting on the development, basically. Your other points are very good, and I agree, especially about the abusive angle of the mother and the generational trauma. I have no idea if you read the manga, but if you have, I really recommend it. You mean if you haven't? Every single thing you complain about isn't a problem in the manga. Also, the artwork is much better in the manga. If you're willing to, please read the manga. It's phenomenal. I mean, for what I've seen, I still like the anime's art style better, but yeah. Yay. The one part reminded me. Honestly, are you going to make a video on Steins Gate anytime soon? Maybe. Eventually. Yeah, I'm just watching the chat burn. Honestly, I forget what the actual ending was before the studio, so when I recalled it while it was explained, I was like, oh yeah, it makes sense why I didn't remember it. It literally didn't add any attention whatsoever, and it sounds really disappointing. And then I proceeded to get very emotionally invested in the ending that you were in the video. I'm honestly really happy that you made your own ending, because it really did give me closure somehow. I'm a sucker for good endings, and I love the way you wrote all the cast into the new ending and made them work together. Generally, everything was way more satisfying than in the original ending, in my opinion. And I agree, it probably wasn't the writer's fault, but some issues with collaboration or some other stuff in the company that butchered the ending, but I still wish they would have been able to make the ending more satisfying instead of basically dropping everything and trying to make a rushed new plot and conclusion. Yeah. Okay, we're almost done. I think I'm almost caught up. Okay, I think I can finally end this soon. Unless I refresh it and there are a bunch of more comments. Have you seen Konosuba? Okay. Okay, I gotta say your ending is leagues better, and had the show ended your way, this anime would have likely become one of my favorites. I initially enjoyed the anime, and it gave me some inspiration, but I find myself reluctant to even consider watching it again. Like most people, I was irritated with how things turned out with Kaio. I had a feeling that the story was going to show that she had moved on before Satoru's reunion with her, but I was under the impression that she was going to start a family with someone outside the group of friends, not with Hiromi. The fact that it was Hiromi made things feel like a betrayal to me because of how everyone in their group knew how close Satoru and Kaio were. Yeah, that especially was like salt in the wound and stuff. I thought I sounded like a shipper, believing that Satoru and Kaio should have been together, but after seeing your video, it definitely would have been better. The only critique I have about your ending is probably the bomb, but that's an easy fix with a little foreshadowing. Overall, Erase was a series that I really wanted to love, but falls short for me. Yay, heart. Personally, I would have been on board to see Satoru saving the other two kids in their own separate arcs instead of it being a side quest, which I think is what they were originally intending, but then they realized, oh no, I'm gonna wrap it up, instead of it being a side quest. Or maybe even as those kids disappear from the killer's radar, as he moves on to a different kid, 20-old girl, for example, it felt to me like the serial killer wasn't much of a threat, I think they mean, as Kaio's abusive mother, and that is pretty dumb considering in the main timeline this man got away with murder. You'd think he'd be smarter than he actually ended up being. Yeah, okay. Your bread eating stream it was a promise, so now we're insisting on, oh no, everyone's demanding the bread eating stream. I have no way out. Okay, I'll announce it on Twitter and on Discord, so you guys gotta follow me on one of those in order to be able to tell when. Otherwise, you won't be able to see it. Imagine Brandon just gets the breadcrumbs and snorts them. Yeah, I never would have thought I'd spend 6 hours of my life watching other people read YouTube comments. No, I haven't. Voice crack. Brandon, have you watched Name in the Abyss? No, I still haven't seen it yet, but I will. I'll never be the same if I do. Yeah, all the Discord and stuff, all that stuff is all the links to my socials are in the comments and the description. So yeah. Finally, someone who understands me. Why the NTR? Do we really need another drama? Why am I supposed to be sad about it? The only emotion I can feel while watching the ending is rage. The anime is nostalgic and I cried at the end because it ruined. Hey, good goosebumps. My problem with the original ending mostly stems from what happens to Satoru in the end. For everyone except him, he was essentially dead to them for... Sorry, one sec. And his mother must have... man, how long is this comment? No. Sorry, I can't read through all this. Yeah, voice crack part 2. No, I'm not out here grinding. I'm just trying to get this over with. Like I promised myself I'd finish going through all of this, and like I'm almost done, so I'm just gonna finish it. You know, roasting been up to the usual roasting Brandon, trying to make him feel bad about his choices in life whenever I can. Okay. I get that the anime seemingly pushed them together, but I feel like people are forgetting that even in the past, Satoru is still a full adult that's gone back in time. Like, he's not actually a kid, so to ship them is kind of... Yeah, well, in that case, tell the show not to ship them. Don't look at everyone else. Feel like you should change the about section. I don't know, boy, kind of outdated. What do you mean, about section? Is he talking about for my channel? Because I like the fact that it's just like, I talk about anime. Yeah, boy. That's it. Oh yeah, someone noticed the Judgment's Knights of Thunder in the background. God, my voice is, oh man, what is going on? Which realistic part of the ending was the NTR set. Okay, this thing again. Wait a second. I'm wondering when I've refreshed the page if there's gonna be any more. Huh. Okay. We're almost done, so I might as well go through this. What do you talk about in the part 5 NTR doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, she has a child, yeah, she loves someone else, but like the MC has been in a coma for 15 years and she also moved. God, do people intentionally miss my point? God, it's like they always act as like, but the coma for 15 years. It's like, why are you acting as if that's an excuse rather than the main cause of the problem? That's exactly what my point was. The coma is the problem. How do you expect a kid to love a person that she hasn't met or spoken to for 15 years? Most people... Yeah, I already said it. I'm not going to continue explaining. The scene was supposed to be happy. Yep, that you finally live a happy life, a life that she wouldn't have had if it was the past Satoru, the one that afraid standing out, afraid of taking action. This person's writing an entire essay. When the video is 50 minutes long, people only remember the beginning and ending. Seems like it. I started 6 hours ago. Yep. At least it's not 8 hours. Okay. He never seen Kaio as a love interest. It's the same dang arguments. I already went through all this. To say that he never saw Kaio as a love interest, it just seems like you're just denying it to yourself when it's so obvious, and like the show literally like shows it clearly that he was interested in her several times. Like, come on. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna hard this because they spent so long typing it and I can't be bothered to read through all of it. So I gotta do at the very least I'll give them that. Oh, so when they go into a coma and a silent voice, it's fine. But as soon as a race tries to do it, they get backlash. People these days. You see, the difference is that in a silent voice, that actually has a purpose in the story. And it works. And he doesn't go in it. It doesn't reset the status quo or anything like that. And it only lasts, like, very quickly. Like, it's not about the coma itself. It's more about what it means in the story. Acting all mad that people missed his points. Well, to see your point, that would actually involve actually watching your content, which we don't do. Jeez, how many comments are there? I'm almost done. I hope you make a 2-hour long video and then do a 24-hour long live stream. Let me hear chat, right? Your comment's too long. Have a heart. It's just like, well, I can't be bothered to read for all of it, but I'm sure you deserve a heart, so there you go. I just wanted to clarify a scene. You're not supposed to be sympathetic to the mom. It's the same points. Do you guys see what it's like now to like make a YouTube video and have a bunch of people commenting on it? It's just the same points over and over again. And like if any of these people just went down and read some of the comments, they'd see that the same point has already been made, but you got to keep reading it over and over and over again. Yeah, but she's faking to save herself, but that's not how it was portrayed. They don't sue her because they did what they wanted and needed to do. They saved Kaio. Yeah, but that doesn't make it a satisfying or even a good ending. Like, yeah, that's technically what happened, but it doesn't make it a good ending. Yeah, and to be clear, the rest of your points are really great and really accurate. I don't know why I'm harding this person, but yeah. I honestly love your version, but you forgot to mention one flaw the show had. The randomly poorly drawn duck lips that just didn't fit with any of the rest of the animation style. All joking aside, Your Taken Erase would have been moved my ranking from the anime from the okay season show to one of my favorite all-time anime, as it would have really kept the momentum of the first 8 episodes. I'd like to believe that the coma was a cheap way to explain the time travel. Yeah, okay. Are we finally done? Make a pinned comment that addresses all these points. That's the thing, though. My pinned comment is Raid Shadow Legends, and I'm not allowed to change it. So, and even if I did, I don't think most of these people would have read it anyways, because, like, I feel like a lot of people just go into the comments and just ignore all the other comments and just type whatever they want to type, thinking that they're saying something new and original when it's not. Yeah, Brandon, I feel like you should stop now. Everyone's just saying the same thing. There's nothing new anymore. Brandon, yeah, I think I'm finally finished now. Have you ever seen Konosuba? What's that? I feel like I see why most YouTubers don't read their comments. Yeah, I can see why as well, but since I'm OCD, I just do it anyways. Mom, Brandon, did you know that the scene with the mom wasn't supposed to be sympathetic? I don't know. What's that? Konosuba? Konosubaba? Oh my god. Okay. Just out of curiosity, how many comments are there after refreshing the page? Oh? Wait, no, newest first. Hi, stream chat. Wait a second. How far back is this? Oh man, there are a bunch of comments here. But who still play Raid Shadow Legends 2022? Subs the bread ending so you can eat more bread. Okay. Okay, I have school tomorrow and it's 12:50 am. I could sleep, but I could also watch this 50-minute video. Personally, if I think I was to change things, I would still keep the time skip, but I would follow the manga with more caveats. She's a baby, but the baby is a 4 or 5-year-old girl, and we get the explanation to single because she ended up with a similar situation as her mother and broke the cycle and moved on and away with her child and is living a happy life, caring for her child in the way Satoru taught her to when they were young. Also, do the manga thing for his motivations, but give it more depth. Okay, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Cool. I understand why people shipped Kaio and Satoru, but why would any... Oh my god. Why would... Man. Why? How about a video on how Darling in the Franxx was almost a masterpiece? Yeah, that'd probably make a good video if I ever watched Darling in the Franxx. You literally just went live as I'm watching this vid, so if you see this, I'm really loving this vid. I just loved and turned on the notifications. Okay, it seems that there are a bunch of people who commented after I started the live stream, so yay. That's good. Honestly, I don't think they ruined the ending. I felt like the whole plot revolved around the idea that going to the past to change the future could have dire consequences, and it did it with the main character sacrificing a lot. Yeah, again, look at Steins Gate. I felt like that was way better execution of what Erase was trying to do here, but I felt like Erase wasn't really trying to do that. It wasn't a sacrifice. It's a good ending, doesn't need to be changed. Okay. I'll be honest, I was actually interested in watching this when I first heard about it, but when I heard about this part, it immediately made me lose interest. If I had been watching Blind and got to that part, I would have been phenomenally pissed. I'm assuming they're talking about the,
And then it pulls this.
Oh yeah, of course. One of my absolutely favorite shows. Great video. Really like your alternative short change. Yep. My big problem with the time skip, what happened to all the people he saved will revive over the years. They're just dead now because the person who was supposed to save them was in a coma for years. I'm not quite sure he's getting at with that, but okay. Looking at chat again. Oh my god. If we continuously comment on the video, then Brandon will never be able to stop. No, don't. Don't give them ideas. David, I paid him too much money to eat today, so no. Yeah, Darkness Over Making Me was crazy with the amount of donations he made. You can. Wait, Brandon. This will determine if I sub to you or not. How do you pronounce Z? Z. I pronounce it Z. I despise YouTube streamers. I understand why, but why? Oh yes, I chose the right answer. Lucky. Okay, bro's the fake Yoshigage Kira. The bomb is like, oh, we'll be honest, if I heard about this anime and was gonna watch it, but man, did you have to drop the equivalent to Sarah Bomber on this show? RIP, another anime to binge. I'm not quite sure what he means by that. Okay. Yeah, something notifications on. I thought the teacher came off like a kid lover instead of the killer. Yeah, like, he did come across a bit that way as well, but I don't know, maybe they just didn't want to, like, they thought it'd be too much for television or something like that. Maybe they thought it'd be a bit too nasty or something. Okay, about the ship, he's an adult. Yeah. No, you're not seriously the only one who has a problem with this. Did you read the comments? I've had this. The end of Erased was talked, and the fact that the villain revealed who was like that and ended up being the teacher was kind of lame. Clicked the vid because I was baffled. I'm halfway in and I realized I forgot the entire ending. I see you on live stream right now. Do you think maybe a 24, even 18 episode length would have helped the story? They could have made us care more for the other two children and give the necessary character moments to the built-up side characters. Possibly, yeah. Like, I feel like maybe if they gave it more time as well, it would have helped a lot of things. But yeah, it's not necessary. It's not as a necessity. Like, with proper planning, you could have gotten it right. But like, that's what happens when you kind of write things as you go along. There are a lot of like things that you won't be able to go back and change. It's realistic that she moved on is a dumb argument when it happens just after a convenient coma. You know what is even more realistic? Never waking up from a coma. Now, I haven't watched the show, never will. Just watch the video because I like to analyze how stories can go wrong. I don't have an emotional investment to the railroad me, so hear me out. If the girl was supposed to end up with someone else, then the narrative should have not focused so much on her. That's where the proposed alternative version works, but instead of showing her with a baby, show her house and mementos of her life, pictures of trips, school certificates of her place. Yeah, these are all way better ways to show how she was living a happy life rather than just a baby. Like, you could have shown her, yeah, all of this. A third place trophy, because moderation, some weird objects supposed to be personal references, and then the baby would have worked better. And yes, the killer sounds too dumb to take seriously. The alternative version is much superior. Maybe not a bomb though, that's too high tech. Throwing the girl on the MCE off a bridge is enough. If on the second run, the other friends are down there ready to catch her. Yeah, I actually got this comment before. That's a great idea, actually, because it kind of mimics what the current ending is now, but executes it in a more effective way, I think. The MC could still end up in a coma just 5 years long though, just in time to resume his life and to show the other characters building up their own. I still think the coma wasn't really necessary, but yeah, I got a heart. It would have been a better show if it had a gacha. What? John Ryan, oh my god. It's near to 3 a.m. I cannot sleep and finally decided to never watch it. Bro, you don't need to do that. I wasn't trying to convince you that. I don't have a problem with the shipping thing. It's more of just an extension of the time skip than anything wrong itself. If I was in a coma for 15 years as an adult, that's why the coma was a problem. I still wouldn't expect anyone to save themselves from me, much less in elementary school. I also hate the idea that romantic has to be romantic or else it's a betrayal. I'm just going around in circles, aren't I? She's also like much younger and it should basically be illegal. What do you think makes an isekai good? It needs to be well written. I mean, there's so many things that I'd have to go through without, but like I'd need to write an entire video on it. So I'm just literally gonna say it needs to be well written. So yeah, I absolutely hate when he was framed because, well, as you said in your point, there are many ways it could have been resolved, and I especially thought with my friends that he seemed really suspicious, as after seeing your mum dead on the ground, I don't think I'd just be shocked and say, no, mum, I'd be fucking crying and panicking for help, and him not doing that makes him sus. He's just shocked and worried about getting arrested, then his mum. No one would run away in that situation, I'm sure of that. I don't know, I wouldn't say it's that unrealistic, I'm just saying that it was awfully convenient that it happened. Haha, man, I'm late. I personally feel like the ending would have had a more interesting climax with more stakes. More stakes? I feel like that's kind of the opposite criticism from what I'm getting from the bomb ending. More stakes? Wouldn't it have been better with more like smaller stakes? More personal? Back to Erase now. Part 6. Well. Okay. I would have added that Kaya's grandma never wanted to accept that her daughter abusing her ex, and there she has an eye-opening moment and she collapses. Maybe Satoru's mom steps to help her. Meanwhile, the other relatives are the opposite, taunting, saying degrading things to Kaya's mom. That's a good idea. That could work. Maybe even justifying the abuse she suffered through because of what she does with Kaya, and that's when she attacks her. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't delve into the specifics of it, but that's a great idea for what could happen. Like, she could provoke her. Satoru's mom is standing there shocked. This could show multiple ways of people being blind and ignorant when domestic violence happens, even especially with relatives. Yeah, that's a great idea. I love that. It's sometimes harder to acknowledge and notice. Okay, I was just watching live stream right now. I want to say you should play Amori and make me cry. I just want to see that. Taking the comments to my advantage. Yeah, cool. Okay. The biggest issue with the show is drafting. You mentioned it once, but more than once, the writer writes themselves into a corner, which can be fixed with redrafting. Exactly. The most notable example of this is the time skip itself, as it is pretty obvious the reason for the coma time skip is that they had no idea how to get Satoru back to the present otherwise. It does kind of feel like the writer set up Irie intentionally because they wanted a love interest, and maybe thought the idea of Satoru with the mind of something making a 10-year-old fall for him is weird. Then why would they do it in the first place? Like, my question is, if you want Irie to be a fine girl, why is her total screen time 5 minutes? Exactly. Just like give her more development if you want it to work, if that's the case. Oh man, I'm almost done. Voice crack. I thought of it as Ashio thought it as a game given his childlike attitude for Mr. Series, but when Satoru was outplaying him and so he sought to eliminate his rival only to find out he was still alive, making him see Satoru and his true rival to constantly toy with, but pushed his luck too far in the ending. Yeah, okay, that's an interpretation of it. Cool. Yeah. I watched the show weekly as it was airing, and it was one of my favorite shows of all time, until the last 2 episodes happened. It went from being a 9 out of 10 to being a 5 out of 6 out of 10 off the ending alone. I've watched it a couple more times since, and I have landed somewhere in the middle. The show legitimately does some things really, really well. As you said, Kaio's arc is super good for most of it, but presents itself as a mystery filler. And while it has the right tone for a lot of the show, the actual mystery sucks. They only ever present one real possibility as the killer, which makes the reveal super disappointing, and the stakes at the end are incredibly low. I still think it's worth watching, but there is so much wasted potential here. 7 out of 10 would probably recommend. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yes, you are on live, Jashash. Yay. Man, I feel you're on the wasted potential of who Kaio ended up with. It's just like The Devil is a Part-Timer all over again, where the entire franchise built up Emi and Mao's relationship from enemies of opposing factions into allies for a truce, then finally friends with mutual feelings. Heck, they were even given an abducted child that Emi's mom found, only for Wagahara to do a 180 and make Mao want to marry freaking Chiho of all people and spit on the audience's face while making Chiho suggest for Emi to be a side piece. It frustrates me to no end. I mean, I haven't seen Devil as a Part-Timer, but that does sound pretty frustrating. Oh man. Okay. It ruined its ending. No, it was a great ending. You just didn't get the power trip you were hoping for. Bro, what? Did this guy even watch the video? Oh my god. Oh my god. I freaking hate power trip anime. Why do you think I don't watch isekai? Wait, I wouldn't say I hate it, but I don't care for it. The manga is definitely better than the anime, by the way. When you went past for even a girl, but she couldn't wait 15 years. I didn't want her to wait 15 years. This sounds like the actual worst anime ever. It takes the time to get you invested only to Game of Thrones itself, throwing out logic and the grounded nature of the anime. It just doesn't feel like a believable story, not in the fantasy versus RL way, but in the way that this is not how people act/react to situations. I actually now hate anyone who sticks up for this anime I've never watched outside the first few episodes. Oh, well, I feel like you should really watch it first before judging properly, but yeah. Your ending is so much better than your original ending, I swear. This reminds me of the Mass Effect 3 ending. People who played that game knows what happens, but then the modders fixed the ending with a proper conclusion. Like, for example, a Citadel epilogue mod, which fixes more of the Mass Effect 3 problems. Hope you won't stop reading this chat. Brandon also has bread. Hi, stream chat. Yay, I'm finally finished. What if Satoru got... Oh my god. Well, I suppose this is the last comment, so I might as well read through it. What if Satoru and Gaku have subconscious control over their abilities? Satoru always wanted to go back, so what if they really could decide to go back, but Gaku just never did? The reason Gaku could see the strings is because they had a version of revival that simply allowed him to see people's lifelines. But instead of using it to be an outreaching arm, he decided to be the killer. That could be an interesting concept. This version of Erase would then draw direct lines between the decisions to save people working in concert. With the mindset that the power was used to save people, Satoru was a young man who always used revival to save people, and Gaku used his powers to kill people. Yeah, I like the idea that maybe instead of a bomb in the past, when Gaku saves Satoru, Satoru is fine and Gaku runs away. Satoru keeps looking for him and spends his life going out to stop people, like both Gaku and yet Kaio's mother, as a social worker, therapist, or police detective, and helping people like Kaio, starting with Misato. Okay. Who was suffering from depression, and Aya, who was suffering from anxiety in my version. He watches his friends go and lives a happy life with them. He now sees butterflies, but he no longer needs to go back to help. Kenya becomes a lawyer, and they become something of a team. This way they start to work off each other, and so instead of an episode where he's just in hospital, they're saving individuals. In episode 12, Satoru slicing the butterflies around his mother, but nothing happens yet. Kaio comes back into town for the first time in years, and she's matured but no baby, or physical baby. He meets Irie at the pizza shop, and he starts to vaguely remember the revival incident, and he realizes that his mother is in trouble. He runs home, and he finds Gaku in the apartment with his mother at night point, and when Satoru gets between them, Gaku asks him if he knows that what will happen to him. Satoru doesn't know what he's talking about, and Gaku asks him if he's seen a string. Gaku reveals that he has always seen strings and follows them to the end, and he could make them go away by cutting them himself. He seems disappointed and frustrated until Satoru sees him covered in butterflies and realizes that Gaku is going to kill himself. Satoru chooses not to save Gaku, and it is revealed that he has always had a choice. His friends and family come to support him in his traumatic event, and it is a happy ending. Well, that was certainly a really interesting fanfic ending. I'll just heart that because I can respect the amount of thought put into it. Oh, thank God. I'm finally done. Why did I spend so much time on this? God. Maybe I really am. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Why did I... My sister recommended this to me. I feel like giving it a watch now. Non-stop 23 hours. Don't let him sleep. You suck. Keep abandoned here. Easy strats. People need to read the comments before commenting a comment into the comment section. Yeah, exactly. Link is a raised type of story that isn't shameless promo. I meant to do it in comments under the actual live stream itself, not under this one. It's just gonna get buried. Love your videos. I like to listen to them while working and during school. It serves its purpose. That's great. Gacha is God and so is Notaku. The channel is the definition of mid. Do better. Biggest Brandon Talks hater. I watched Erase when I was like an 8 or 9. This time skip didn't really bother me, but after watching this vid, made me change my mind. This vid is actually awesome. To also your ending is yeah. Well, I believe when you're watching something when you're 8 or 9, you're not gonna fully understand everything in regards to the show, so that makes sense. But yeah, okay, I'm finally done. I'm finally done reading the comments, guys. Oh my God. The talkers are grumbling. That shouldn't be allowed outside the basement. After a million years, I finally read the entire comment section. Oh, my feeling when I don't get a heart. Wait, you didn't get a heart? I thought I gave you one. Oh, oops. I could have sworn I gave you a heart. I gave you a heart. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching. I think I'm gonna stop now. Oh, when do you plan to upload the next vid? In 5 or 6 years? No. Hopefully in about a month or 2 or something like that. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be anything close to this same level of waiting time again. But yeah, go take a nap, Grandpa. Do you like Pokemon? Yeah, it was my childhood. I don't think much about it anymore, but it was nice. I liked Pokemon. Okay, what do you mean one last refresh, King? This better be worth it. I will shill Sayonara Setsubo Sensei as little as I can while being as annoying as possible. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Brendan Riley, and I finally finished reading through all the comments in this comment section. And I'm honestly glad that I did it today and not delayed it to another day when there are even more comments, because that'd take even longer. But yeah, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video or stream or whatever it is. Just follow me on Discord, follow me on Twitter and Discord server, so like you'll actually know whenever I'm doing something new. Yeah, I mean, goodbye everyone. Goodbye. R.I.P. my throat. See you in 15 years. That's why I'm doing streaming, so I can see you guys more often. Okay, bye.